Niin on, joo, tää alkaa nyt. Sä voit aloittaa tästä. Sir, dear guests, so ladies and gentlemen, I am Lieutenant Colonel Simo Pesuk, head of Russia Research Group here in National Defense University, and I would like to welcome you all, wherever you are, behind the network or here, to Russia seminar in Finnish National Defense University. I will say a few words about the arrangements, and after that leave the rector to open the seminar. During late seminars, we have discussed Russian security and defense, deterrence thinking, military thinking, way of war, ways to organize her military. And this year, the theme was given to us by Russia when it started its invasion of Ukraine a year ago. The seminar itself is organized in a hybrid manner, which means that we have a smaller specialist audience here in the venue, in the island of Santahamina, and larger academic and practitioner audience behind the webinar pages, and general audience behind the NDU YouTube channel. I would encourage the virtual audience to discussion as well, and the YouTube followers are able to reach us by sending questions to National Defense University's public relations address. Here in the venue, there will be pictures taken, and if there are guests present who don't want them to be published in National Defense University pages or anywhere, just please inform our public relations people about that. I fully understand that in 12 o'clock I'm the one who is between you and lunch, but despite of that, we will try to take the group picture right away at that time for all guests and the Russia group people. So after that, I will let you to go to the lunch. And for compensation of that, I speak a bit shortly now. So it's basically I would just like to invite, wish you all welcome here. And the seminar program is you could find in our pages at any time. And if there will be any changes, we will update the pages right away. So next, I would invite you, Major General Mika Kalliomaa, the rector of the National Defense University, to open the seminar. So, General, floor is yours.
Welcome to the 5th International Russia Seminar organized by National Defense University. We are glad that even during or because of war in Europe, we have had a possibility to collect the researcher all over the world to the Santahamina discussing very topical issues. As mentioned, the seminar will conduct in hybrid matters. That is that some of the speakers are here in present, and someone are sharing their views and knowledge via virtual platform. We are found this way of working practically. This virtual environment allows fruitful discussion between the scholars and experts, but also the larger audience via web. I would like to express my gratitude to the speaker of the seminar for taking your time to contribute to the discussion on the theme. Particularly, I'm very glad and happy that among the speakers we also have experts from Ukraine. Hopefully next year you are able to be here with us. Just like in previous years, our seminar offers a platform for exchanging views and knowledge on Russia's strategy, military and security. This time we will discuss different perspectives on Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine, which unfortunately offers vast variety of questions to be addressed. In terms of research, the seminar will offer a venue for to look into Russia's strategy and military thinking and practice with a wider approach. There will be discussion on societal and justifying aspect of war, kinetic and non-kinetic methods of warfare, not to mention pure military strategic and operational questions and views on the strategic concept on the Black Sea area. This is just to mention a few themes in the seminar's program. Due to the nature of themes and the fact that war is far from being over, the debate on Russia's concept of war, practical implementation of warfare, and the military developments has not end in sight either. We will come back to Russian thinking and way of war with a variety of themes in next year's seminars as well. I would like to bring forward the key importance of continuity and long-term endurance of Russia's military and security studies, discussing and understanding the fundamentals and patterns in Russian military and security thinking and developments is a crucial role while developing respective politics and defense for the future. To conclude, I would like to thank our Russia research group for organizing this seminar and all the speakers to contribute to the discussion. Further, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has taken the time to attend this seminar. With these remarks, I wish all good seminar and fruitful discussion on the theme within here in National Defense University. I declare a seminar to be opened. Thank you.
Okay. So, ladies, gentlemen, приступим к работе. That is, I'm senior researcher in the Russia research group, and fully done my military career, and all the obligations what comes to the military side is behind me already. So I'm very free to speak about the matters which is very close to my heart, has been for over 40 years now. I also want to wish you all warmly welcome to Santahamina, and I'm apologize a bit that I'm guilty of you being here. I'm one of the main organizers with Simo Pesu also. We have been monitoring the war going on in Ukraine over a year now, almost a year now. It was last year's seminar, and week after the seminar, the war broke out. I don't know what happens next week, except that I'm in Lapland skiing on a skiing holiday. Hopefully, if somebody permits. Yeah. I think the situation as such has raised huge amount of questions what comes to the Russian military, Russian art of war, and I hope that this seminar gives some answers to these questions. I remember back on the 4th December 2012. That's the day of Santa Barbara, the saint of our field artillery. So I was serving as a defense attaché in Moscow at that time, and I met Colonel General Valery Vasilyevich Gerasimov in one occasion. At that time he was Colonel General, now he's Army General, but anyway. He had been a few days earlier appointed as a chief of the general staff after General Makarov. And I asked him one question. Could you please describe your feelings in your new post with one word? After a short minute of thinking, he replied with one word. Ответственность, that is, responsibility. I'm sure that he didn't foresee that after 10 years after that meeting, discussion, he will be responsible for the whole military operation in the war in Ukraine. Today, I'd really like to ask him a follow-up question. Could you please describe your feelings about the responsibility with one word? I don't know the answer. The dilemma, I will speak a few words about conceptual matters, about military strategy, one more or less like to provoke the discussion. I would say they are not so scientifically argumented or so, but anyway, my personal ideas about the whole thing, and before we go into the main items of the seminar, just some words. The dilemma between the notions of war and special military operation has been a subject for debate in political, analytical discourse, and also in practical terms. This discrepancy started ultimately disappear in late September last year, when Russia announced that they will be conducting a partial mobilization. In this respect, Russia is in practice admitting that they are in a war, and the society, the nation, will take also part in this endeavor. Afterwards, Russia has proclaimed the martial law on the 4 Ukrainian areas which it hasn't even fully occupied. By this way, Russia turned the setup upside down in order to justify its activities. Despite that the word special operation is quite normal Russian concept, military concept, the Russian actions should be defined by using the concept of strategic operation. This is because Russia is waging a war by using peacetime units all over the entire country and formations according to their operational concept in an armed conflict in the very near abroad of Russia. The history of these events shows that the military force used was not enough in the light of the goals set for the operation. By this way, the question is about overestimation of Russia's capabilities on one hand and the underestimation of Ukraine resistance and defense on the other. The mobilization is meant to correct this problem and reinforce Russia's troops. The mobilization is a proof of the fact that Russia is planning to use its wartime units and formations in operation in a war. This is an undisputable fact also by the Russian definitions. Of course, from the Russian point of view, not to use the word war is understandable, while in that case Russia could be regarded as an aggressor, and Russia made an act of aggression on a peaceful country according to the UN Charter. This in turn would mean that Russia is regarded guilty as charged, and the international justification would need totally new, internal justification would need totally new arguments. So Russia will use the term operation and defines it on a national basis, and will reinforce its military capabilities also for the future use. What comes to the use of military force, the occupation of Crimea was an evidence of the Russia's turn from reactive military policy towards a proactive mode of action. It shows also that Russia was capable of grabbing the initiative in its hands by this way to cause surprise for the adversary. It was a surprise also for Europe and the Western world in total. After the reactions of Crimean occupation and 8 years of fighting, it is hard to believe that Russia's military political leaders would have not known what kind of defense and what kind of resistance was to be expected in Ukraine. But on the other hand, it's another question on what arguments the actor who made the decision based on the Ukrainian operation, and why the Russian military leaders did not follow the basic and tested principles of warfare. In military strategic terms, a shift from deterrence towards coercion with the military force. A surprise was the fact that the decision was made and Russia started the invasion, although one could not speak about the principle of surprise a la Crimea. Would it be possible that if Russia had not started the invasion, somebody could say that Russia acts as a subordinate to a threat which itself has assessed, or even more, Russia could not make a sovereign decision of the use of force. Therefore, Russia had to make the aggression. Anyhow, the lack of factor of surprise did not prevent Russia to do as it did. Perhaps the concept of active defense launched by Valery Gerasimov would be sufficient and proper solution for the actions in this situation. But already in March last year, it was obvious that the discrepancy between political goals and the military force needed to be achieved was growing. The Gerasimov's concept of preventive neutralization of a threat didn't succeed. Another piece of negligence in terms of military principles was in the deployment of armed forces all around the Ukrainian border. There was no center of gravity to be seen. This might be an explanation for the possible Russian assessment that there would not happen any fighting, but instead Russian troops would calmly march directly to Kiev. If this was the case, it turned out wrong in a couple of days. Russian troops tried to fight with the Ukrainian forces having the initiative and favor in their hands. After a month of fighting, Russia had to redeploy its troops and concentrate them, or what was left, to the Donbas area. The attrition type of warfare took about 5 months until the point when Russian troops were exhausted and Ukrainian forces started to attack last autumn. Von Clausewitz would have said the culmination point was reached. Russia had to withdraw its troops from the territories it had occupied. The reasons for this was that the Russian troops had heavy casualties both in manpower and in hardware, and they didn't have any reserves. The second echelon of troops was missing. The correlation of forces was in Ukrainians' favor. This means that Russia was unprepared for a long-lasting battle and again did not follow the principles of sufficient forces and resources. The question is about miscalculation enhanced with underestimation. Russia tries to compensate the lack of forces by mobilizing the reserve manpower and forming extra units. It is obvious that Russia will use all possible power and means according to the words of the military doctrine. General Gerasimov's appointment as the commander of the grouping of forces indicate that Russia seems to be more determined and follow the principle of united and the one and only command. That means the Jedina Charlie in Russian terms, as the prerequisite of the successful action. The mobilization indicates that Russia tries to follow the principle of sufficient correlation of forces. The fact that one acts according to certain principle doesn't mean that the results are guaranteed. The military, political and strategic situation in Europe became quite clear. Russia is undoubtedly the factor defining foundations for assessments and perceptions of future war. This and the Russian way of war form the main focus of this year's seminar. One aim of the Russian military policy is to form advantageous military, political and strategic conditions for possible war waged in a certain area, and that is apparently difficult to achieve. Russia's war on Ukraine absolutely made their own threat perceptions reality. The threat that they tried to prevent and neutralize in the first place. To prevent NATO's enlargement is the goal which is pending only when Ukraine is concerned. The relations between Russia and Europe is labeled with thorough and total mistrust in every sphere of politics for years to come. In addition to loss of trust, Russia lost also Ukraine. Russia achieved the point where its actions and military capabilities form the basis of our perceptions of future war. One practical consequence is that the letter and the nature of the military doctrine have lost the function that they are written for, in terms of credibility and value as a source of information. Despite of that, what I've just said, all the words which are written in Russia are not fake. I found some true sentences written right after the Crimean occupation. The final price tag can't be printed yet. The time that will come eventually. An apparent lesson from the last year's activities is the saying by Karl von Clausewitz. Russia has used the military power and armed violence as means for political ends. Other lessons are expected to be in the coming 2 days. Despite of everything, one should not make a fatal mistake of underestimating the adversary's capabilities. I'm sure that also General Gerasimov knows this principle now. Russia will continue its existence in some form or the other, and it will make war preparations also in the future. This is why Russia and its military should be kept under clear eye also in terms of military scientific research. In the end, I'd like to show a retrospective picture what were the themes of our 4 previous seminars over the years. Someone would perhaps consider this as a joke, which is absolutely true. But also there is a great deal of empirical evidence that Russia is acting according to our plans. I personally wish you all fruitful analytical discussions in Russia Seminar 2023. Now I have the privilege to introduce our keynote speaker this year, Professor Dima Adamski. Can you hear me, Dima?
We can take 1 minute break, so it's 9:30.
Yeah, I think so. We can have a short break, just have drinks, coffee, refreshments, and come back in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. We have a short break. I will introduce in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to introduce our this year's keynote speaker for today, and he is Professor Dmitry Adamski. As a professor at the School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy at the Reichman University, Israel, I think most of you must know Dima. His research interests include international security, cultural approach to the international relations, American, Russian and Israeli national security policies. And on these topics he has published several dozens of articles in the leading world academic journals. His current book, The New Commissars, deals with the nexus of military, politics and ideology in the contemporary Russia and will be published by Cambridge United Press, I think, University Press. And today he will speak about Russian art of coercion, a post-war transformation of deterrence and compellence. Dmitry, can you hear me? The floor is yours.
Dear Prenti, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege to introduce our this year's keynote speaker.
All right. So, good morning to everyone. And Prenti, thank you very much for this kind introduction. I'm sorry for not being able to be here with you today, but let me share some thoughts about Russian coercion strategy prior and during the war, and also to speculate on its prospective developments. My arguments are based on my forthcoming book, The Russian Way of Deterrence, and also on current research projects for RSI that I would like to acknowledge. And also thank you for Russia Research Group in Finnish Defense National University for the opportunity to present here today. It's an honor and privilege, and I'm glad to be here even virtually. As it was mentioned in the opening remarks by our hosts, this war is a huge tragedy. But in analytical terms, it offers really a unique opportunity to explore in-depth Russian art of coercion. Russia actually entered this war with the coherent framework of strategic deterrence. This was far from perfect, but it was the most elaborated theory of nuclear, conventional, and informational coercion that Russia ever had. And this war has been a major reality check for these three forms of Russian coercion, both in terms of deterrence and compellence, in their pre-war and also interwar forms. Available evidence today is really huge, but the picture is still incomplete, nuanced, and constantly evolving, so my arguments and findings are rather preliminary, and it's still work in progress. But I would like to talk about three things in the next 15 minutes. First of all, I will briefly talk about reality check of Russian coercion in war. Then, number two, I'll talk about sources of Russian successes and failures. And third, I'll hypothesize about likely avenues of prospective evolution of Russian coercion theory and practice. So let us start with reality check for effectiveness of Russian coercion in war, and maybe let's start with the pre-war situation. Prior to the war, Russia actually failed to compel the United States and NATO to accept its ultimatum. Then invasion came. Now, does Russian invasion constitute a failure of coercion? Well, yes and no. If we judge it by classical theoretical metrics of Western strategic studies, this resort to force underscores the futility of coercive influence. On the other hand, if we judge it by Russian theory of deterrence, invasion was just a transition to the forceful stage of coercive pressure. The Kremlin expected prior to the war its non-forceful coercion to produce results, and when this didn't deliver, Moscow turned to forceful influence. Силовые методы воздействия. So Russian conduct since autumn 2021 may be therefore seen as a single holistic coercion campaign, first non-forceful and then forceful. Now, what's happening with coercion in war? Well, I would argue that we're looking at mixed results. First of all, there is one category where we can clearly see success. Russian nuclear coercion succeeded to deter direct intervention. It produced some sort of cordon sanitaire, a sphere of the possible within the battlefield by basically isolating it from any direct Western intervention. The nuclear signaling aimed to prevent any intervention and also to keep to the minimum the stream of armaments. Deterring that direct intervention was somewhat easy, I would argue, and even effortless due to the mix of their Western self-deterrence and Russian nuclear threats, which basically implied unacceptable consequences. When it comes to indirect intervention, here we are looking at partial success. In fact, Russia failed to deter material, intelligence, political support, and to paralyze Western assertiveness and responsiveness. From the beginning of the war, incrementally, there is a steady erosion in deterring transfer of defensive and offensive capabilities. But it's a partial failure and partial success. Still, Moscow succeeds to deter from crossing certain red lines in certain arms transfers. It, for example, deters the US and NATO from providing capabilities for their deep battle, be it long-range missiles, long-range drones, or jets. It's also, in a way, downgrades the tempo and also number of supplies. So it's not 0-1, it's the intermediate situation. I would argue that the challenge of coercion became really big for Moscow when deterrence of the West and compellence of Ukraine became equally important and equally prominent during this war. And there is a third category where we definitely observe a failure of deterrence. As of now, Moscow failed to compel Ukraine to surrender, even by using dual-use systems, nuclear and other non-conventional threats, and strategic operation against critical infrastructure. What we would call intra-war coercion of Kiev by nuclear and conventional means, especially strategic bombing campaign that started in autumn, basically failed. From summer 2022, the Kremlin started to aim its coercion to compel Ukraine to cease fire and negotiations on the Russian conditions. And coercion as war termination mechanism hasn't delivered. It also failed to deter Kiev from counteroffensive, deep strikes on symbolic, strategic, and critical infrastructure targets in Russia, including diversion and subversion against military transport and energy objects, and what Russian sources define as informational campaign for radicalization of Russian population. It failed. Triadic coercion, in other words, coercing Washington by threat of nuclear escalation to compel Kiev to accept Russian conditions, failed as well. Allegations of perceived chemical, biological, radiological threats turned into a central motive of informational coercion, and they aimed to enhance coercive credibility. And similarly, messianic religious rhetoric accompanying strategic signaling aimed to communicate eagerness to escalate. None of those actually delivered and achieved expected results. End of part one. Part two. Why did Russian coercion fail, or why did it incrementally evaporate in Ukraine? Let's start from the pre-war invasion coercion, or coercion at the stage of pre-war episode. Why did it happen? Did the West miss Moscow's signals, or did it qualify them as bluff, or rather, did the West get Moscow's communication right but decided not to back off? As of now, I would argue there is insufficient data to provide a categorical answer on this question, but it's known that compellence to any actor is always more challenging than deterrence. If on the eve of the war, the United States and NATO indeed estimated that Russian non-forceful coercion would turn into a forceful one, but they still accepted this eventuality, this is probably then it is probably the balance of interests that failed the Russian efforts. It appears that Russian demands, were too unrealistic for Russian compellence to deliver. Still, it's an open question if there was something that could make Russian compellence on the eve of the war work. Similarly, by the way, balance of interests explains why Moscow succeeded to deter the United States and NATO from direct intervention in this war. That's about the pre-war coercion. Now let's move to intra-war coercion and let's look at conventional deterrence. Conventional warfare, and especially strategic bombing campaign, has been, I would argue, the first ever act of Russian intra-war coercion, or what the Russian theory would describe as pre-nuclear deterrence. It didn't deliver for two main reasons. The first one apparently was the balance of interest, which was in the Ukraine's favor. But secondly, it's about the overall low performance of the Russian military that downgraded its coercion potential. Specifically, strategic bombing campaign, which is an act of intra-war coercion par excellence, neither decided the war nor deterred Ukraine. It hasn't broken the Ukrainian will to resist, although to a certain degree it downgraded its fighting capacity. Now, apparently, the reason for this was insufficient tempo of the campaign, insufficient volume and also power of the strikes, insufficient simultaneity and concentration, which enabled Ukraine throughout this campaign to reconstitute itself. The same apparently applies for their radio electronic struggle and cyber strikes, which occurred during this war but were successfully curtailed and repulsed. In sum, if we summarize their failure in conventional realm, or in the realm of conventional deterrence, Moscow demonstrated resolve to escalate, but it faced the problem of capability and capacity. In the nuclear realm, it seems that the story is exactly another way around. It's the problem of credibility or low credibility of resolve. The Kremlin failed to convince its adversaries in its intent to opt for nuclear escalation. The repeated nuclear intimidations, unsupported by actions, probably approached at a certain moment the inflection point, after which negative returns have devaluated credibility. So, as Pentti mentioned in his opening remarks, probably after a certain point, Russian coercion, nuclear coercion, approached their culmination point, and after that mainly produced negative and then diminishing returns. In addition to threats inflation in its nuclear rhetoric, there was also no reaction to certain Ukrainian escalations, like, for example, a strike on Engels airbase, which also diminished overall credibility. Russian reaction was to downgrade the effect of the strike and to enhance air defense. Maybe the reason is that their weapon of attack was Ukrainian and not their American. In case of the US weapon system, maybe reaction would be different. But apparently, the credibility of Russian nuclear coercion has diminished in the US and NATO due to certain stabilization of the battlefield in terms of correlation of forces. There were no immediate indications for the collapse of the Russian military. Also, China's warning to Moscow against the nuclear use, probably also improved communication channels between Moscow and Washington playing a certain role, and of course, Russian caution or inaction during escalation management. After looking into these reasons, so let me bring you to the third question. In which direction is Russian thinking about coercion likely to evolve? Let us start from two topics that featured in the Russian discourse on deterrence, or in Russian deterrence theory, prior to the conflict, and then let's move to the ones that emerged during the war. The first pre-war topic was informational deterrence. Prior to the war, in Russian expert community, there has been a growing interest in the soft, non-technical aspects of informational deterrence. The topic usually featured in the discussions on mental war, which is the most recent variation on the theme of informational and spiritual security. Informational deterrence featured as a countermeasure to the perceived adversarial quest to change Russian cultural code, to reprogram Russian national DNA, and to transform Russian strategic culture. Still, theory of informational deterrence has been least developed when compared to nuclear deterrence or to conventional deterrence. In conceptual terms, in terms of genealogy of this theory, it's the youngest among the three. It's mostly during the last 5 years that we observe systematic efforts in the Russian experts and strategic community to develop knowledge, systematic, actionable knowledge on informational deterrence. Now, today, a year into the war, there seems to be an agreement on Russian expert circles that Moscow failed to deter the West from waging hybrid and mental wars against it. Following Russian discourse today, it is unclear how Russian experts diagnose the sources of the failure, whether they attribute it to inadequate strategic signaling or to low credibility of Russian threats or to something else. It is clear, however, that there is a search for the complex of offensive and defensive means for the mental war and eagerness to, I would say, double down on developing mechanisms to deter mental and cultural aggression, which means that the topic of informational deterrence, either as a standalone issue or as a part of a broader category of non-forceful coercion, несиловые методы сдерживания, is likely to gain greater prominence in the near future. That's number one. The second topic that existed prior to the war is their question of escalation ladder, or to be more precise, expansion of options on the escalation ladder. The war clearly demonstrated to Russian theoreticians and practitioners a demand for additional stairs on the escalation ladder between their non-forceful and forceful coercion, and also between conventional and nuclear coercion. These stairs were missing either by choice, and maybe we might still see them at their following phases of the war, or due to objective inability and non-existence. Apparently, digital technological cyber coercion or digital technological informational coercion would be the main candidate for this role. Even if it doesn't materialize prominently in this war, probably to a certain extent due to their Ukrainian countermeasures, it is likely to benefit from further intellectual and organizational attention as an additional stair or more prominent stair on the escalation ladder. In addition, certain non-conventional options are another way to reinforce deterrence posture. Prior to the war, some Russian sources suggested that Russia should introduce chemical weapons, lethal and non-lethal, as an intermediate options on escalation ladder in order to precede conventional and nuclear coercion. The likelihood of the new generation of chemical weapons, in particular the non-lethal chemical munitions, becomes the transitional stage between non-forceful and forceful coercion, I think is a useful question to explore. On the escalation ladder, non-lethal chemical weapons may precede coercion by conventional fire systems. When it comes to lethal chemical weapons, I would argue that the likelihood of them as an intermediate stair between conventional and nuclear coercion seems to be lower, but still it's important that subsequent research will either support or refute this proposition. Now let me move to the issues which the war has stimulated and which were non-existent prior to the war. Whether Moscow wins, loses, or fights to a draw, Russia is likely to feel compelled to reinforce its deterrence posture. I would argue that the main and the most immediate issue would be strategic reputation and restoring credibility as a common challenge for conventional and nuclear deterrence. In other words, restoring strategic reputation and credibility, both for conventional and for nuclear deterrence. If we're looking at the pre-war decade, and Pentti mentioned it in his opening remarks, Russian coercive activities have somewhat adjusted the calculus of the collective West and contributed to Moscow's strategic reputation. The cumulative effect of the Russian coercive potential during the last 5 years, or even during the last decade, in Moscow's estimate, enabled it to maintain or to challenge the geopolitical status quo. That was the self-perception in Moscow prior to the war. The war significantly downgraded Russian strategic reputation and eroded credibility of its nuclear and non-nuclear deterrence. In general, credibility of deterrence rests on capability and on resolve. These are two necessary conditions for establishing a stable deterrence regime. Moscow demonstrated resolve to use violence in this war, but discredited capabilities on which conventional deterrence rests. In the nuclear realm, adversaries question the Kremlin's resolve. So Moscow is likely to seek restoring credibility in both realms, both resolve in the nuclear affairs and credibility of capability in the conventional one. So let's look at the conventional deterrence. The more we learn about this war, the way how it started, the way how it is evolving, and the way how Russian forces are adjusting, it seems that the failure of conventional deterrence was not inevitable. It was not inevitable. A different theory of victory, a different operational plan, concentration of forces and means on smaller number of axes, pretty much going by the book, again, that Pentti mentioned in his remarks, plus different design for strategic bombing campaign could have produced different outcomes, even in light of endemic deficiencies and pathologies of the Russian military. Thus, in the realm of conventional deterrence, restoring credibility and reputation boils down to rebuilding conventional capabilities and demonstrating capacity to use them. In a nutshell, it's about demonstrating ability to conduct large-scale combined arms operations by the book as a reconnaissance strike complex or as a congregation of reconnaissance strike complexes, plus capacity to launch long-range precision strikes in high numbers, high tempo, and in prolonged manner. Improving deficiencies in this regard is going to be the main prospective task in the realm of pre-nuclear deterrence. And again, I am outlining their possible avenue of efforts. I'm not estimating their capacity to materialize it. But I think as far as the intent is concerned, the intent is probably likely to go in this direction. When we go to the nuclear coercion, presumably a conventional weakened Russia would be more reliant on its nuclear capabilities, which means that in the nuclear realm, this might stimulate new rounds of strategic triad modernization of command control architecture, and also early warning systems. As long as there is a window of conventional vulnerability, the role of nuclear deterrence is likely to grow. Nuclear deterrence is likely to stay the main tool of deterring both nuclear aggression and conventional aggression. When it comes to nuclear aggression, it appears that Russian strategic community feels rather confident in its credibility, in the credibility of its deterrence posture to deter this type of aggression. Still, there is a major challenge for nuclear coercion and its credibility of nuclear coercion, both deterrence and compellence, for the conventional battlefields. It is unclear if and how Russian Supreme Command intends to address it. Arguably, the next phases of this war may become an opportunity to re-establish Russian deterrence reputation. Historical evidence from other states practicing deterrence suggests that in the conventional realm, actors may escalate to recharge the batteries of deterrence. In other words, if Russian Supreme Command senses critical inflation of its nuclear coercion potential for conventional warfare, not because of subjective demand, let's say leaders' political survival, and not because of objective reality, let's say collapse of the Russian military and threats to territorial integrity, but still, to recharge the batteries of deterrence, Supreme Command may consider switching to nuclear muscle flexing to restore credibility of its coercion potential. Ukraine is not the only and is not the main incentive for the restoration of Russian strategic deterrence. It's primarily about NATO and the United States. But Ukraine can be utilized as a showcase to do it. So presumably, their forthcoming offensive or counteroffensive offer potential opportunity to recharge the batteries of deterrence and restore credibility, both conventional capability and nuclear resolve of Russian coercion. It may or may not happen, I don't know. But even if the current round of war ends up with a ceasefire, the next rounds of kinetic clashes are likely to have the logic of restoration of strategic reputation and credibility built into them. I will probably stop here, and I will be happy to elaborate during their Q&A. Thank you.
Very good. I think we have a few minutes for short questions. Is there any? Could Markus please take the microphone? In the meantime, I would like to, before the question is raised, I would like to ask about the credibility of future deterrence from Russian side, especially from the conventional side. While we are knowing that the relations between the West and Russia is non-existent at the moment. There are information flows from media, from research, and so on and so on. But the basic question is that do we believe what the Russians says or what they inform us, and how they try to create the credibility in our minds that their deterrence is effective in the new era, while I have the feeling that the confidence is more or less lost towards what the Russia says or writes or whatever. Do they have any new means for us to create the credibility? Thank you.
Thank you, Pentti, for your question. First of all, it seems that both of us agree that they need to restore credibility and strategic reputation. So if both of us agree, and if other people agree, and if there is such a reality indeed in Russia, it's just a very important issue to keep in mind, because if it exists as a general lesson from the war on the Russian side so far, probably we're likely to observe intellectual, organizational energy and actual operational behavior going in this direction. Now, the argument that I was making is to restore conventional credibility, they just need to significantly improve their conventional performance on the battleground. When it comes to nuclear capability, if they, at the backdrop of inflation of their nuclear rhetoric, they need to engage in actual nuclear muscle flexing. In other words, doing particular or much more credible acts on the ground that will signal an intent to escalate, something in between words and actual use of nuclear weapons. And there is a certain repertoire of activities that you can imagine in order to signal your threats more credible. Again, in the nuclear realm, it's improving resolve, because I think the majority of us are not questioning their capabilities of the Russian nuclear triad. And in the conventional realm, it's primarily about improving capability and capacity to fight.
Yes, thank you. And then one more, please.
Victoria Rusnaite, Hybrid COE. Thank you, Dima, for this excellent presentation. I wanted to ask...
do you hear it, Dima? Can you hear it? No.
Can you hear me? Nope. Yes? Nope.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Speak out loud.
Victoria Rusnaite, Hybrid COE. Thank you, Dima, for this good presentation. Okay, excellent. My question about the self-deterrence of the West, which you mentioned in your presentation. Could you expound in more detail what that means and what kind of effect it has on this war? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I hope I got the question right. So let me offer you sort of an answer, like two things. First of all, when I was referring to self-deterrence, I was referring to their balance of interests of their US and NATO in terms of readiness to intervene directly. But I think the bigger problem is, and this cost-benefit analysis and pre-war calculus deterred the United States and NATO from this type of intervention. It was effortless. I mean, Russia doesn't need to do anything in order to communicate this idea. But there's something else, Victoria, I think here, which is really interesting. And it's more on the Russian side. In order to extend their deterrence strategy and deterrence theory, they need to overcome one significant and important cognitive dissonance. Russia found itself, maybe for the first time, in the dynamic of deterrence balances and mutual coercion in the situation when adversary deters it. It's a novelty and it's a dissonance. Conceptually, Russian deterrence theory has been rather asymmetrical. They sought to deter and compel without much contemplating the state of being deterred. So Russian deterrence theory has been mainly produced when having in mind peer nuclear competitor, and that's what you saw vis-a-vis NATO in the United States. It didn't have, I mean, Russian strategic community didn't have the same elaborated theory for non-nuclear near-peer competitor as Ukraine. In terms of conceptual challenge, this is akin to the Western efforts to develop deterrence theory against asymmetrical threats or non-state actors or hybrid military organizations. As a rule, also, Russian experts and scholars haven't engaged much with the possibility that their coercive efforts may fail or backfire. You don't have a lot of research or discussion on this topic, but critical discussions examining the effectiveness of one's coercive strategy are rather widespread in the states that are practicing deterrence, be it the United States, Great Britain, or Israel, but they don't appear too much in Russian deterrence scholarship. It has been, I think it has to be seen, Victoria, if such self-examination, which is an essential element in deterrence theory, will gather momentum among Russian practitioners and scholars now as they learn lessons for deterrence theory during this war.
I think if that would be possible for you to be in the panel, in the first panel, if you have the time to continue the discussion at a bit after 11 o'clock. Okay, that would be nice. I think there are a huge amount of questions for you to be answered. So, but I think we have to move on with the program. So I'd like to invite Dr. Dumitru Minzarari on the floor, and he's lecturer in the Security Studies at the Department of Strategic and Political Studies, the Baltic Defense College in Estonia. Before that, Dumitru was a research associate with the Eastern European and Eurasia Division in Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik in Berlin. He also is a fellow and visiting scholar in the research division at the NATO Defense College in Rome. He has a PhD in political science from the University of Michigan and also a degree from Columbia University in New York. And he has worked as an expert and managed different positions in the Moldovan Ministry of Defense and the OSCE as well. And today's topic will be an assessment of Russia's way of war in the wake of its aggression in Ukraine. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here with you. This is a research in progress, so it is also of great interest to me to interact with professionals and academics and get feedback. So basically, the key research question is whether we can learn any specific new details about Russia's way of war, observing almost a decade-long aggression against Ukraine. And we have competing arguments about that, both in the policy field and the academia, where you have one camp talking about an emerging new way of war that Russia has deployed through hybrid means and measures, and that's predominantly coming from the policy community. You have, for instance, the US House of Commons report 2014. You have basically officials' policies on hybrid warfare generated by both EU and NATO. And on the other side, you have some academic researchers suggesting that the main focus of Russia continues to be in conventional measures. However, obviously there are no extremes, and there is always a possibility that we're situated somewhere in between. So considering the research on the so-called cross-domain coercion, it is very likely that Russia operates depending on the perceived costs and benefits, and can shift between different technologies of interstate aggression depending on the intended goal, its existing capabilities and suitability, and as well as the perceived response. So based on that, I would like to go and examine the hybrid war discussion further in detail and see whether we are observing something new, different from the past or not. And based on that, make the argument in anticipation. I'd like to make the argument that what is called hybrid war is offering possibility for achieving the goals that conventional war used to achieve in the past, like controlling territory or changing policy, similar to conventional war. So here is some of the examples of how the hybrid war entered significantly into the policy usage. Following a number of years of assessment and reflection by the policymakers, you actually see a feedback where they see all the practitioners themselves indicate that the concept of hybrid war or hybrid threat has little or no operational value, and it's even counterproductive. And a more recent research by Kaliskan and Lijoaz that interviewed a number of people at NATO, they found a consensus across the interviewees, which provides quite a useful framework for analysis for academic researchers in particular. Now, the academic debate around it also is rather kind of controversial, with the majority indicating that there is little new in the so-called hybrid war, the concept. However, more recent research by Lanoshka and Seeley and so on, they pointed out that the biggest challenge in this regard is inadequate definition and conceptualization of the hybrid war. And I'll go a little bit ahead and point out that what we have today as a hybrid war, first of all, there are questions about the accuracy of definition and analytic usage, but even the content of it is a little bit challenging because it bundled together a number of potential threats that requires different capabilities, operational planning, resources, and therefore they're not very useful for policy making. And in other words, there is a lot of noise in that concept, but the question then is that, any valuable signal that we can kind of take out and use to prepare more effective foreign and security policies. some other arguments go around the term and the usage and the emergence of the concept, which is less of interest to me. But nevertheless, I point out to it because it is curious how the debate goes around the label, the history, rather than attempts to conceptualize it in a scientific way and look more thoroughly. Is it really something old? Do we observe some new developments in regard to the process that triggered this concept? And I think the more recent research by Litsa and Gardsky, where they talk about how different operational domain of force generate different concepts, and countries, politicians actually are selective, they select the operational domain of war to operate based on expected costs and benefits. So if a country initiates a naval campaign instead of or naval blockade, for instance, instead of addressing their opponent through land operational domain conventional means, there is a specific calculation there that in terms of cost benefit analysis. So the path of analytical inquiry that I'd like to follow is first to point out that we have to look into the phenomena behind the so-called hybrid war, and what does it tell us in regard to modern interstate warfare evolution. Also, as I pointed earlier, I think it's useful to look more thoroughly into whether this is a old wine in a new bottle war, whether we are observing a new emerging technology of conflict, or at least a technology of conflict showing traits of novelty or something new. And when I talk about technology of conflict, what I have in mind is, I mean, synonymously would be to talk about strategy of conflict. And my reference is to the economic analysis talking about making the difference between technology of production and technology of conflict being two means to generate goods. You either produce them or you use force to acquire them. All the means used to forcefully acquire resources or forcefully change behavior and so on, I refer to as technology of conflict. Now, the next step of my analytic inquiry is to reconceptualize the process that has been labeled hybrid war and see whether it becomes a clear driver for effective policy. And finally, I think and this is the gist of the method that I propose, is to look at the respective dynamic process behind different types of technologies of conflict or mechanisms and compare them using proper or homological traits and properties. And in the next slides, I'll bring more clarity to what I mean by that. So I'll start with the assumption using the most simple definition of sovereignty, considering that basically any act of aggression is an attempt to undermine, erode, destroy the sovereignty of a target state. And I argue that the a minimalistic definition of sovereignty would include territory, policy, leadership, or population. Those are kind of the three pillars. And any interstate aggression would aim to target one of those. If you look at the conventional wars historically, then you could see that conventional means were used to either conquer territory or resources, or to affect policy by acquiring control over the policy leadership, or by generating costs, forcing them to change policy. So then I'm going to compare, use three types of interstate aggression or technology of conflict: conventional, proxy, and hybrid, and compare them to see whether they are standalone conflict technologies able to achieve those outcomes similar to how conventional war is able to. So For that purpose, we need to do a structured comparison between those. And I claim that the debates that claim there is nothing new about hybrid basically suffer from that weakness. They have not done the proper comparison using proper methodological tools. The common goal of all those acts of interstate aggression using either a conventional proxy or hybrid are to affect to generate an outcome which is to control, to impact the sovereignty of the target country. And the homological dynamic properties of those three technologies of aggression that I chose is coercive sequence. So what are the steps that leads an aggressor to achieve the outcome of war? The coercion target, so which of the three pillars of sovereignty are being targeted, and the coercive means, that means basically looks at the capability. And just for illustrative purposes, I'm using the Worden concentric rings model of a state. In his interpretation, it's slightly different, it's more detailed. I'm using only basically those three pillars of sovereignty, and to make it more clear, the defense force, which is basically, it's like a fence around the country, the first level of protection against a conventional attack. On the left side of the screen, you have the aggressor, and in a conventional scenario, you'll have the majority of the capabilities being kinetic, and only a small part being the information. And usually, it targets the territory. The way the coercive sequence is that conventional means target the territory. They acquire control over the territory, and through this, they can force the leadership of the target country to either change policy if they want, or replace the government and transform this territory into a satellite or proper territory. And to the right, I have basically the dynamic output of a conventional war, or the process, where it's basically the logic is coercion. It's attrition. Attrition of war resources and capabilities. So what a conventional war does, it basically engages into a race of attrition with the opponent, willing to degrade their capabilities quicker than own capabilities. Or alternatively, it can be the threat with this attrition. And depending on the perception of the sides, which one is going to be more effective, you would see their responses either acquiescing or fighting. A similar model here is for the proxy war, where basically an aggressor would outsource combat activity to a local group, or will infiltrate a local group, a party, and use it to do the same. And the dynamic of, first of all, there is more information and less kinetic as part of the means used, but also you can see to the right that the dynamic is different. There is an asymmetry of forces, as we will know in a proxy war. Now, when we talk about hybrid, and by hybrid I was trying to remove a lot of this noise and focus in particular on population as the pillar of sovereignty that is being targeted, as opposed to conventional and proxy that target in particular first the territory and the leadership. So the main target of what is called hybrid war, I argue it's mainly population. It doesn't need to acquire control of the territory, and it can use population to force the leadership to change policy. That would be in a scenario facing, let's say, an unfriendly country. Or it can convince the population to not generate a lot of resistance, which is useful in warfare. I mean, the examples of US and USSR campaigns in Afghanistan, for instance, where the main obstacle were actually the population resistance. Iraq, another example. After the conventional forces collapsed, it was the mobilization of the population that created the resistance. So population may be a very solid obstacle for a conventional invasion. And you can see that the the means that are used are different. The majority of the means are based on is the information, the kinetic element it represents a smaller part, and it's mainly used at the end of the so-called hybrid war, when you need to basically to protect the gains and to enforce the new status quo, discouraging a potential counterattack. On the right, you also see that the dynamic of the hybrid type of war is different since the target is population. And basically, when you converse the population to either be share your ideas, to be loyal, like when you have people of ethnicity that is loyal to the aggressor, the same ethnicity can be, or you may have unfriendly population, but nevertheless you still can use this type of aggression to make it unfriendly to any government that the aggressor would like to remove or to coerce. So it doesn't matter whether the population is friendly or unfriendly to the aggressor. This tool is still can be used effectively. And the population conversion dynamic is the effect is smaller initially. Then after a period when more population is attracted to the ideas of the aggressor, increases, and then at the end the effect is smaller. And that's actually this dynamic is very similar to the spread of diseases. That's it has conceptual or logical similarities. Now, also for illustration purposes, in a more abstract way, I'm using the directed acyclic graphs to show the same logic, but this allows for a kind of it's easier to illustrate the comparison. So you have three scenarios when an aggressor targets either territory, political leadership, or population, and the outcome is the sovereignty of the target state. And here it's more easier to make those comparisons, looking at these three variables that I mentioned earlier, which is the means, the coercive sequence, and the outcome. So in the conventional, in terms of conventional warfare, you have you use or an aggressor would use land, air, sea, space, operational domains of war, and would either target either territory or leadership, or the leadership through the conquest of territory. In terms of proxy war, I think mostly we have seen the land operational domain being used, but with the technological development and the proliferation of different arms and means towards non-state actors and so on, we're going to see, I think increasingly, we already see air being used more through drones and so on, air operational domain, but sea and space is likely to be used in the future as well. So when we look at the information, the so-called hybrid war, which I prefer to label as population-centric warfare, because I mean, for lack of a better term, but I think this is more informative, and it does isolate a lot of the noise from the today's concept of hybrid war. But we can see that there are this variable that we compare across, they are different. We only by doing this kind of comparison, we can, at least at the conceptual level, make claims whether we have a new wine, old wine in the new bottles or not. Now, obviously, we can test that through process tracing empirically and look at the number of cases as to whether the logic that I illustrate can be actually seen in practice. And my preliminary research shows that actually this is the case across a number of cases, both involving democratic states and authoritarian states. Now, Let's delve a little bit more into the so-called concept of hybrid war and why we should pay attention to the population, why population pillar of sovereignty is the main target for this particular technology of aggression. Now, at the beginning, we had this famous Gerasimov's graph showing the combination of military and non-military means in the Russian conceptualization of modern warfare. And there has been plenty of analysis of that article by Gerasimov, even going to the extent that this was named, was labeled as Gerasimov doctrine. Now, one of the most important things, in my view, in that article by Gerasimov that hasn't gotten enough deserved attention is that Gerasimov focuses a lot on population, on non-military means. Even if you look, at the graph, the non-military kind of a structure of that graph is bigger than the military one. And Gerasimov himself, when he talks about, explains that graph, he basically talks about the triggering, the necessity to trigger the population's conflict potential. So that brings us again to the idea that even though you see that, I mean, one of the arguments is that, well, Russia hasn't given up its conventional forces and it invested a lot into them, so therefore there is no Russian hybrid way of war. Conventional focus continues to be very valid in Russian foreign and security policy. However, as Linsengarski pointed out, that states would look at the comparative advantage of different operational domains of war offer in terms of the goal that they want to reach, in terms of the capabilities that they have available, the cost they would like to pay, and so on. Now, to discuss some illustrative examples. First, Crimea is often portrayed as an illustrative example of hybrid war, but basically the part of the hybrid war was operated or took part in Crimea actually before the action itself, and the green man that we have seen was that last tape that was required to protect the status quo and to defend it against attempts by Ukrainians to change it. The Donbass, similarly, initially was you saw in action the hybrid conflict technology that was switched later to a proxy one, and today, after February last year, we saw that because Russians failed to operate both the hybrid, the proxy, they switched to the conventional conflict technology. Another example that in the Russian invasion, conventional invasion of Ukraine last year, maybe coincidentally, but it started after Russians try to use the Medvedchuk and his party to change the government in Ukraine and to acquire influence over the policy and force the acceptance of the Minsk agreement. But after Ukraine arrested Medvedchuk, his assets basically destroyed his ability, his tools to influence Ukrainian policy, then you could see again this logic of shifting from one operational domain to another and using conventional means to reach the same goal that the hybrid or the population-centric conflict technology has failed to do. Now, the illustration, I think this is one of the strongest illustration of the focus on population by Russia. And I leave it to you to read. This is an interview by New York Times with Peskov, the spokesperson of Putin. But the last paragraph, I think, basically it summarizes the whole idea, how Russians noticed how the new technology has created a perfect opportunity for mass disturbances, in the words of Peskov, or for initiating mass support or mass disapproval. Now, In order to basically to summarize, I'd like to point out to a number of things. First, yes, information influence, propaganda, and so on, manipulation, were used many times in the past in the conflict. Even during conventional war, combatants or fighting sides would distribute leaflets trying to convince the soldiers of the opponents to give up, to surrender, or the population to not rebel, to accept the change of power. However, my argument why the so-called hybrid, what I call population warfare, is a standalone interstate technology of aggression, is because never in the human history you had the possibility for an aggressor to reach out to your whole population and talk to them and basically almost operate like a domestic party in election through media, through internet, talking directly, trying to convince them to change their preferences and perception. So I think this is what was in a way the game changer, and that allows an aggressor that has not many limitations, has the ability to use this this type of hybrid war or population-centric warfare to achieve goals similar to what conventional war used to do in the past. Either through manipulating the population preferences, change the government in election. So here you can influence policy. Or, for instance, if like in the cases for instance, I think the closest one was the attempt in Ukraine to bring Medvedchuk to power. Medvedchuk would have made maybe concessions, even join the Eurasian Union led by Russia, similar to how, for instance, Lukashenko in Belarus has given up a lot of the state sovereignty. And we can see even signals that Belarusian territory is being used by Russians for military purposes, and consequently it is very likely to be integrated into Russia. Now, the most important, I mean, a key point, of course, is that we see information as a separate operational domain of war, which is borderless. And that allows the ability for an aggressor to use it, even outside of active conflict. And I already talked about the full access to population, direct access, and so on. Different coercive sequence, different target, different means. Now, the next step in research is actually to do process tracing for a number of cases that look at both sympathetic population and unfriendly population. And I've selected a number of cases, and actually, for instance, Russian influence in UK or Poland in terms of Brexit or change of government when peace came to power. You had examples when unfriendly population was affected through hybrid means, and they led to change in policy by the target states. But that's a future endeavor. Now, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to get your questions or your critical inquiries.
Thank you. We are a bit behind the schedule, but anyway, if there is a quick question, yes, please, Katri.
Thank you for interesting presentation. My name is Katri Pynnöniemi. I work here as an assistant professor on Russian security studies. I would like you to maybe elaborate on difference between using of hybrid tactic by authoritarian, totalitarian state and then the kind of democratic state actor, because I think there is a great difference, especially when it comes to Russian way of thinking on this topic. So, and maybe the difference is when Russia actually controls the territory, it simply expects total control of the population. So I think it's good that you focus on this population, but I think there should be more emphasis on understanding that there is expectation of total control of the occupied areas, and this Russia can't, of course, achieve with any distant aggressions, but then this is somehow, I think, missing. And with total control, we of course talk about the killing of civilians and expectation of total subordination for any of the Russia's targets or goals in the territory. So I was a bit missing that part from your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for this. Do we take more questions, or can I answer that?
Yeah, I answer this. I think we have to.
Thank you for that remark. When a country aims for territory, that's definitely would like to achieve total control of the territory, but it does not necessarily to have so-called total control of the population. Through coercive means, it can create cause for rebellion or for protest, like the Russians have done in occupied Kharkiv or other places when they use basically coercive means to discourage opposition from the local population, or even displacement, moving them away, right? So in case the goal is control of territory, I think there are a number of tools to achieve that and to reduce the resistance. I think what I had in mind with using proxy means or hybrid means to achieve similar goals with conventional warfare, in particular in the policy domain. Now, what you need, if the target is a country that uses electoral democracy to change the government, right, then you basically, what you need to affect 25% plus one. Because usually, if you look at the statistics, most elections in electoral democracy, you have about 50–60% coming to the voting station, and you have 50% plus one necessary to bring a party to power or elect a president. So under these conditions, if you want to influence elections, right, then you don't have to influence a lot of the population. Now, the resistance from the rest of the population, if it comes, Russia doesn't necessarily has to be in control of the whole territory. If it brought to power a government that it favors, that government can use coercive means to stay in power with the support of Russia. So I think that conflict, we observe empirically that there are means to resolve, and usually that is through coercion, but not only. However, this does not impede the use of this population-centric means to achieve either control of the territory through, not directly, but through the government or satellite government that was brought in power through hybrid war, or change of policy is the easiest way to do with using hybrid means, so that you can replace. If the cost of conventional war is very high, and in modern time, that's the kind of the rationale comparing to the Groshis era, that conventional war is costly, war is a costly endeavor, and countries would prefer to use means that are less costly in order to achieve similar goals. So hybrid war then comes as a good substitution, and that has proven effective, at least in a number of cases, even though that additional research needs to be done to see whether there were other factors at play. But based on my research, I think that hybrid means do allow an aggressor that is an authoritarian one, because it's more difficult for democratic states to achieve the same thing, since you need to use, to basically influence, interfere in the public informational domain of another country. And there are many domestic audience costs in democratic countries, including penalizing for manipulation, for falsehood, and so on. So that's usually is a more effective tool for authoritarian countries, or if democratic countries can do that covertly, not to make it available for the public, I think that could be possible, supposedly.
Thank you. I think we can continue during the panel. It's most interesting. Now, I think we have to shift to more conventional, kinetic way of doing military activities. I'd like to invite Clint Reach, international defense researcher at RAND, having graduation from the Kansas University, State University, and academic degrees both in management, information systems, and political science, and plus Russian and Eurasian studies as well. And before joining RAND 7 years ago, he was working in the Office of Secretary of Defense for Policy. Clint, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here. It's a privilege to be here in Helsinki to present some of the findings of recent research that actually coincidentally is being published today on the RAND website. So hopefully it should be, the announcement should be in some of your inboxes anyway pretty soon. The research that I'm going to brief today was sponsored by an office in UCOM called the Russia Strategic Initiative. Dima Adamski referenced it earlier. And it sponsored a lot of research that evolved to this report that we completed about a year and a half ago. I should also point out that the research that I'm going to brief, we completed before the war. And so I'm going to have to resist the temptation of trying to allude too much to the war, because this research was all about Russian operational concepts, particularly for regional war in a NATO contingency. So I'll go through a bit of the background about how this report came to be, what our research questions were, and I will at the end get into a little bit of what the implications might be with regard to this research and the Ukraine war, and how the Ukraine war might affect Russia's future operational concept development and force structure. So just jumping right into the content, where did this research come from, this idea that Russia was evolving toward this so-called unified strategic operation, or a single unified strategic operation? In brief, it came from a single article, although there was a bit more to it. But the article was written by Major General Andrei Sterlin in the Main Operations Directorate, and he co-authored it with leading researchers at the 27th Central Scientific Research Institute of the MOD. But it caught our eye because Sterlin is relatively well known among circles who follow the Russian military, but he never really said much publicly before. He'd never really written any articles. His co-authors had, but he hadn't. So we felt like someone writing as an active duty 1-star from the Main Operations Directorate, writing about Russian operations is something we should probably pay attention to and dig into a bit more. And so what did he say in the article? 3 things that stood out to us. This idea of consolidation of operational concepts, evolving from what he called a general purpose forces operation and a strategic deterrence forces operation, eventually merging those two into a single operational concept. And one of the key themes of the article was this idea of Russian evolution of strategic non-nuclear weapons, long-range PGMs, and how that seemed to be a critical factor in Russia's operational concept development. And so, if you go back a bit further in time, you can see this trend. Gerasimov talked about it back in 2013. He questioned the need for these different operational concepts, how it complicated planning, created more paperwork, created redundancies among different entities who were doing the planning for such operations, and so on. So there appeared to be an appetite at senior Russian military leadership for consolidation, simplification. And again, what was holding back this consolidation, it seemed to be, was Russian conventional capacity, particularly to engage in a regional conflict. And so there was still a delineation between Russia's deterrence forces and Russia's conventional forces. It's sort of interesting to think about why the Russians were thinking about it that way. I think, at least in the U.S., we see it as a blend, right? Like, we often go in and use precision munitions as sort of a leading edge to a future ground operation to sort of set the battlefield. But the Russians were thinking about long-range strategic non-nuclear weapons as more of a deterrent, as opposed to a warfighting tool, at least initially. And I think it's really just because they existed in such small quantities for Russia, there really wasn't the opportunity to integrate them into their operational thinking at conventional level, particularly in a local war. That's why you see sort of these operational concepts as set into the future, into the mid-2020s and 2030s. I think this is where Russia wanted to go, but the theory was ahead of their conventional capacity development. So all that background led us to the following research questions, which were, what is sort of the main military problems that are driving up Russian operational thinking, and how does the concepts that Sterling mentioned fit into that history of Soviet and Russian military attempting to overcome key military problems through large-scale operations? And what are the tasks associated with Russia's current operational thinking? So just to give a bit of history, some of you are probably aware of this, but it's important for our research to go through it, to think about, particularly starting with the Agarkov period, where you have this situation of strategic nuclear parity, when you're dealing with, when both sides have large numbers of strategic nuclear weapons, the idea of leading with nuclear weapons in an attempt to establish a favorable correlation of forces doesn't make a whole lot of sense militarily or politically. So that led to innovation in Soviet thinking about how do we fight a conventional war, since nuclear weapons may not be all that useful for us, or useful for them in a fight with NATO. And Agarkov's idea was to build large numbers of ground forces to rush in and sever the link, as they call it, between conventional and nuclear war, rush the ground forces into NATO territory, and create a situation where escalation either isn't possible or isn't desirable. But once the Soviet Union collapsed, all those ground forces go away, and the territory of NATO moves considerably to the east. Plus, we had Russian observations of how the U.S. was fighting in the Gulf and in Yugoslavia. So in Russia makes what turned out to be, particularly in light of Ukraine, made a pretty significant strategic bet in 2008 that it could drastically reduce the size of its ground forces and then compensate for that small amount of ground force with technology. In other words, long-range precision weapons. And so as of around 2015, Russian ground forces only numbered about 200,000, which historically is a tiny number of ground forces for Russia. And not only that, when you put those forces in the context of a pretty large European theater, the Russian ground force actually looks pretty small, and I'm going to get into that a bit more. And this was became a key obsession of ours about this Russian ground force. They drastically reduced the numbers, but what is our real sense of their capability, particularly when set into the European theater? So in order to figure out what was going on in Russian operational concept development, we first needed to have a pretty good conception of what their ground forces were capable of or not. And so, let me just fast forward here. So we did a bunch of research in 2019 and 2020 where we looked at different scenarios, because there'd been a lot of research that ran about, the Russians can go into the Baltics, create a lot of problems for NATO, and that made sense, and that was fine, but it sort of left us with some lingering questions about, okay, they're driving into NATO territory or into a neighboring country. What are they going to do when they get there, and how long can they maintain that territory, and what sort of forces would be required to do so? Those types of questions and the answers to those questions we felt like was lacking in the research. So we set up just a totally notional scenario in the Baltics, and we did not publish this research because in a way, it sort of is a blueprint for invading and occupying a country, but it was completely unclassified. And we really wanted to get a sense of, when you really dug down into the terrain and you thought about Russian requirements to seize and hold this hostile territory, what would the requirements be? Because that puts this overall Russian ground force in a much better perspective, in a much more concrete perspective. So I'm not going to go through all the details, but I'm just going to quickly run through, sort of how we approach this and sort of getting a sense of what 200,000 or 250,000 Russian ground forces really meant. And so we looked at the terrain in this Baltic territory that we were examining, what the populations were, what the terrain looked like, and how that might lead to certain security requirements for Russia to hold the territory, not just to fight NATO, but to actually hold the territory that they've taken. And so we went in and dug down pretty deep into setting up security zones and thinking about patrols and maintaining control over a hostile population. And the numbers, the manpower requirements grow pretty quickly when you start to look at it. And this is just a relatively small population of around 6 million people. We can think about Ukraine, a country of 40 million people, 25 million or so who live on the eastern side. And there's still a lot of manpower requirements that are involved. And we came up with a number of around 100,000 troops. Now, there are a lot of assumptions and things built into this that are explained more in the report. The point is here to show that the Russian ground force, when you task it to go and conduct an operation that involves holding hostile territory along its border, is not really that big. It creates a lot of problems for NATO, given NATO's own force structure issues. But at the same time, from our perspective, the Russian ground force had some significant limitations. And I'd recommend another research along these lines that a colleague of mine, Ben Conable, did called The Limits of Russian Advance, where they actually looked at a Ukraine scenario and came to similar conclusions about the more territory Russia tries to lop off with its current ground forces, the more problems it causes, because they simply don't have the ready manpower to hold the territory. So with that background in mind, that background is important because we need to think about the limitations of the Russian ground force. If we go back to Argarkov's days, they had a huge ground force to achieve a lot of the objectives vis-a-vis NATO that they needed to do. Russia took that ground capability away. What was going to take its place? How are they going to solve the problems of a regional war with a ground force that probably could only move a little ways into Russia's western periphery before they ran into capacity constraints? And that's where we come back to this question of Russian capacity to inflict damage beyond artillery range, Russia's strategic non-nuclear weapons. And this was the vision. This was what Sterling was talking about, was having significant capacity, strike capacity to compensate for a historically really small Russian ground force. And if we want to think about what were those tasks, what is Russia trying to do at the regional level? Sterling didn't say, so we drew on other Russian sources to try and give us some sense of it. And you see here some of the key tasks. And I think if you look at other research that has been done on Russian military strategy, I don't think the tasks that you see here would generate a lot of disagreement. We're talking about, and we've actually seen some of this play out in Ukraine, which I'll get into in a bit. But a lot of this requires significant conventional capacity. So just to give you a sense of it. So when Slipchenko and Gureyev were writing about future war in the early 2000s, based on their observations of how the US was fighting and where modern warfare was going, they estimated that Russia would need at a minimum of 9,000 standoff munitions to plausibly wage a conventional war in Europe. And in fact, they thought it could be way more than that, 50 to 70,000 munitions to conduct a high-intensity conflict in a regional war when you don't have a lot of ground forces to do the job that they previously did during the Cold War. So this is the theory. This is what Russia wanted to achieve. But we really wanted to understand what was their capacity to actually do something that looks like this. I'll briefly touch on this, but the idea was in the future, Russia wanted to lengthen the bridge between conventional and nuclear war. And in the context of a small amount of ground forces, that meant having a significant inventory of long-range strike munitions for the first phase of the war. Because once that ran out and Russia doesn't have the ability to engage at the regional level, then you're talking about nuclear weapons. So we sort of put Russian conventional strike capacity to the test. And the way we did it was sort of rudimentary. This was sort of an initial step at trying to match Russian reality with their thinking about operational concepts. And so we sort of gave Russia notional inventories of low, medium, and high based on the platforms that they had to launch these weapons. And if you assume one missile per launch tube, then you'd come up with 13 or 1,500 missiles, maybe 3,000 to 4,000 at the high end, was sort of our rough estimate for Russian inventory. And what does that get you? What does 1,500 or 3,000 standoff missiles get you? How many targets can you engage? What kind of damage can you do? And when looking at this research, I didn't do this work, but I led the study. And when I looked at the research, I came away sort of agreeing with Slipchenko that the Russian inventory to conduct a high-intensity conflict in the regional level when there's lots of targets is pretty small. And that has implications for escalation and Russian nuclear use if they haven't managed to stop NATO force flows and NATO's generating forces and slowly moving them across the continent, and Russia is running out of conventional capacity to engage those targets. So I think it's an important point, and I'm going to harp on it again, because when Russia doesn't have a large ground force to move through Europe, how else can they do it at a conventional level? And so we come back to that again and again, and I hope to explore this more in future research. So our conclusion was, and in the Sterling article, I left this part out because it is sort of the concluding point that I wanted to make, is that if you see on the left side here, the quote, where Sterling is acknowledging the fact that conventional weapons are not sufficient for deterrence and presumably warfighting at a regional level. And that's because Russia, in my view, knows that it's going to run out of conventional capacity pretty quickly, and it may not be able to stop NATO. And so what's left? And this was before the Ukraine war. Keep that in mind. This was in 2019. This was when Russia, in our perception, was still, the bear. And then, we've seen what's happened in Ukraine, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. I came up with, I'm going to skip this part. I'm not going to go into it too much, but, if somebody wants to talk about it later, we can. But I looked at the research that we did and felt like we could apply it to a deterrence framework that involves both sides' ability to inflict conventional damage on critical targets from each side. Because the Russians place such an emphasis on this, clearly it has some psychological meaning to the Russians. They tend to evaluate our ability to inflict conventional strike as pretty strong. And so what does that mean for deterrence and so on? But we can talk about that more later on. Am I getting to the end? Running out of time? Okay. So I alluded to this before, but this is an example of Russian conventional strike in the first days of the Ukraine war. They launched about 300 missiles, which is not nothing, but if you look at conventional conflicts, it's not a large strike campaign, strike package prior to the introduction of ground forces. I think this was an indication that Russia wasn't prepared to fight the way that Sterling was imagining Russia to be able to fight into the late 2020s and 2030s. And we've seen, inventory problems when it comes to Russian standoff munitions as the war has gone on. And again, if there were issues with Russian conventional capacity to engage targets at the regional level before the war, imagine what they are now. I would suspect that Russian planners think nuclear weapons are the solution to regional war with NATO were the conflict to expand, because I don't see a lot of capacity to do it any other way, assuming cyber and other means aren't going to get you there. And what about the trajectory of Russian force structure? So if Russia was making this bet in 2008 that they could reduce the number of ground forces significantly and compensate with theater strike weapons to some extent for deterrence, what does that mean going forward? I would point out that there were a lot of Russian old guard military who didn't like the 2008 reforms at all, felt like it wasn't appropriate for Russia, and felt like they were copying the Western model. And I think they probably feel vindicated by what they've seen in Ukraine so far, and there may be a push to sort of go back to the old way. And so I'll just offer a few ideas about the future of how Russia may reconstitute its military, because I do think there will be a debate. 2008-centric would be Russia's going to double down on professional forces. They're going to rebuild their conventional long-range strike inventory, and it'll just take a while, but that will be the direction they go. Or, do they go back to do they think about mass as opposed to technology, where they don't have as much fancy, expensive stuff, but they just have more people, they have more artillery, they have more tanks that aren't as expensive, but they can just build a lot of them and cause problems. And then I offer up some other ideas too for thinking about where the Russians may be headed and how they may shift gears on their sort of thinking about operational concepts and force structure, or they may double down on what they were doing and just try again. So thanks for your attention, and I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Clint. I think a short question, please.
I must have covered everything.
Thank you, Clint. The last session for this morning is we are heading ourselves to the space and to the air, and by doctors Rod Thornton and Marina Miron from Defence Studies Department at King's College London, and they have a huge experience in Russia studies in various aspects, and I'm happy to see the trend how the King's College is infiltrating to our seminars. First it was a virtual approach by Rod 2 years ago, and last year it was both were expressing their views with a common article, and now they both are here in person, and that is remarkable success for us. And the floor is yours, and the spaces are all ready.
Thank you very much, Pentti, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here again. I've been here several times now. I came the scenic route last time across the lake, or across the Gulf, which is very nice in the summer. Just a quick anecdote. Pentti was talking about meeting a Russian general. I had a similar experience in 1999 when my university department, not my university, which is Birmingham University in the UK, invited the Russian chief of the general staff to come and give a talk to our university department. And he turned up. General Kvashin turned up. He might have wanted to go shopping in London, we don't know. But they said to me, Rod, You were a soldier in Northern Ireland, he was a soldier in Afghanistan. You can talk kind of counterinsurgency stuff. But if you've ever sat next to a Russian chief of the general staff, they don't do small talk. It was the hardest conversation of my life. He grunted every now and again, but that was it. But that was a sign of the times back in 1999 when things weren't so bad between the West and Russia, that the chief of the general staff could pop over to a university apartment in the UK. But now look at us. Okay, have we got the slides?
I think it should be.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah,
Okay.
just-
Right, Marina and I both work for King's College London. I teach at the Defence Academy as well, in a place called Shrivenham in the UK, i.e. in the middle of nowhere. So I'm a kind of, you might say, a subject matter expert for King's and for the Defence Academy in the UK on various aspects. So Marina and I have been recently, and it's a work in progress, as we say, looking at Russian space capabilities. We normally look at the strategic level, but for the talk here, we're more down at the operational and sometimes tactical level as well. And we're going to talk about these kind of things as we go through. Now, space. Space assets, space capabilities are for President Putin a big thing. It's a nice, glossy way of showing Russian power. All these big rockets, all these plans to go to the moon, all these plans to send Russians onto their own Russian space station, all these plans for the future, is indicative of the kind of Putin nationalism that he thrives on. So these big picture projects like space is important for Putin. Now it's important recently for the Russian economy as well, which has been making quite a bit of money from the West in using Russian rockets to launch Western satellites into orbit. And so we've seen the Russians make a lot of money from the West. And we have to remember things like 40% of European satellites were put in orbit on Russian rockets. A number of US Air Force spy satellites were put in orbit by Russian rockets. All of the kind of movement of personnel to the ISS, International Space Station, was done by Russian rockets. And the Russian space agency Roscosmos made $4 billion out of merely ferrying NASA astronauts up to the ISS. So Russia's been making, and here's the thing, using its space assets to make money rather than putting up satellites into orbit that might help the Russian military. So we've seen a kind of emphasis in, when we look at the Russian military and its space capabilities, we see this kind of, has enough investment being made into the military, the space forces, in terms of putting satellites into orbit. I've got some figures there. There aren't that many satellites in orbit as we speak. There's more and more being put up there day by day. And it's estimated by the end of the decade, there'll be 100,000 satellites up there, whereas at the moment there's about 4,000. And we see the kind of breakdown in terms of the figures there, American 2,800 civilian satellites and 231 military satellites. And we see the UK there in third place, but hardly any military satellites, 6, because the UK, as a NATO partner, relies on US space assets rather than putting its own up there. But we look at the Russian figure there for military satellites, 125. It's probably actually only 100 now at the moment. And we look at these satellites, the Russian military satellites are getting old. Satellites have a kind of shelf life, maybe 4 or 5 years for the most part. After that, they tend to disintegrate and come back down to Earth in a fiery fireball. So for the Russians, there's not been enough investment in military satellites. This has come home to roost, and we've seen in Ukraine, whereby the Russian military has lacked optical sensing, i.e. seeing what's happening on the ground, not enough satellites. The accuracy of Russian PGMs is not as good as it should be, given the lack of satellites, and also the ability to listen into kind of Ukrainian military kind of discussions is lacking as well. And we've seen the aspect of the Russian military lacking secure communications from the use of satellites, so they're having to use things like mobile phones, cell phones, instead of encrypted communications via satellite. So one expert has said the Russians in Ukraine, in their fighting, are both blind and deaf because of the lack of satellite coverage, because of the lack of the satellite situation. And especially comes home to roost when you look at the technical level in terms of C4ISR. The Russians have not got the capabilities that the West have in C4ISR, mostly because the West, NATO, has far more satellites up there to actually make C4ISR work to its maximum advantage. The Russians can't do that. But in many ways, they've not been trying to do that. The Russian military, I think, realizes we cannot match NATO in terms of C4ISR because of their number of satellites and their capabilities. So what the Russians have been concentrating on a lot is their asymmetric approach. Okay, let's try and destroy as many of the important NATO satellites, US satellites, that we can, and try to level the battlefield, level the playing field in terms of, okay, so there's been a lot of Russian military investment into anti-satellite weapons, ASATs. And we see here at the top left the Burevestnik missile, not to be confused with the Burevestnik long-range cruise missile, nuclear-powered cruise missile. This is a Burevestnik ASAT. On the bottom left there, we see, Marine's going to talk about this, is the Perseid, the laser system which is designed to dazzle or even blind NATO satellites in orbit. And on the right there, we have the Nudol anti-satellite missile, direct ascent anti-satellite missile, a DASAT. And so we see a lot of investment by the Russian military into things that destroy satellites or disrupt them or degrade them. So that's been a lot of the Russian military approach has been in this field, but it doesn't help them in the field in terms of the conduct of multi-domain operations. Now, at the Defence Academy, where I work, everybody's coming to me and saying, Rod, what are multi-domain operations? How do we do it? The RAF, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army are getting really excited about the conduct of multi-domain operations and making them work to their best advantage. And it's hard. It's not easy doing this. And it's even harder for the Russian military to conduct multi-domain operations in Ukraine because they have far fewer satellite assets to make use of in their ground war. And yes, you might have kind of trained for this before, multi-domain. It's very hard to conduct effective multi-domain operations in the field when it's actually for real, when it's not an exercise. We're talking about the lack of, and the problem with the Russians would like to build more satellites, things like the GLONASS system. So you know that the Russian navigational system would ideally have 24 GLONASS satellites. There's only 23 there now, and 10 of those 23 are due to deorbit fairly soon, maybe the next year or so. And the Russians need to replace their GLONASS system to, in essence, enhance their capabilities on the ground in terms of communications, in terms of weapon accuracy, those kind of things. But for the Russians to try and replace, the Russian military, to send up more GLONASS satellites into orbit, they have to build more, and they can't build them to the best advantage because of sanctions. Sanctions, Western sanctions on Russia is perhaps most effective in terms of the Russian military capabilities to field intelligence assets, satellites in orbit. And when we look at the GLONASS, how do you build a GLONASS satellite? Well, for one thing, you need radiation-hardened microchips, microelectronics, which are only available in the West. In fact, a GLONASS satellite, a Russian military satellite, relies on 90% Western components. So if sanctions cut them off, how do you build a GLONASS satellite when your 90% of your components are taken away? The Russians have tried it. They built a new GLONASS now, which is twice the weight of an old GLONASS. Then you've got the problem of trying to get that very heavy GLONASS satellite into geostationary Earth orbit a long way up there. It's difficult. Talk about the Chaika system. This is a kind of a backup system to the GLONASS. Chaika is a system, perhaps we can talk about in questions at the end more. It's a kind of ground-based system that can be used as a GLONASS system or a GPS system. If GPS or GLONASS are taken out for some reason, the Russians do have a system that, as a backup, a ground-based, we'll call a PNT, precision navigation timing system, a PNT system that can replace GLONASS if necessary. Things like the Persona satellite is one of the indicative factors of the Russians only have 2 Persona satellites up there. These are optical reconnaissance satellites, and because there's only 2 above the Ukraine battlefield, and the Personas only cross Ukraine perhaps 2 or 3 times a day, only 2 or 3 times a day can the Russian military see what's happening in Ukraine. Allied to the Persona system are other systems like the Condor system, which is a radar remote sensing system which can see through cloud. The Persona, as an optical system, can't see through cloud. The Condor can, but there's only one Condor up there, and it's getting very old. It needs to be replaced. And if that goes down, then what do the Russians do? How can the Russians see through cloud? Again, we have this idea of the Russian military being both blind and deaf in its operations in Ukraine. We can talk more about systems at the end if you want to. Okay. One thing I mentioned, the quality of Russian personnel. We know it's not good. You can have all the fancy kind of equipment you like, all the kind of radars and satellites, but if the personnel using the information from these, in this case, satellites, they don't know how to use it to its greatest effect, the personnel are not skilled enough, then how does this whole system work? So it's not just about machinery, it's not just about technology, it's about human potential. How do you marry those two up? Again, that comes into MDO. How does MDO work? Technology, yes, but also skilled personnel to make it all work together. And the Russians don't seem to have that. So things are, you can do all the training and exercise you like, your tactics, techniques and procedures, PTTPs, yep, okay, they need to be perfected. When you're using space assets, it's not easy. And it all has to fit into a functioning command and control C2 architecture. And that isn't there, as we know, in the Russian military system. How does it all work together? How do we interoperate? Dima Adamski was talking earlier about using words like tempo and simultaneity. How do you get... It's very hard to conduct MDO with tempo and with simultaneity when your space assets are not good enough to do the job. And we talk about Syria experience. They tried it in Syria, but again, it wasn't really the MDO in Syria didn't really quite work so well. But it was in a kind of very artificial environment where the Russians had control as to how they created a good MDO environment. So we've seen situations whereby you can have all the mass, you can have all the conscripts you like in the Russian military, but actually is information more the war-winning capability that you need, rather than more of the lumpen proletariat that the Russians might throw into the trenches. What is the best way of winning a war? So we've seen bad stuff happening for the Russian military in Ukraine, bad communications, bad command and control, bad limited target acquisition. We have reports of Ukrainian social media being used by the Russian military to see where their kind of fall of shot was for their missiles. And they can aim off. We didn't hit the right building. We can see that from Ukrainian social media. Therefore, we know our missiles are firing off. That kind of battle damage assessment, BDA, has been lacking. Because they haven't got the optical sensors to find out where exactly some of their missiles ended up. So I'll hand over to Marina now. Thank you very much.
So that's mine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rod. So the next bit we will be talking about, so what did Russia do in Ukraine? What kind of different tools did it use in order to degrade the adversary's capability? Because as Rod said, Russia doesn't have the satellites, it doesn't have the same kind of C4ISR capabilities as the West. So there has to be some kind of parity created. And so in order to understand how this whole idea of using different tools to undermine adversaries' communication systems was enacted, we have to go a little bit back and look at the idea of information or controlling the information space. And the military information space was kind of discussed both within kind of wartime and peacetime. And during wartime, Mahmoud Gareev argued that one has to create a sort of a controlled chaos. And that, to that end, Russia would be using cyber tools, offensive cyber. We have cyber operations within the military context, and we have kind of cyber operations in peacetime. So there is a differentiation, and in the military context, we have more of kind of cyber technical rather than cyber psychological operations. So on the eve of the beginning of the special military operation, what happened is that suddenly Viasat terminals got bricked, meaning that Ukraine, whoever was using that service, lost internet connection. And not just Ukraine, this spilled over to parts of Europe, including Germany and, you know, the kind of air turbines. And so Ukraine tried to keep it more or less under wraps. They didn't want to admit that they had this problem. However, you know, it was not just the fact that those modems were bricked and civilians couldn't get online. Military communications were also down. And so the idea was to try to enact this kind of multi-domain operation where you have a cyber attack taking out adversary communications to allow for operational freedom for the Russian forces deployed to Ukraine. And for Ukrainian commanders, it was very, very difficult because they couldn't communicate with the troops, like around Chernihiv. They couldn't send orders. They had to travel physically to talk to the troops, to give orders. And so this attack, in cyber technical terms, it wasn't very sophisticated. Russians used, and you know, we don't have direct evidence that Russia is behind it. There is anecdotal political kind of evidence to say that Russia was the only interested party in targeting the Viasat's KSAT. But the malware used, called Acid Rain, was traced back to variant of malware used in 2018 called VPN filter, which was linked by the FBI to one of Russia's APTs. And after some research, Sentinel said, you know, it wasn't actually a DDoS attack as Viasat first said. It was actually this acid rain wiper, which kind of wiped all the data from the routers, and it was sort of a generic. So this malware wasn't very sophisticated because the idea is probably the Russian kind of cyber component didn't have enough time to prepare because, as Dima Adamski said, this compellence in non-military domain has failed, and so the second kind of plan was to go over and use military force, and the cyber component wasn't ready to create something very sophisticated, so it was a sort of a quick fix, and something that has been linked to the GRU or GU, it is called GU now, everybody refers to the Russian military intelligence GRU being involved in this kind of hack. We don't know, but it had a strategic effect, and it has shown that Russia can use something really cheap and generic, such as acid rain, in order to take out satellite communications because ground terminals are vulnerable to that kind of stuff. And it takes a long time, it's very painful to replace end-user terminals, meaning the modems. So that was kind of the first attempt. However, because this was not a very, very well thought out operation, this initial chaos that was created couldn't be converted into a kind of strategic success for the Russians because it wasn't coordinated well with the troops on the ground, and the communications have been restored. So what happened next is the use of Starlink. There we go. So Elon Musk steps in and says, okay, great, because it has caused so much damage, he deploys Starlink terminals to Ukraine, and therefore Ukrainian military is back online, so the plan has failed. So what does Russia do? This is something new, something that Russia hasn't seen before and hasn't figured out how to undermine Starlink communications, because those satellites, you could use them in the field. So they improve the communications and the ISR capabilities of the Ukrainian armed forces, so they could just pack those little satellite dishes into their backpacks and, you know, set them up wherever they wanted to, and everything was great. So the Russians first thought of, you know, we could possibly target the ground terminals, and indeed they had kind of systems to try to track the ground terminals, but that was too troublesome. So here, as Rod has mentioned, the new system, the new system has entered kind of the battlefield, and there is a lot of speculation whether indeed the system has been deployed. And the system is this ASAT weapon, laser weapon, which is called Peresvet. And it, you know, the name is kind of ironic because it's like overlight, if you kind of translate it from the Russian, because you would then use it to dazzle and blind satellites. And the first use of this kind of complex was back in 2018 when Peresvet mounted on Kamaz trucks was accompanying ICBMs in order to kind of protect their location and to dazzle satellites. And so, according to some reports, Ukrainians have started seeing some kind of internet interruptions and some issues as of April 2022, when allegedly this Peresvet complex was deployed to Ukraine. And the argument is that it was able, allegedly, to dazzle satellites within a range of 1,500 kilometers. So that would concern the satellites used by Starlink in the low Earth orbit. And the problem, however, with this Peresvet is the fact that it needs a lot of electricity. So there are two versions of it. One is a stationary version, the other one is a mobile version, and apparently the one that has been deployed to Ukraine is a mobile version, so it needs a lot of power. So it needs this huge truck powering this kind of laser beam, and this laser beam also needs to operate in perfect weather conditions, so something like fog, clouds can reduce its capabilities. So that was kind of one way for the Russians to solve the problem with Starlink and to degrade the capabilities. And it should be probably said that this Peresvet, it being an ASAT laser weapon, from the Russian perspective, it is a part of the electronic warfare complex, which kind of, because it denies, it blinds the satellite, so it kind of prevents the information transmission. And it should be probably said that both electronic warfare as well as kind of satellite ASAT weapons, those domains, they fit into the broader framework of information war, because it's all about denying information or denying data transmission, undermining, stealing data, and so on, or manipulating data, such as, you know, with electronic warfare systems where you kind of use false flag operations. So the next system that has entered the battlefield, and again, we're talking about October 2022, when Elon Musk suddenly started alleging that the Russians tried to jam his satellites and even considered kind of stopping his Starlink service altogether to Ukraine. The complex that we're talking about is Tirada 2S, and this is an electronic warfare complex which is used for jamming signals in specific frequencies. And this is the newest of the series of Tirada. Tirada has started its development somewhere around 2000, and there were several iterations of it, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and according to open sources, the S letter in Tirada stands for centimeter range, so meaning that it can block signals operating in frequency signals from, I believe, from 3 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz, which is a centimeter range, which is the same range, or one of the ranges, that Elon Musk's Starlink satellites would use. So it sends, you know, once it receives its information from the Russian missile attack warning system, once, you know, the satellite is identified, and then it starts sending kind of jamming signals in order to interrupt information flow from the satellite back to the Earth terminal. Okay, so just briefly to conclude my section, so we have seen that, you know, what Russia has been doing in Ukraine is essentially trying in different ways to degrade the adversary's space capabilities without causing any physical damage to the satellites. However, as I said, you know, what we have seen in terms of reports, what Russia has used, there is no confirmation. That being said, despite the fact that, you know, Russia doesn't have that capability, to a certain degree, it has achieved some success, because right now, first, as of October, the Ukrainians were reliant on Starlink to conduct their military operations, not just for command and control, but also for targeting and for directing drones, and that has suffered as a result of Russian electronic warfare operations, and that has also caused some concern for Elon Musk, who now decided to kind of limit the military use of Starlink in Ukraine. So in essence, you can say that indeed it had some limited effect. Now to the conclusions.
Yeah, very quickly. Very quickly, where is Russia going in terms of its space capabilities? Well, not very far, it would appear. You've got the sanctions problem. How do the Russians, both military and civilian, build new space stuff? How do they build new rockets? How do they build new satellites? How do they build new, or improve certain cosmodromes, the places where these rockets are launched from? There's many aspects of the Russian space field where sanctions are having an effect, and also the Russian brain drain. The best engineers and scientists are leaving Russia, and this will affect the capabilities of all high-tech industries across Russia will be affected by the brain drain, and not just sanctions. And where is Russia going to go? Well, China. Basically, Yuri Borisov, before Christmas, met with his counterpart in the Chinese Space Agency, and they are going down the road of cooperation. And that's where the Russian space kind of field is going to go, everybody thinks, cooperation with China. So getting their heads together in terms of their space capabilities and marrying up their various capabilities. So Russian space capabilities and Chinese space capabilities are moving ahead in tandem. I'll leave that there. Thank you. Cheers. Are there any questions?
I think hopefully there will be. Please take a seat. I ask him also to come forward to the panel. We have some 25 minutes time for discussion in total. So thank you for the morning session. In total, we have a huge amount of knowledge before us, and we have some 25 minutes time for discussion, questions and answers. Please.
Dima, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Actually, Clint, this is a question for you. When you looked at the possible futures for Russian reconstitution, you mentioned a nuclear-focused force to the expense of conventional forces. Do you think there will correspondingly be a more willingness to use nuclear weapons or first use of nuclear weapons based on that particular future?
Yes, I I heard the question in general, so I beg your pardon if I'm not addressing it exactly, but if your question is about the possible indications or warnings or probability of Russian escalatory behavior in the nuclear field, so yes, my answer would be that probability is existing. I think two conventional wisdoms right now about this eventuality is that we might observe higher level of Russian assertiveness, not only rhetoric, but actual actions. And I'm not referring to the use necessarily, I'm just even talking about nuclear muscle fluxing. One contingency would be when the political leadership, specifically the leader, is very concerned with his personal survival because the war is not going in their favorable direction, and then he might opt for escalation. I'm not talking about their actual capacity to materialize it, but I'm just talking about the intent. That's one. And the second one is their actual collapse of the Russian military on the ground. And the lack of any escalatory options in their strategic toolkit. This is the second contingency why, when the probability for nuclear muscle flexing is going up. Now, as of now, I think the probability is very low for the first contingency and for the second contingency, and there are no indications that it's going in this direction. What I'm trying to add in my presentation, in my argument, is that in addition to these two, there is the third contingency, which is related to rebuilding of Russian strategic reputation and Russian credibility in terms of resolve to use nuclear weapons. As of now, credibility of Russian resolve in this regard during this war eroded. So it should come as no surprise if within Russian Supreme Command, some people will consider this contingency. Again, I'm not talking about the nuclear use, I'm talking about different activities that aim to rebuild, resolve of, to build the reputation, the credible reputation of Russia in the nuclear realm for their case of conventional coercion or deterrence. Again, I'm referring us to their presentation that Clint Rich made and his excellent research. As of now, they are functioning in the situation when they are aware of the limited and insufficient non-nuclear strategic capabilities. And since those are absent from the escalation letter, the nuclear resolve is the only, or communicating credible nuclear resolve is the only option. I'm also referring us to the presentation that we just heard now from Rod and from Marina, an excellent outline of their deficiencies in their C4 RSR and capability to do BDA for different type of strategic strikes. Again, that brings us back to the necessity to restore nuclear resolve as a temporary compensatory option for as long as this window of conventional vulnerability is existing.
Thank you. Anybody else?
May I ask a question to Clint, Pentti?
Yes, please.
Maybe a question to Clint and a question to Marina and to Rod. Clint, thanks for your excellent presentation. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about these competing schools of thought? I think it was your last slide, the one before last. The competing schools of thought that are emerging about the future directions of Russian military reforms and rebuilding of the Russian force. Maybe I will ask the same question to Dimitru, because in your presentation you were actually talking about these two competing schools of thought of conventional large-scale war vis-a-vis hybrid war. So how the war in Ukraine right now is basically recharging the arguments of these schools of thought. And Rod and Marina, to you, can you maybe reflect a little bit more on this very interesting observation of yours with regards to Russian countermeasures to Starlink? So what is your assessment of actual correlation of forces in this space field right now as the war continues? You mentioned that there were certain achievements, so how would you qualify it right now in the overall correlation of forces in the C4 ISR realm? Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Dima, thank you very much for the question. As far as I can, and Marina will add her own bits later on. It is, again, one of these ideas. There are workarounds. Everybody has redundancies these days in the West in terms of satellite communication systems. So if the Russians find some way of, Russian military finds some way, in essence, of kind of disrupting any capabilities that the Ukrainian military might have or Western militaries might have, there's always a plan B, I feel, in terms of space assets, in terms of NATO capabilities, in terms of Ukrainian capabilities. Whatever the Russians try and do, there's something then, there's an action-reaction dynamic, I think, should be at play. And I think NATO is quite good at the action-reaction dynamic to find a redundancy for something that's... Well, one of the issues is the... I don't want to talk about Laurent C system, I'll get into detail too much, but Marina, you want to carry on with that?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your question, Dima. Well, in terms of correlation of forces in this domain, it's very difficult to assess that because, you know, when you're reading Russian sources, then it looks like the Russians are dominating in every single domain. So the narrative is somehow skewed. So there is no way or no good way or reliable way to make that quantitative comparison in terms of how Russians are advancing. We can only look at, you know, what is happening on the battlefield and how that translates into the desired military strategic effect for the Russians and deduce from there. And it seems to me that they have learned quite a lot from the very beginning when they committed all those kind of mistakes during phase 1, phase 2, and then we had the operational pause in summer, and then, you know, as of October, they appointed a single commander of General Surovikin, then, you know, now General Gerasimov is in charge. So I think they are trying to kind of readjust the entire approach within which they are trying to improve their capabilities. And, you know, apparently now they will be trying to rely more on their own navigation system, on GLONASS, for instance, and they are manufacturing or redesigning the drones they import from Iran, the Shahed 136, aka Geranium-2, to use GLONASS for navigation. So I think that they have made some minor improvements in terms of their C4 ISR capabilities. That being said, because Ukraine is being supported by the West, and those satellites, as Russia has been claiming, the commercial satellites are actually dual-use satellites owned by the Pentagon, it's very difficult for Russia under those circumstances to reach parity by kind of improving its current arsenal. And I think, you know, the best thing that they can do in this situation is degrade whatever they can and coerce the likes of Starlink. And I think it's no coincidence that Starlink now doesn't want to be seen as providing the military with this capabilities, the Ukrainian military, and I think the Russians are trying to exploit all other tools of statecraft, including diplomatic and informational, to create some sort of parity. I don't think that they are quite there yet, but I think it's a huge improvement to what we have seen at the beginning of the special military operation.
Thank you.
So my to the question about the competing schools of thought on Russian reconstitution and where they may be headed and where the debates might be going, it's the debate I'm waiting for. I'm almost certain that it's coming. I haven't seen too much public indication of it yet, other than there was one sort of interesting piece that was published a few months ago called "Who Needs a Compact Army?" On a Russian military press website. And that's the sort of sentiment that I imagine is bubbling within the opponents of the 2008 reforms. And then there's the Shoigu announcement about the future Russian force structure, increasing the size of the Russian military by 500,000, adding new air armies, adding new divisions to the ground forces, and so on. It's a pretty ambitious plan that Shoigu laid out a little while ago. I think the question is, will that potentially larger force structure what will it be built upon? Is it going to be a professional military, majority professional military, that's still in pursuit of large amounts of precision weapons that are reliant on a lot of high technology that Russia probably doesn't have? So that's sort of the outstanding question in my mind, or at least one of the outstanding questions in my mind about. It does seem, my sense is that the Russian military will probably grow, but how are they going to grow in light of sanctions? That's where I think the C4ISR question and the space question is relevant here. As Russia is denied access to larger amounts of technology that they need, but yet they still have designs to grow the military, what does that mean for Russian force structure and military strategy going forward? I think it's still an open question.
Thank you.
Hi.
Mark,
Thanks.
please.
Mark DeVore, University of St. Andrews. I have questions principally for Rod and Marina, but that probably also overlap to Clint. Given Russia's dependence on technologies that they themselves don't produce, are there things that we are not yet doing that we ought to be doing to further degrade Russia's space industries? Yeah. Can we disincentivize further companies from using Russian space launch? Where do the radiation-hardened microprocessors come from? And how can we ensure that the Russians can't smuggle them in? All sorts of stuff like that. And I think that can be, the same questions can be asked of Russia's supply chains for reconstituting their precision-guided long-range strike arsenal. Are there things that we are not yet doing that we can do to impede those supply chains?
Very quickly, I'll start that. Thanks for the question. Russia has tried to have import substitution, basically make our own stuff, and it's not worked. To make your own stuff, you still need Western technologies to make your own stuff. So bring in some Chinese stuff, and the Chinese stuff isn't as good as Western stuff. And so this is a problem for both the Chinese and Russians going forward. How do you get the quality of microelectronics to make a modern military organization work to its best advantage? And now, sanctions are hurting Russia, but as we know with sanctions regimes, you can get around them. And what Russia does have is lots of money that it can splash around and make sure that sanctions regimes are, you can get around them, shall we say. And there are countries around the world which will help Russia. No names, no pack drill, that will allow this to happen. So as we go forward, Russia will become more skillful in sanctions avoidance. And I guess the Chinese will as well. And so that's what we're going to have to do going forward, is the ultimate thing is to try and clamp down on sanctions busting, but that is very hard. Good luck.
Well, I just wanted to add, Russia is also cooperating now with Iran, and Iran has been under sanctions for a long time. And again, as Rod said, there will always be the kind of loopholes that Russia will try to use in order to avoid sanctions. We have seen that in the past years as the US the China relationships have worsened. Sino-Russian relationship has been strengthened specifically in the area of space, and as of December 2022, Russia and China, or Roscosmos better said, they have signed an agreement to build a lunar station with China, and generally to kind of combine their efforts when it comes to space exploration. And it should be also mentioned that Russia has decided to withdraw from International Space Station because it's not in its interest anymore, and the reasoning behind that is it's basically a waste of money, and they are not reaching the kind of goals that Russia has set to reach. And so the cooperation between Russia and China, as well as the ability to use these loopholes that will always exist in one way or another, because Russia is flexible enough to adapt to that, makes it very difficult for the Western countries to formulate a response aside from the fact of, banning specific materials or components being exported to Russia. There are criminal gangs, you still can get them, and it requires a multifaceted approach down to, monitoring deep dark web for sale of such components. So I think that, the strategy that needs to be worked out has to look at, different areas which need to be addressed, not just the dependency on kind of Russian space assets, but also on kind of legal and technical areas to see, how you can limit Russia's ability to exploit those loopholes.
Just very quickly on that one, my favorite story about the lack of Russian microprocessors is that one Russian missile was found in Ukraine after it had hit, and one of the microprocessors on it was found to be from a stolen Swedish traffic camera. So they've gone to those kind of levels, extremes, to try and get hold of microprocessors. And the best microprocessors, as we know, are made in Taiwan. And people are trying to get the firms that make those microprocessors in Taiwan to move their factories somewhere safer, because Taiwan really plays into this really well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Hello.
Please.
I'm Ivan Quist, ICDS. Dima, can you hear me? My question is for you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. In your presentation, you mentioned that this is, in a way, a novel situation for Russia's strategic and military thinking, because it is a conventional war with a rival that has proven to be more or less matches what Russia has fielded on the battlefield, but it's a rival that has no strategic nuclear arms. Or no nuclear arms, full stop. So my question is, now Russian propaganda and messaging in their foreign policy is that this is a war with NATO. It's a war with NATO, not NATO mercenaries, and this type of propaganda simply. Is Russia's military leadership, what is their thinking? Do they really believe that this is a war with NATO? Because if it is, then that might have implications when it comes to deterrence. I don't know if I formulated this question well, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Just two immediate responses. First of all, as far as their narrative and interpretation is concerned, the story that many people within Russian establishment are telling to themselves is that they are really in the proxy war against collective West and NATO, because if you look at their scale of intelligence, armaments, planning, advice, training, logistical support, political and moral support, so they see Ukraine just as a head of the spear and an extension of the overall NATO effort. On the other hand, they do perceive Ukraine as a standalone entity that is fighting its own war against Russia. So I think if we want to use Western terms, and also some terms that start to circulate within Russian professional discourse, so it's a, some would even qualify it as a hybrid war against Russia, when the collective West is waging it against Moscow through its proxy, which is Ukraine. Now, that's one. Number two, when you are going to the Russian corpus of scholarship on deterrence during the last, let's say, 20 years, most of the intellectual energy went in the direction of course, nuclear deterrence, conventional deterrence on their strategic or on the global, on the regional, and on the local war in the correspondence with their nomenclature of type of conflicts that you were discussing. But implicitly, they had in mind either NATO or the United States, or let's call it nuclear armed competitor against which you are managing coercive interaction either in peacetime or in wartime. Right now, they need to deduce from it, I'm not saying that it's a huge challenge, but it's still a paradigmatic shift that you need to make in your military theory and in your constructs. Now you need to apply this corpus of knowledge to the competitor who is non-nuclear, near peer competitor, and you are waging pure conventional war against. In a way, it is similar to their conceptual challenges that theoreticians and practitioners of deterrence in the West experienced during 2000 when they needed to apply the corpus of knowledge on nuclear and conventional deterrence to their type of actors and challenges that they faced, be it non-state actors or asymmetrical threats or non-state actors which are waging war or military activity while they are armed with state capabilities. It applies to the challenges that Israeli strategists and theoreticians experienced when they were trying to adjust their deterrence constructs to this type of challenge. It is also similar to the type of challenges that the US and Great Britain were developing in order to deal with different threats in the Middle East. So I think if you want to compare the intellectual challenge or the conceptual change that Russian expert community is going to experience, it's probably their closest approximation. So I think it's a long answer to your short question. And it's evolving, as Dimitru mentioned and as Clint mentioned in their presentations. This is exactly the topic that people are discussing right now. So this is, I think, a great question to follow.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time for this session, but I really like to make one question more for each of you. And we have been dealing with the strategic deterrence in the morning by Dima Adamski, and it wasn't working so well. So Russia had to shift to the conventional use of force. And then we had Dmitry talking about the hybrid way of action to trying to influence possible adversary and without kinetic means. And then we heard Clint speaking that the possible Russian aspiration towards a huge imaginary unified strategic operation in the future. And Rod and Marina shut it down in a way that there is no technical possibilities, or they are at least limited possibilities in this time of situation. So my question is there any surprises to be waited from Russian side? Can they do something innovative or with which they could surprise us? They did it in Crimea, they did it in this war twice now. Will there be a third surprise for us? Thank you. With one word, no. No.
I mean, my thought is, I don't know, I can't speak so much to the surprises. I guess I'm leaning in the other direction. I'm expecting Russia to fall back into historical patterns that they're sort of more comfortable with. And we're seeing it already in their solution to the Ukraine problem. They're throwing a lot more bodies at the problem and will continue to do so so long as there's political will and societal acceptance. And so I don't think that will be a surprise, but I do think that's their approach to this problem. And my suspicion is that that's going to be their approach to reconstituting their military in the future, due to the results that they've seen in the Ukraine war and the difficulty in obtaining the technology that they'll need. It won't be a complete shift one way or the other, but I do think those will be the driving considerations.
Thank you.
My particular concern is if you read your Tolstoy, Turgenev, Dostoevsky, is Russian fatalism. And you see, if you've lived in Russia, then you come across it day by day. The idea that things are bad, but they can only get worse. So why stop it? And that is my kind of, I don't know, my kind of negative take, that the surprise is it's going to get worse, but we don't know how, because of that Russian fatalism. That's a bit, spookily cultural and all that kind of stuff. We're not supposed to talk about cultural issues. But strategic culture, I think, might play into this in terms of surprises, in terms of nasty surprises, but I don't know.
Thank you.
Well, that pessimistic view aside of, how Russians and indeed many Russian writers view the future, I think Russia's actions in Crimea were not a surprise, because the problem is that in the West we were analyzing Russia's actions from our own perspective. And from Russia's perspective, and during that time, there was a fear of a potential color revolution by NATO in Russia. So because, you remember the 2014 Maidan, Russia was trying to at least not give the entire of Ukraine to NATO. And so against this background, there is a certain rationale which explains Russia's actions. And in order to understand its actions in Ukraine today, we have to go and look back at Russian understanding of war during that time and understanding of threat perceptions after it has witnessed the Arab Spring, after Libya, after the civil war in Syria had broken out. And so there was a string of these color revolutions, and Russia at that time was fearing that it might be next, and it knew that it can be destroyed only from the inside. So because also Ukraine is kind of the near abroad and kind of culturally very similar to Russia, at least from the Russian point of view, they were afraid that NATO is coming closer and closer to Russia, and one day it will be a victim thereof. And if we look at Russia's idea of war, how it will evolve, and its threat perception, and this idea that it's in the war against collective West, and the fact that the West is helping Ukraine reinforces this threat perception. I think that, following the Russian logic, we will see probably a greater shift of Russia's aggressive diplomacy and cooperation on other continents to counterbalance NATO and to counterbalance the United States by trying to forge alliances with other states in Latin America, on the African continent, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and so on. And of course, pursue geopolitical goals in the Arctic as well. So I think that's something along those lines is something that we should be expecting from Russia in the coming years, using both kinetic and non-kinetic means depending on the capabilities.
Thank you.
I'd like to join, to put together a question with the one that Dima Adamski asked earlier, whether war in Ukraine affects the debate between whether Russia has a focus on conventional in its way of war or hybrid. And there are actually two important points about that. One is that even though Russia today wages this conventional war against Ukraine, it does use hybrid tools against other countries. So you do see this shift between different operational domains based on the task and the cost. For instance, we heard recently how President Zelensky shared with the Moldovan government information about a hybrid campaign against the Moldovan government aiming to overthrow it. But a second point is that because Russia is suffering all those costs and is not able to achieve its goals through conventional means, actually quite a likely outcome would be that Russia would understand conventional war is very costly and is not very reliable in achieving strategic goals. And actually we might see a shift back to non-kinetic tools by Russian policymakers even vis-a-vis its strategic objectives in the near abroad. So I would actually, I tend to believe that that's the most likely development.
Okay, thank you. I think we.
Pentti, just a quick, quick response to your question. I think you mentioned it last year, and it's an almost well-known statement that Russia is never as strong as it seems, not as weak as it appears. It's somewhere in between. We discussed it last year. It's a mantra already. So I think if a year ago we were primarily surprised due to our overestimate of Russian capability, this time the risk of surprise, and I don't know what surprise might it be, but I think I have a hunch with regards to the direction where the surprise might be coming from. So this year, I think the direction would be underestimating Russian capacity and capability. Even in this panel, we identified, and I think it's obvious to all of us watching this conflict, that they are learning, they are adapting, they are adjusting. They are a learning military organization. They have a lot of problems, a lot of obstacles, but they are a relatively dynamic military organization and they are in war. And Rod and Marina mentioned this fatalism. So it's another incentive to learn faster and to learn more. So I think, I don't want to exaggerate in their learning capacity, but what I'm arguing is that the risk of underestimating their military capability and their military thought and their systemic capabilities is higher than ever before. So I think surprise might come from underestimate. Thank you.
Thank you. I think time is up and it's time to thank all the speakers for excellent presentation and knowledge they shared with us. Thank you very much.
I would ask all the speakers and Russia group people to left from that door to the outside for the picture and for the rest of you.
So, time is up. And we have to continue. Please take your seats. So, honorable speakers, respective audience, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second parallel session with the selected theme, Non-Kinetic Aspects. I'm the session moderator, military professor Marko Palokangas from National Defense University of Finland, and I'm glad to moderate this session. Few words about arrangements of the session. We will hear all the lectures in a row and finalize the session with the speakers' panel discussion. So if you have some questions or comments, please take notes and reveal them on the panel session. If there is any time after every speaker, so there might be a chance to reveal maybe one or two short questions, but I will take care of the time, so I will be the bad guy today, or the bad cop today. So we will start with the session. First, I would like to invite our first speaker, PhD Major General Staff Juha Kukkola. He serves as an officer in the Finnish Defense Forces at the moment. Juha has specialized in strategic and Russian studies. His doctoral dissertation was titled Digital Soviet Union Examines How the Russian Federation is Constructing its National Segment of the Internet. Major, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be in front of you giving this presentation. The subject is, as you can see there, Russian asymmetric, indirect and non-military methods in the context of Russia's war on Ukraine, theoretical ambivalence and practical complications. So for the last 30 years, Russians have used the concepts of asymmetric, indirect and non-military means, methods and measures to analyze the changing character of war to formulate some kind of winning formula in interstate competition. This, of course, is nothing new. Already today we have touched on this issue, and at least during the last 8 years, Western military scholars have been very interested in Russia's so-called hybrid next generation or new type of warfare. However, the role of asymmetric, indirect and non-military means, methods and measures in the Russian military art remains an interesting problem, more so in the context of Russia's current aggression against Ukraine. I have myself previously analyzed the historical Russian roots of these concepts in a working paper, and after Russia invaded Ukraine in February 22, I used this research to analyze the Russian special military operation as a continuation of a strategy of indirect actions by Russia against Ukraine. Consequently, this presentation asks the following questions. What are the Russian asymmetric and indirect methods and military measures according to Russian military literature? How these methods have been employed in Russia's war against Ukraine in practice? Why Russia succeeded and or failed in employing these methods in the light of currently publicly available evidence? What can we learn from Russia's special military operation about the use of asymmetric and indirect methods and non-military measures concerning future wars? And I have to say that these answers, which I will provide, are preliminary, as this presentation is based on a work in progress, and as many events relating to Russia's special military operation
in Ukraine are still under the fog of war, and sources, of course, are unavailable because of operational security issues. The sources I have used include leading Russian military journals, some of the most cited Russian military theoretical monographs and texts from the 1960s onwards. And in analyzing the events in Ukraine, I have used both Western and Russian news sources. I have relied heavily on the excellent academic reports and journal articles on the Russian-Ukraine conflict written by leading Russian specialists. So it can be argued that for the last 30 years, the Russians have been finding out ways to win against a technologically superior opponent, i.e. the United States. Russians have combined old Soviet-era ideas with Western theories and more opaque concepts such as soft power and class of civilization, and etc. Russians have used asymmetric, indirect, and non-military actions and effects to describe the way in which warfare has been changing. This change has many sources, including strategic nuclear weapons, the development of information technology, globalization, and new forms of competition like cyber, cultural, financial, even ecological forms of competition which have changed the nature of interstate rivalry. Despite strenuous efforts, the Russian military scholars have not succeeded in producing a coherent theory of asymmetric, indirect, and non-military actions. Over the years, these concepts have been used by the Russians as adjectives to many different nouns like ways, means, methods, measures, principles, strategies, tactics, and actions. Despite the problems in exactly defining what is meant by asymmetry, indirectness, and non-military measures, it is clear, as Dmitry Adamski has argued, that these concepts are related to the Russian concepts of cunningness, creativity, and the surprise achieved through them. As the head of all Russian General Staff, Alexander Svechin declared, military cunningness, stratagem penetrates all operational art. It is essential part, similarly as the understanding of force, its organization, and rational use in battle are for tactics. Later Soviet theorists have argued that cunningness and creativity enable the commander to manipulate the objective laws of war and warfare to his or her advantage. In 2001, General of the Army Vladimir Lopov wrote a book about the role of cunningness in the Russian military art. He argued that surprise is an event created by protecting information about one's own actions while at the same time manipulating the information received by the opponent. There is no ready-made formula for surprise. It is always achieved in unique, historical, and situational way. Moreover, surprise never creates power out of nothing. It is only variable, coefficient, although highly orthogonal and disproportionate. According to the Russian military dictionary, surprise can be achieved with new and unexpected methods of weapons, secrecy, deception, quick and decisive action, unpredictability, and maskirovka. Asymmetry, indirectness, and non-military measures incorporate all these characteristics. So non-military measures. Non-military measures were outside the legitimate interest of the Soviet armed forces for ideological reasons. When the originally Marxist idea of continuous interest system struggle was adopted in the 1990s to explain modern great power rivalries, non-military measures became relevant for military purposes. Currently, they include diplomatic, political, economic, information psychological, information technological, humanitarian, and even ecological measures. Information warfare is currently the most pronounced as it is thought to have independent strategic effects because it can affect the decision-making, will, mentality, and even culture of target nation. Non-military measures are used to isolate, weaken, pressure, deceive, manipulate, destabilize, and disorganize an opponent. Their objective is to acquire more power, lessen or neutralize military threats, restrict the enemy, and even force it to abandon aggressive policies. Non-military measures require resources and do not create power out of thin air, and require creativity to manipulate opponents' systemic interconnections and weaknesses. Thus, for Russians, non-military and military measures support each other, can replace each other, can be used either in parallel or successively, and can have inter-domain effects depending on the phase of the interstate conflict, but only if the target state is well understood and susceptible to manipulation. Asymmetric methods. The concept of asymmetric response was created in late Soviet Union as an answer to the challenge posed by the Strategic Defense Initiative. It was resurrected in the turn of the millennium as the United States once more became Russia's primary competitor. Asymmetric methods include new weapon systems and wonder weapons, anti-network-centric warfare, non-military measures, mainly information warfare, and non-traditional methods, whatever they might be. Information warfare is considered by the Russians to be asymmetric because it is new and thought to be cheap, but still providing strategic effects. Interestingly, in the 2020s, Russian scholars developed the idea of the asymmetric strategy of the strong. It is based on the purposeful activity to exploit the known weaknesses of the weak and increasing own advantage with traditional and non-traditional open and secret measures by the strong. This theory is a continuation of the development of the Russian understanding of asymmetry. In short, asymmetry for Russians is something non-traditional, even unlawful, that gives a disproportionate advantage. The advantage is based on the surprise which the shock effect of implausible use of unthinkable means produces. Asymmetry is supposed to produce game-changing effects with minimal input. Asymmetric methods can be described as creative, manipulative, non-rule-bound, cost-effective, qualitative, situational actions to affect the opponent disproportionately based on exploiting its weaknesses and using own strengths. Asymmetry can be applied on all levels of warfare and phases of interstate relations. Indirect strategy was considered to be the product of bourgeois ideology up until perestroika. It was General Mahmoud Gareev who in his 1995 book, If War Comes Tomorrow, finally made indirect methods politically and doctrinally acceptable for the Russian military. For Gareev and later others, indirect actions included maneuver warfare, special force operations, information operations, subversive actions, space warfare, economic sanctions, blockades, the use of opposition parties, partisan and non-contact warfare, military political activities, non-traditional operations, use of proxies, military exercises, strategic developments, and even peacekeeping operations. During the 2000s, Russian military scholars developed indirect actions into a concept of strategy of indirect actions, which was a way to achieve military political objectives without the costly use of force through non-military measures, manipulation, cunningness, and if necessary, military surprise, enhanced with new or non-traditional ways of warfare. In essence, indirect actions are used to avoid or prevent war altogether in such a way that is beneficial to Russia and to minimize war's cost. Indirect actions have different character during peace and wartime. In peacetime, they are used to destabilize target societies, their political decision-making and economic potential. During wartime, they are characterized by violence. Manipulation has an important role in indirectness. Opponent is understood as a system, and tailored information is used to make it act in a beneficial way to the manipulator. According to a more traditional view, indirect methods are only disproportionate variables in correlation of forces calculations or something non-traditional, creative, and new. So the argument being, it can be argued that Russia conducted a long-term strategy of indirect actions against Ukraine, at least from 2014 onwards. After other non-military and covert and indirect military measures failed, this strategy was implemented through a military operation based on a surprise invasion and regime change. Surprise and subsequent victory were planned to be achieved through a combination of symmetric direct and military and indirect asymmetric and non-military methods. After the first phase of the war failed, Russia has slowly adopted mass and attrition-based warfare with limited objectives. These methods were used to discredit, manipulate, and isolate Ukraine, to destabilize Ukraine and to gather strategic intelligence, to weaken Ukraine, to compromise Ukraine's sovereignty and enable regime change, to create an asymmetric situation where Ukraine is threatened from multiple directions, to pressure, destabilize, and deceive Ukraine and its Western supporters, to isolate Ukraine, limit support given to it, and limit the scope of the conflict, to manipulate Ukrainian, Russian, and international audiences, and to paralyze and deceive the Ukrainian military. The attack, when it came, itself was meant to be quick and decisive, to decapitate Ukraine's leadership, prevent mobilization of armed forces, fix and paralyze its permanent readiness forces, capture critical infrastructure and administrative centers, and stop outside powers from interfering with limited amount of direct lethal force. Asymmetric, indirect, and non-military methods were used to disorganize Ukraine's military and break the will of its people and leadership, to destabilize, paralyze, and destroy Ukraine's armed forces and political leadership, to pressure Ukraine and achieve freedom of action, to create terror and obfuscate the character of the conflict, to break Ukraine's will, and to isolate it, and to create support for the Russian war effort at home, to pressure and isolate Ukraine, to inflict terror and weaken it, and to create confusion and disorganize Ukraine's resistance. As of this moment, the military component of Russia's strategy of indirect actions towards Ukraine has failed. Some of the actions have failed altogether, and when actions in themselves were successes, they have not produced the desired results. It can be argued that the Russian armed forces did not have enough time and freedom to plan and train their forces because of the secrecy and political interference. Therefore, the armed forces were surprised themselves when the operation began. Moreover, the use of direct violent force was somewhat restricted by the Russian political leadership to portray the operation as non-aggressive as possible. This was based on the Kremlin's assumption that the Ukrainians would not resist the invasion. The Russian armed forces trusted too much in their ability to conduct new type or next-generation warfare. In reality, the military was not trained, staffed, or equipped with this, to perform this kind of operation. The political leadership and the military high command did not know about these deficiencies and could not plan accordingly or chose to ignore the facts. Therefore, the chosen doctrine did not fit the situation, the adversary, and the capabilities available. This resulted in poor combined warfare, inefficient use of indirect fires, and the failure in joint warfare. Russia failed to achieve freedom of action in any but the maritime domain. Air and information superiority, critical necessities for victory, were not achieved. Cyber operations, although sophisticated and destructive, ultimately failed to have strategic effects. Russia also failed to create a successful insurrection or pro-Russian opposition inside Ukraine to destabilize Ukraine leadership and limit its legitimacy and political freedom of action. The use of novel methods or technologies failed to destabilize Ukraine's armed forces or civilian society. The modernization efforts of the Russian armed forces were shown to be riddled with problems. Network-centric warfare and anti-network-centric warfare failed, mostly because the volume, size, and the speed of the operation caused problems that the Russians did not anticipate. The Russian secret services and armed forces failed to understand the enemy and had no contingency plans. They also lacked situational awareness and were therefore paralyzed themselves when the initial offensive failed. Russia's intentions and disinformation were exposed, and efforts to build an internationally accepted moral ethical basis for the invasion failed. Russia totally failed to influence the international institutions capable of pressuring Ukraine. Consequently, Western military and private sector support for Ukraine did not stop, but Russia itself was hit with sanctions. Russia's use of terror, attacks against civilian targets, and efforts to divide Ukrainians failed. The threat and use of military force have not created enough pain to pressure Ukraine to negotiations. So to summarize the failures, the Russian indirect strategy's operational plan was based on wrong premises and was too complicated compared to the capabilities Russia had, or thought it had. Politics placed restrictions on the indirect and asymmetric methods because they could not be combined with sufficient direct and symmetric use of force. Russia was unable to fully shape the strategic environment because military and non-military measures failed to synchronize. Indirect operations failed when joint warfare failed, and no new or novel technology or doctrine produced surprises. There were some potential Russian successes, and as the war has continued, some methods might still produce desired effects. On the international level, Russia avoided global condemnation of its clearly illegal invasion and even managed to retain the indirect support of China. Moreover, Russia managed to use, at least indirectly, some countries' dependencies on its energy exports and its import markets to manipulate their political decision-making. Before the invasion, Russia succeeded in convincing Ukraine's leadership that mobilization would be economically disastrous and too provocative a measure. It also managed to project such a military strength and competence through long-term information operation that many believed Russia to succeed easily, and thus Ukraine lacked direct military support in the initial period of war. By using information influencing, economic clout, and deterrence messaging, Russia managed to begin its operation without any real restrictions from other great powers. Russia also succeeded in manipulating Ukraine's threat assessments, which led Ukraine to wrongly estimate the direction, scope, and objectives of the Russian offensive. Russia also used troops in Belarus and Moldova as an indirect threat to divert Ukrainian forces away from the main battle lines. Basically, Russia achieved operational surprise by beginning an operation in a way that did not really make sense from an operational point of view. Although Russia's coup efforts failed, it has found collaborators in occupied areas, either to work as agents or occupation officials. These people can form the basis for an alternative Ukraine, which Russia can use to destabilize and delegitimize Ukraine's statehood and nationhood in the future. Russia has used, or at least allowed, for its forces to use of unconventional, unexpected, immoral, and illegal methods, such as summary bombing of civilian targets. And it can be argued that Russia seems to have different standards of international law and humanity than Ukraine and the West. Ultimately, unexpectedness and surprise can be achieved by doing something that the opponent has ruled out as morally inconceivable. Russia has also utilized the ability to attack targets deep inside Ukraine, while Ukraine does not have similar capabilities or has been restricted by its allies from striking such targets. Russia has successfully used nuclear deterrence and information operations to restrict Ukraine's operations and its allies' support. Russia's efforts to destroy Ukraine's electric network has had an effect, and cyber and kinetic attacks have heavily impacted Ukraine's economy and make it very difficult for Ukraine to sustain its war efforts in the long term. Russia has also learned from its mistakes and incorporated new technologies and methodologies. So to summarize, Russia achieved limited surprise and was able to act like an independent great power. It lost, but has now taken back initiative in its military operation. Russia has been able to start switching to the asymmetry of the stronger party by mobilizing its human, material, and information potential. In this kind of situation, resources and time create initiative, freedom of action, and ultimately surprise and victory. Already, Russia is forcing Ukraine to fight a war that might eventually favor Russia. So to conclude, although the idea of the strategy of indirect actions might have been sound, Russia's special military operation was initially based on groundless belief in indirect, asymmetric, and non-military methods. Indirect and asymmetric methods are historical and situational. One cannot copy-paste successful operational plan from the past and expect it to work. When asymmetric and indirect methods are used, risks of unforeseen consequences rise, especially if you manage to succeed once, but your opponents have enough time to learn your ways and devise effective counter-methods. Russia's war against Ukraine has shown that without strong armies to fight in symmetric and direct ways, i.e. to try for annihilation, great powers would be tempted or can be tempted to use absolute weapons to avoid attrition. The Russian leadership has given such signals many times during the ongoing conflict. Thus, escalation management is a necessary survival mechanism for us all. However, asymmetric and indirect actions and strategies can make escalation management difficult, as they are based on making the opponent highly vulnerable and on achieving strategic and operational surprise. The most important lesson from the special military operation for countries sharing a border with Russia is that Russia will use time, geography, and all military and non-military means at its possession to create an asymmetric strategic situation where the weaker opponent must sacrifice almost everything if it wants to survive. Russia will leave the door open for an apparent negotiated solution, which basically means regime change and the abandonment of basic national interests and values. Russia will go for a quick military solution if it thinks there is one, but is prepared for long attrition war to secure at least minimal victory. Therefore, a permanent full-domain military, well-resourced military allies, comprehensive security strategy, and anti-fragile society are required to survive. The ability to cause unacceptable damage is required to win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juha. It was really interesting aspects on the subject you revealed us. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions now, but please take your notes and we will take the questions on the panel session at least then. So, because of the tight schedule, we have to carry on, and I'm honored to ask the second speaker, who is PhD Ivo Jurve from Estonia. Please come here. He is the head of Security and Resilience Program and a research fellow at the ICDS. Amongst other positions in Estonian public service, Ivo has been an advisor at the National Security and Defense Coordination Unit of the Estonian Government Office and the head of the International Security Institute of the Estonian Academy of the Security Sciences. Ivo's professional and academic areas of interest are information warfare, intelligence services, and other forms of hybrid conflict. So now we will hear something about tactical psyops. So, sir, floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thanks a lot. Glad to be here in the Finnish National Defense University for the first time, and was very glad to see already the NATO flag outside there. What I failed to mention in my short bio that I sent in advance, I'm also reserve officer of Estonian Armed Forces, and my strategic communication is my wartime field. So today a little bit about psyops and if what is done in Ukraine, is it done by the Soviet handbook? So as you can guess, probably I have the Soviet handbook. Okay, how I first came to idea to make this presentation, it was in September 15th when I saw the pictures in Kharkiv region. It's Zvukovaya Stanция 82, or loudspeaker station model of 1982 that was captured by Ukrainian forces that were liberating Kharkiv Oblast. And on the other picture you can see exactly the same piece of hardware in Kabul in 1988. So, what I'm going to speak about. First, the sources, then evolution of USSR and current Russian tactical psyops from spецпропаганда to информационное противоборство, or from special propaganda to informational confrontation. We don't know exactly when this reframing was done, probably sometime in late 1990s or early 2000s. Then comparison of definitions, structure and order of battle, toolbox, messaging and equipment that was used in Afghanistan by the Soviets, and as much as we know what has been done in Ukraine since 2014 and mainly this, previous February previous year. And finally the conclusion that how much, what is different, what is the same as it used to be during the Soviet era. And it's based on my thesis at the Brigade Staff Officer course at the Estonian Military Academy that I graduated last spring. First of all, the most important source, especially for Afghan war, was the handbook on political work among the adversary's military forces and civilians during hostilities. That was published in 1987 in Moscow. It's quite thick, as you can see, over 300 pages. And it already took into consideration the lessons learned from Afghanistan, because prior to that, the Soviet PSYOPs troops had been quite idle since the Second World War, or Great Patriotic War, as they call it. Then I managed to have interviews with some practitioners. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Tammela of Estonian Defense Forces graduated the Lviv Higher Political Military School in 1980s and was head of newspaper editorialship of the 103rd Airborne Division and was stationed in Kabul 1987 to 1988. And the other person I interviewed, also Estonian, but unfortunately quite well-known person in Estonia, so he wanted to remain anonymous, but he also graduated the political military school of construction troops that actually was based in Tallinn. And then, of course, secondary literature and then memoirs concerning Ukraine and then current state of affairs. I have used online sources only, and so, of course, it remains a little bit limited. I'm sure that competent authorities have a little bit better picture of that. All right, the definitions. Spetspropaganda or special propaganda, it was defined as political work with adversaries' forces and population during hostilities, which is an important component of the ideological struggle. And although that was the definition, then in reality it was also widened to period of tension. It's in Russian doctrine the period that precedes the direct military action, and also to friendly target audiences. In addition to hostile, in addition to adversary, they were also doing work within the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, as they called the puppet government there, and also among the civilians back at home. Then now, from the encyclopedia of the Russian Ministry of Defense that is publicly available, there is a new definition on informational confrontation. I guess I'm not going to read it because you can see it quite well, but the scope of this field has been widened a lot, so it's a form of communication and struggle, not just only political work. Then it's taking place in the sphere of information, and the weapon there or the thing used is also information. What is very important that it's a continuous process, both in the times of peace and war, and there are two directions. One is kinetic and also electronic warfare by destruction of information infrastructure and hacking, getting unauthorized access to the information resources. And the other is informational psychological influencing, pretty much as we understand psyops in our countries and in NATO as well. All right, so what was the structure or order of battle in the 1980s? For political affairs, in charge of the Soviet armed forces, there was main political directorate that was referred to as Klavpur. It's quite historical name, becoming already from 1920s, originating from there. And the 7th Directorate, or Spetspropaganda Directorate, was in charge of psychological operations. And there is just one scheme. Basically, the directorate was in Moscow, but its employees were, of course, in the military districts, in the army HQs, in the divisional HQs as well. And in field units, if we take the 14th Army, that was 14th Combined Arms Army that was deployed in Afghanistan, approximately 100,000 troops. Then in its staff there were 41 political officers. In the division staffs that were 4 of them 10, in regiment staffs 5, and so on up to company level where there was 1 officer. Of course, not all of them were involved in psychological operations, but I assume that these people were there in order to coordinate PSYOPs as well, because the field units, PSYOPs field units that I'm going to tell you about in a minute, they were attached to both regiments, sometimes battalions, or even maybe companies when they had some specific combat task to do. So the main field unit was propaganda agitation squad. The number of them is not exactly known. It was changing, actually increasing throughout the conflict. And by before the Soviet retreat from Afghanistan, there were approximately 20 of such field units deployed in Afghanistan. But we can't be sure if they were following exactly the same structure. This is what comes from the handbook. So, and here on the picture you can see one set of their equipment. In reality, in Afghanistan, they switched more and more to armor. In the late phases, they never went out from the bases with soft skin vehicles anymore. So 2 people in command, 5 people in loudspeakers team, 4 people in print team making leaflets if it's needed. Then 5 people in cinema, video and photo team, both presentation of cinema but also recording and taking photos, something that nowadays would be understood as combat camera teams in the NATO framework. And something pretty original, it had also a medical section with 4 employees, which was meant in order to have some to make contact with the local people, because everybody was glad to have free access to medical treatment, and also so and also to have a positive attitude from the locals. So altogether, some 20 people, so approximately 400 people deployed in tactical PSYOPs units at the end of the hostilities. So what happened at the end of the Cold War? Well, politrooks, they became politically politically correct anymore. So the Klavbur was abandoned in discharge in 1991. But the 7th Directorate, it was transferred to the GRU, the Military Intelligence Service, because it was considered to be a very useful tool during possible future conflicts. So what did it consist of? That Directorate 12 bis, I'm not sure if it has existed. Probably it doesn't exist now, but it's possible that it has existed before. Now it should be called the 72nd Special Operations Center. This is the unit of the GRU central apparatus that is in charge of overall direction, preparing for mobilization, directive documents, and so on. Then there is Foreign Military Information and Communication Center. As I understand, they take care of media monitoring and target analysis for different foreign countries, and also the cooperation with allied or friendly armed forces. Plus, there are 2 units that we know from the 2016, the US election campaign, when GRU was quite active. One was hacking and then cyber attacks, which gained access to information, and this was used already for information attacks by the other unit, the military unit 74455. And one more note, that Klavbur, it was re-established in July 2018, but the PSYOPs still remained in the structure of GRU, so they didn't go fully back to the Soviet Soviet model. All right, so what are the tactical units and units in the Western Military District that is bordering our countries? Or this is based on the open sources, and prior to the war in Ukraine, I have no clue where these units are situated at the moment, or if they are still in their permanent bases. So in Moscow, the units that I already told you about, in the HQ of the Western Military District in St. Petersburg, there is Information, Confrontation and Maskirovka Department, which is part of the operational department of the command of the Western Military District. There is also Foreign Military Information Center, and informational 706 informational confrontation center. They, as I understand, are in charge of more complex operations that are conducted in this area and also in the internet and media. Quite near to Finnish borders in Stertolovo 2, there is single psychological operations squad. Отряд психологических операций, that's what that OPSO means. And I haven't found anywhere what's the number of this unit. The other unit, the other OPSO, single OPSO, is in Kaliningrad, 324th. And plus, there are two SOF units that also have their own psychological operations squads. About other units, for example, the Airborne Division and one Spetsnaz Brigade that are near Pskov and Pechori to Estonian southeastern border. I have no idea if there are also attached units, but there are no hints in open sources, and I guess that's the way it is. What's going on in Ukraine? We don't have very clear understanding. I guess the best one that I received was from our friends in Ukrainian military intelligence who were glad, who told that they are glad if I can share these slides while teaching or doing research, so I share with you as well. At that moment, back in 2015, there were two army corps, one in Donetsk, the other in Lugansk, and at their HQs, there were information warfare and operational deception groups. The size of them was approximately 35 people, and they were divided into three subsections. One was for informational isolation, basically keeping the foreign journalists or unfriendly journalists out. The other for disinformation and counter-propaganda, basically creating content, anti-Ukrainian content, and third, civil military liaison unit, basically curating the local media. That's about the structure. Now the toolbox in Afghanistan, which should be more or less comprehensive, and I have put into bold these ones that have been used in Ukraine as well. First of all, propaganda and agitation raids. Well, this was very common in Afghanistan, and it's done in Ukraine as well. Basically, it means that the Soviet or Russian troops go to some village or town and distribute aid, well, mainly food, sometimes some other stuff as well. They also play some music there, make photos how the locals are queuing up, and everybody is friendly with the Russian troops. Then in Afghanistan, there were visits to institutions, companies, and educational institutions, some mass rallies, meeting with mullahs and local leaders, which we would call in NATO key leader engagement. Then cinema sessions, of course, not so useful in Ukraine anymore, but in Afghanistan it was something when there was no electricity in most of the places. Then audio broadcasting, well, sometimes political messages, sometimes only patriotic music. Spreading rumors. In Afghanistan, they mixed it with psychological activities, for example, spreading rumors and that there is going to be some advance, and at the same time also starting the clearing mines somewhere where, well, as military deception. Distribution of leaflets, then visual propaganda, posters, billboards, and so on. And in Afghanistan, they also had the program, radio program, Voice of Afghanistan. The general purposes of Soviet PSYOPs according to the handbook. First of all, explaining the just nature of the war, then the superiority of their own camp towards the other, and the inevitability of the defeat of the enemy, exposing the anti-Soviet and anti-communist slanderous propaganda of imperialism, strengthening contradictions between the imperialist countries and in the countries and in the armed forces, and ways out of war, basically meaning defecting or fast peace. So very similar to what we see now in Ukraine. Okay, so purposes in Afghanistan, first of all, to tell the people, you can't see it very well, but why the Soviet troops are there, although it was quite an uneasy task because they didn't understand very well themselves, and the Communist Party didn't have the very good understanding as well why they are there. Then progress of the Soviet Union, again exposing imperialism and the United States, and then separating the general mass of rebels from their gang leaders, well, something that appears also now in Ukraine, although it's not a gang and not the rebels, but just to try to sow some disagreements in Ukrainian camp. Okay, since I don't have too much time, then I probably will skip it. It's just some guidances for the for the Russian troops in current Ukraine, how to answer different questions, and similar talking points as in previous slides we can also see from here. Plus, in addition, there is Russian Orthodoxy that they use now, but of course it couldn't be used in Afghanistan. So here we can see one of these so-called propaganda raids that I just mentioned in Kherson, and also quite recent picture from Crimea, how different visual propaganda can be used both on the buildings and on the billboards. What they are keen of course, now is presenting that NATO and Western countries are providing Ukraine with equipment, which is not denied by anybody. During the war in Afghanistan, Soviet war in Afghanistan, it might have been a little bit more embarrassing to the Western countries because officially at the first phases of the war they were not taking part. Well, some of their leaflets in Afghanistan, most of the people were illiterate at the time, so there was not much point in written propaganda, but some of their best leaflets that with what the Soviets were quite satisfied. And more again, well, basically that you have a choice that if you go with your family and bright future or with the bad guys of the United States. And approximately, well, or similar things we can see to some extent currently as well, that they are not fighting with the Ukrainian people, as they say, but with the junta in Kiev. One thing that occurred in Afghanistan, what was quite a steep difference between the messages that were meant for external and internal target audiences. That for external target audiences there was eternal friendship between the Soviets and the Afghans, but to their internal use they produced some materials that were completely different. Okay, then some remarks on equipment. Here you can see different loudspeakers that we used in Afghanistan. By the way, that ZS-88 deleted, the picture is taken in Aleppo in 2011, so they have used it there as well. And some other equipment, the Soviet produced video recorders actually proved to be very unreliable. So it was, and the same was true about the printing equipment. So this was something that in memoirs the Soviet psyopers still complain about. And of course now we have new times, and there are some new innovations as well. This picture is also from, these messages are from 2015 when they were flying over eastern Ukraine and then sending SMSs to the mobile phones below, which belonged mainly to the members of the armed forces of Ukraine. So, what to conclude? Do they play by Soviet handbook? To some extent, they do. That there are many similarities in messaging. What is the structure of Russian PSYOPs units in Ukraine? We don't know according to open sources, but I'm sure that Ukrainians know it now, and probably one day we are going to know it as well. The use of visual propaganda, it's quite aggressive, especially the billboards, but yeah, it's seen quite frequently on the pictures from occupied territories. And propaganda raid with distribution of food, it's still used. And as I already mentioned, they are much better in equipment than they used to be during the Soviet era. And some speculation about the way ahead. Actually, the most impressive or the best psychological operation or media operation was the retreat of Soviet troops from Afghanistan. Here we can see the picture like it usually was in press, and here we can see like it was. It's in reality with domestic and foreign media taking pictures. So it wasn't in the combat vehicles were not living in solitude as it appeared from the pictures. And I assume that if the Ukrainians win, which I guess and hope will happen, then probably Russian propaganda is going to portray the withdrawal of troops also as their great success. That would be it from me now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jurve. It was really interesting. As we heard, some handbooks are long-lasting than the others. Sometimes it's like that. Okay, we will move on. And the next speaker is online. And I will ask you first, Juha, do you want us to share the slides here, or you want to share from your own laptop?
Let's try if I manage to do that.
So you will, or us?
I try.
Okay, yeah. So I will stop sharing now. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Last but not least, our third speaker is Master of Arts, Colonel retired, Juha Vihersaari. He is a doctoral researcher of the Russian research group at the Finnish National Defense University. Juha has a General Staff Officer's degree from 19 1993, and he served in the Finnish Defense Forces until the year 2015. Vihersaari's military experience includes positions mainly in military intelligence, where he served altogether 26 years. Since 2016, Juha Vihersaari has been the owner and a director of a small intelligence and security company. And next we will hear about observations of the Russian cyber warfare in Ukraine during the war in Ukraine. So, sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard my topic. And the reason for this topic is that I have made during the past 2 years some smaller researches, and then I noticed that this could be something that I would like to share with the bigger audience. First, some definitions. First of all, Russian information warfare consists of two components, psychological component and technical component. And in my briefing, I'm talking only about this technical component and call it as a Russian cyber warfare or just cyber warfare. And all the names of Russian higher level advanced persistent threat hacker groups are harmonized to bear class, which means that each name has a bear. And all the APT hacker groups that are linked to state will be referred to as a hacker unit, because these units which are linked to Russian intelligence or security services, they are not random groups, they are very well organized groups, and that's why I will call them as units. The most significant tasks, it's quite difficult to find that kind of tasks, and this source is a bit old, from 2017, and it's from a Russian expert who has given these, but they make sense and on the basis of observations. First of all, the task is to search for all possible vulnerabilities in the networks of adversaries, to strive for the systematic creation of backdoors in order to be able to make future cyber operations and develop new methods and tools for penetrating these networks. These two are the main tasks. And the third task is to support other operations with cyber operations. And I assess that these other operations, that this Ukraine operation, special military operation in Ukraine, is one of that kind of operations. And big target for Russians, as for example, the Russian high priest of hybrid warfare, Alexander Bartos, has stated that they try to develop cyber weapons so that they are equivalent to nuclear weapons and could be the new deterrence instead of nuclear weapons. And as I gave this example, what they are doing, this is a worst case example what they are doing. And this might be still active, not solved all these problems. SolarWinds hack 4 years ago. It was in the United States, and the Microsoft director stated that it was absolutely the largest and most sophisticated attack ever. And up to 18,000 customers, networks contaminated, including several US government networks. And in some articles where they listed these networks, there was also network of establishment who is responsible for nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons. And actually the most horrible thing here is here highlighted, is that hacker unit acted inside networks almost 14 months before it was detected. So they have almost 1.5 year time to study everything and prepare for next attacks and established virus bombs in all kind of networks, especially government networks. And behind of this huge cyber attack was the most dangerous Russian APT group, Cozy Bear. And some words about where cyber warfare is developing. It's developing into kinetic warfare. It's partly, of course, non-kinetic, but in these days, more and more also kinetic warfare. And first step in this path was Stuxnet. I think everybody has heard the name Stuxnet. It was 2010 when it was detected. It was the first virus which was capable of crippling hardware, and it destroys numerous centrifuges in Iran's uranium enrichment facility. And it's assessed that the US and Israel were behind this attack. And then we have two different type malwares which can destroy hardware, in this case data. Kill disk was also first of its kind, and then malware which wiped data from hard drives. And this malware caused the power outage in Ukraine just before the Christmas at the end of December. And approximately 2,025 people were without electricity. And NotPetya is ransom were designed to encrypt the entire hard disk. It was also biggest that kind of attack, and it stopped, actually it destroyed the whole IT system of the world's largest container shipping company, Maersk. And during 10 days, all the sea transports, they were more or less down, or they were controlled only by old-fashioned ways without any computers. And in both cases, it was GRU linked Voodoo Bear, which was estimated to have been behind these attacks. And the most significant hacker groups military intelligence has its own, security service, FSB has its own, and foreign intelligence, SVR, has its own. It's this Cozy Bear, which I already mentioned, was behind. It's subordinated to mostly to SVR, but it also have a link to FSB. And there's one berserk bear, which is not here in this picture, and it's subordinated to FSB. So totally 8 most important, most significant hacker groups in Russia. Here we can see the history of these groups. Fancy Bear and Cozy Bear were the first ones. And then we have these others, which I will not mention one by one, but there are some important points here, that there are 2 types of hacker groups. One type is mainly for intelligence or for spying, and another type of hacker group is for destruction. And as a foreign intelligence doesn't have any hacker group for destruction, but security service and military intelligence, they both have 1 or 2 for destruction. The first bunch of these groups created around the Georgian War 2008 has been a starting point, or initiated setup of this. And the second bunch, occupation of Crimea and war in the eastern Ukraine. Is a third bunch. And it's interesting that Primitive Bear and Ember Bear, they were both created about 1 year before the operations. Here, in this slide, I have figured out these AORs of the most significant Russian hacker units. as we can see, we have 3 intelligence units. All the services, each of the services has their own hacker unit for global intelligence. Of course, these tasks are not exact, but they are rough tasks, and they have, in more detail, they have many different tasks, but this is the overall picture. Cozy Bear, Fancy Bear, and Venomous Bear, they are global actors. Then we have this Energetic Bear, Berserk Bear, and Voodoo Bear. They are targeted to destroy critical infrastructure in Europe and United States. And the share of work is quite obvious. Voodoo Bear is targeted towards military-linked infrastructure, and Energetic Bear and Berserk Bear is targeted towards energy production, telephone companies, etc. And then we have Ukraine. They have 3 APT groups acting in Ukraine. Primitive Bear, it's quite new, and its role is according to some Western specialists, to test new systems, new viruses, new methods. Voodoo Bear is towards military systems, towards NATO, but according to specialists, it has several subunits, and main part is in Europe, maybe in the United States, and some parts they are acting in or towards Ukraine. Just before the war, 2021 was established Ember Bear, which its role is weaponizing data, which means that they are penetrating systems and stealing data and providing material for information for warfare units and operations. And then we have Invisi Mole, which is FSB linked, and it has close cooperation with Primitive Bear, and usually it acts in the shadow of Primitive Bear. It goes through the same hole behind Primitive Bear. Some highlights of the Russian cyber warfare in Ukraine. And this is from the interview of Deputy Head of Ukraine's Cyber Defense Agency, Viktor Shora. State-backed Russian hacking groups, they are focused on critical infrastructure of Ukrainian society, which means that they are doing same in Ukraine as they prepare to do, for example, in Europe. The most common cyber attacks have been distributed denial of service, phishing, and attempted malicious code execution. And the big share is that that biggest part of these attacks, almost 90%, they are these DDoS attacks, and only 10% are these more sophisticated attacks. One of the biggest surprise was that Russia has used a lot of many Viper malwares. Pre of the Ukrainian war, there has detected 7 Viper malware attacks, and during the war already, according to the Ukrainians, they have detected at least 10 Viper malwares, which means that the Russians, they are targeting data very strongly. And over 20% of the Russian cyber attacks, they are synchronized with physical attacks or information operations. These cyber attacks, they have been synchronized with these missile strikes. And on the other hand, these cyber attacks have been synchronized with psyops attacks, which means that that Russians have tried to sift consequences of the attacks to Ukrainian authorities. Here we can see the most active hacker units and hacktivist units or groups in Ukraine. And the source is same, this Victor Zhora. In this case also, the most sophisticated attacks, Voodoo Bear, Ember Bear, Fancy Bear, Ghostwriter, which is Belarusian APT hacker group, and Primitive Bear. And the rest of these active, they are hacktivist groups using mostly these DDoS attacks. And now we are close to final conclusion that all these big groups, which usually, or according to zero of the responsibilities, are working globally in Europe, in USA, or in NATO countries, they are still there, because according to this list, in Ukraine, they are basically same list as before the war. Fancy Bear has partly been acting in Ukraine. Here we can say seven attacks, and Ghostwriter is another approximately same number of attacks. Of course, we are not anymore testing. We have 3 groups: spying, destroying, and weaponizing. And the main conclusion is that minor body of in Ukraine is acting minor body of APT, not ATP, but APT groups, and they are carrying all these sophisticated cyber operations, phishing operations, and and with data vipers, and the biggest, the main load in Ukraine is carried by Russian cyber militia, which means the hacktivists. But the main body of these APT groups is still preparing cyber war against NATO. That I finished my briefing, and now if you have any questions or comments, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope you can hear applauses from the venue. So we witnessed that the big bear has divided the small bears all around the world. Okay, now we will continue with the panel session, and here is our panelists in the venue, and Juha Vihersaari is from online joining the panel session. So if you can stop sharing, please, Juha.
Yes.
You can change your view here. Okay, thank you. Small technical issue. So, if there is any questions from our respective audience here in the venue or from online, please raise your hand or open your mouth. We have great expertise here in the venue and online. So, yeah, first Simo Pesu, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for you all three. So it's what has been on my mind when I've been looking at the Russian war against Ukraine. So it's that there's always some patterns which we can find from Soviet thinking, and you all three have excellent knowledge on that. That I think the only thing that the cyber is a different phenomenon than from the Soviet thinking. So, but when you are looking at the patterns, so it's what type of differences you find in relation to the Soviet thinking in the Russian conduct at the moment in Ukraine? There are quite a lot of similarities, but what seems to be different? And if something is different, so why? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, who wants to start? Ivo, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it's an interesting question. If we concentrate on PSYOPs only, then maybe on tactical level it doesn't show too much, but there are differences on strategic level. As I understand, during the Soviet era, active measures, this is something that has been quite hyped. But this was clearly the domain of the KGB and its foreign intelligence, the first chief directorate. The military had only, the military didn't even have much secondary role. The GRU was idle in that, and also the military in general. And the Spets propaganda, it was concentrated only on tactical psychological operations, not anything of strategic importance. So now currently I guess the things are pretty much different, that the role of the military has risen quite tremendously. Not maybe in the sphere of cyber, but but also in also in cyber domain you can see it, that SVR and FSB, they are not maybe so active in influence operations as the military is. And the other thing is ideology, that during the Soviet era the leftist ideology or to have some better future and a better future for everybody, more opportunities and so on and so forth. This was something that might have been found appealing in many countries. I don't think that the current Russian ideology is so appealing abroad anymore because, well, their main talking point that they won the Second World War, yeah, it's nice to know, it's definitely true, but what to do with it? It's not something that would mean a lot to, I don't know, ordinary person abroad. Some of the things they can do were with orthodoxy and so-called traditional values and anti-LGBT rights and so on, but still it's definitely not so appealing as it used to be. So anti-Americanism might be the only thing with what you can gain ideological support in some places of the world. So this would be my little take on that.
Yes, thank you. What about, does Juha from online or Juha here in venue have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you for the very...
Please be bold with the microphone.
Yes, yes, sir. Thanks for a very good question. It would be... Yeah, okay. It would be much easier to try to find out similarities than differences, because when one looks what the Russians were trying to do initially in Ukraine, it was so much like Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Afghanistan. You almost like, it's a reflexive to start to make these kind of comparisons. But if we think about how the Russian operation initially started, I think they were trying to do something different. It was supposed to be joint, synchronized operation, multi-domain operation that fell apart. It wasn't, they weren't exactly trying to occupy a friendly country with minimal use of force only. They were trying to conduct some kind of joint operation that has this violent component built into it. So they were trying like merge two different kind of operations. One they took from the past, and the second one they took pretty much from the Americans from Iraq wars. That didn't work out, as we have seen. Perhaps the second difference is the use of cyber. That's like naturally, because the cyber wasn't so much used previously, but as we are gaining more information about what the Russians were trying to do with the cyber operations in the initial phase of war, they were clearly trying to establish information superiority, something that they had been writing about during the 1990s and early 2000s. And the cyber operation was supposed to be part of that. And that failed, and there are lots of reasons for why that failed. Microsoft has taken much of the credit for themselves, and so many of the international cyber companies, and that might be it. Ukraine had help, and that's why Russians failed. But let's see, I think we know the truth of that issue in the next 10 years, maybe, even if then. And yeah, I think that's what I have to say.
Thank you. What about Colonel?
I have to agree with another Juha that especially the last part that they have this joint forces, Ukrainian and the Western, Microsoft, etc., and that made a great effort. But also have to remember that the Russia, they couldn't put more troops there, more effort, because they had to cover the whole world. They could not just concentrate on Ukraine. But they miscalculated, and that's the result.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have a next question from the venue. Dr. Miron, please, and please be bold with the microphone.
Thank you so much to all panelists. It was great to hear a little bit about Ukraine and look at, different approaches of analyzing, what has happened during the conflict and how Russia has used its thinking, its doctrinal thinking that it has inherited from the Soviet Union. One interesting aspect which I have missed here is the use of non-state actors, and this question goes to all three panelists. What I'm referring to is the likes of Wagner, the Wagner Group. How was it used as a part of this indirect approach, both in the military sphere as well as, let's say, we could stretch it and say that Wagner has, to a certain degree, contributed to the information struggle, perhaps not in Ukraine, but in places like Mali and Burkina Faso. So what role do non-state actors play in contemporary Russia's approach, both in kinetic and non-kinetic spheres? And the second question, which can be answered later on by Juha online, and I would like to know, what is your assessment of GU's and FSB's reliance on other APTs in terms of conducting cyber technical operations within Ukraine? And why do you think that both GU and FSB opted for a quick and dirty approach using standard wipers as opposed to more sophisticated algorithms such as we have seen around 2015 when Sandstorm was using black energy? What has changed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we will start with the first question here. So maybe Juha Kukkola would like to start, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Considering Wagner, I think first and foremost it's a mobilization tool to recruit people to fight a war that's not perhaps so popular. Secondly, it has been, at least in the beginning, I had the feeling that it was used to obfuscate the war. What's it's really about? When you put together Wagner and then the separatist forces and then agents from the Ukrainian side, you can create this kind of situation where nobody from the outside can really know who's fighting who and who are the real combatants in the war. And I think that was something Russia was trying to do to support its information operation. But now that the war has dragged on and has gone to the attrition phase, I think Wagner is mainly a mobilization tool. It's also a tool to deny responsibility of the Kremlin. So if Wagner does something, it's on Prigozhin. It's not on Putin. It's on Wagner and Prigozhin. And so it's a tool to deny responsibility. Also, in a way, it's a terror tool because you can give those people permission to do whatever. So they can be used as a terror tool or means of a terror. A little bit same way as Kadyrov's Chechens were used. That was a narrative that was really on top of the agenda in spring, I think, and early summer. Now it's a little bit muted. But there was really this effort to paint these Wagner soldiers like some kind of super soldiers, and they were giving leeway to do whatever they wanted, but now that has already changed. And yeah, as we have seen now, they have been used as strike groups or expendable people. So if you don't want to suffer so much casualties among recruits, among conscripts, you can use these people, and it's okay. They can die.
But if you want to save your recruits or conscripts and so forth, you can use Wagner. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Colonel Juha from online, please, your turn.
Could you repeat the question? I didn't hear it clearly.
The second question was especially for you, so can you repeat it, please?
Yes, absolutely. So the second question revolves around GU's and FSB's use of, let's say, very primitive wiper malware in Ukraine. So this is not something very sophisticated, and if we compare it, let's say, to a very kind of surgical SolarWinds attack or what Sandworm used in Ukraine, such as Black Energy, that was much more sophisticated, and that was almost a decade ago. And now they're using kind of these standard, very kind of simple, cheap, and dirty tools in Ukraine. What is your assessment? Why have they reversed the course? So they haven't met our expectations in terms of sophistication of their algorithms. What is the reason for that? What do you think?
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, that's true. It's very not clearly. Could you repeat this?
So, yeah, we have a. So in the venue, you have to use your voice because he doesn't hear from online. So please, but be short. So and use your voice much more. Take the microphone, just almost touching your lips, please.
Okay, Juha, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I will try to repeat it. GU and FSB are using very simple or rather simplistic cyber tools in Ukraine. As you have already pointed out, they're using wiper malware and DDoS attacks, which is not sophisticated and cannot be compared to, let's say, SolarWinds, which was a kind of the surgical attack. Shall we say, or what Sandstorm used in 2014, Black Energy, which was much, much more sophisticated in terms of, you know, the algorithms being used. Why are they resorting to this quick and dirty method of standardized malware, kind of, you know, disappointing our expectations because we were waiting for the super cyber weapons to be used in Ukraine, and what we're seeing is rather benign.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I got it.
Thank you.
I think that the cyber weapons, they are, as you, I'm sure, know very well, they are better if they are surprises, and I guess it's no use to use these surprises, let's say 0-day vulnerabilities, etc. in Ukraine, if you can manage with less sophisticated malwares. It's better use this in the cases like SolarWind or something a little bit similar cases in maybe in Europe. I think they are preparing for the war with NATO. That's the main target, and they have to spare the most important, most sophisticated weapons there. I think that's the reason that they have not used the most sophisticated malwares in Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. And please, Dr. Ivo, for the first question.
Yes, thank you. I subscribe what Major Kukkola just said, and maybe just to broaden it a little bit to the information sphere, that you In the question you already mentioned Burkina Faso and Mali, and I guess that Wagner has been involved in information operations also in Madagascar. But as much as I understand the topic, then all of them have been failure. That in order to do information operations or psychological operations, you have to have brain and you have to know your target audiences very well. And this is something that Wagner definitely lacks. But of course, to look at it more broadly than military psyops, probably they are not maybe the most important part of the Russian influence activities abroad. Of course, they use media, state-owned business, Orthodox Church, different funds and NGOs. They are so-called compatriots, the Russian speakers abroad, and so on and so forth. And I would just maybe say a little theory on that super cyber weapon. Also referring back to Major Kukkola, then not only in the cyber sphere, but in all the spheres we were waiting for some Russian super army to attack. And as we know now, it was, information, we were under the influence of Russian propaganda. And I assume that this might be the case in the field of cyber as well. Estonia was in quite massive cyber attack in 2007. It was the first attack from one country against another country for various targets like state institutions, media, banking, and so on. And it failed. It failed back then. They were using mainly DDoS even then, and yeah, I'm not sure if it's enough in order to take down a country. Yes, it's a nuisance, but not a real existential threat, I hope.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the venue? Yeah, there was... Yes, please, sir.
Mark DeVore, University of St. Andrews. My question's principally directed towards our two panelists in the room. Why do the Russians think that psychological, indirect, informational tools can achieve as much as they think that they can achieve? And I guess a related question is how do the Russians view their own previous experience? Afghanistan doesn't seem to have gone that well for them. And in terms of the sort of coup type of operations that Juhu referred to of 1968, 1979, one could also lump in Grozny in 1994. It's a mixed record. Why do the Russians continue to think that they can achieve strategic objectives on the cheap using principally informational war with a little bit of kinetic backing?
Thank you. Maybe Dr. Jurve will start.
Well, I'm not sure if they think so. If you look at their different doctrines, well, they have national security doctrine, they have foreign policy doctrine, also military doctrine. And I made some quantitative analysis looking at all of them that have been adopted since 1991, or actually in 1993 they adopted the first such documents. And the military leverage was mentioned in all of them, and the informational leverage was only on the second time. Second place, followed by economy and diplomacy or policy. So what we see from their doctrine, it's or different doctrinal documents, it's quite similar to American time fill model, that diplomacy, information, military, economy, finance, intelligence, and lawfare. And if we look at the attacks or what they have attempted, then the last
time that they had a major attack without using any military force or even any military threat was against Estonia in 2007. All other 6 domains that I just mentioned in the Time-fill model were present there. And well, to some extent you might argue that military was present even if it wasn't used, because everybody in Estonia knows that there is a airborne division stationed only 30 kilometers from our border. And in later conflicts like Georgia and definitely Ukraine, they have used the military, well, not maybe from day zero, because of course the other activities start earlier, but they haven't hesitated using the military force. I assume that 2007 it was as good as it gets without using military force, even against such small and because of that maybe comparatively weak country like Estonia. But afterwards, they have always used the military argument as well.
Thank you very much. And then, please, Major Juha Kukkola.
Thank you. I fully concur what was said previously. It might also be that we have made the assumption that Russians evaluate information operations as important because we ourselves have been fooled by them at least once during Crimea. And all this hybrid warfare thing has focused our interests in what Russians are writing about information warfare, and thus we had excluded whatever else they have been writing about future war. So maybe perhaps we have ourselves been too much focused on information warfare, and thus we think that the Russians are also focusing on it. If we look at what Russia did in Syria, they bombed those huts to the ground. There was no information operations, at least on a bigger scale. They used aircrafts, air bombing, and special operation forces to win the war for Assad, not information warfare. Well, but it's also true that ex-KGB, now FSB officers and the political leadership and Russian security elite have these common background from the Cold War era, and this might somehow influence their thinking about the importance of information, about how important it was during the Cold War era, and so they still think that it's important today, how to manipulate political consciousness of populations and so forth. Usually the Russians cite the fall of the Soviet Union as one of the biggest information operation of the West. And that's how they legitimize their own interest in information warfare. So if Soviet Union fell because of Western information operation, then information must be something powerful and we, the Russians, must harness it. So it might be that, yeah, they think it's important. Also, they've seen how the United States managed to build up coalition twice to attack Iraq. In 1991, very successfully. In 2003, not so successfully, but anyways, it managed to combine information operations with kinetic operation. And the Russians want to do something like that, to legitimize the use of force, and that you can do only through information operations. And yeah, as I said in my own presentation, the Russians see information and information operations as asymmetrical. It can be cheap. If it succeeds, it's cheap and can have strategic effects if all goes well. So there is also this like economical incentive to use information instead of some more expensive measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we will take the final question from the venue. Please, Colonel Pekka Turunen from FNDU.
Thank you. My question goes to Iivo Jurve and Juha Vihersaari. I'm interested in top-level cooperation and coordination. First, I would like to ask you, Iivo, how Russians coordinate the propaganda narrative on the top level, strategic level, and disseminate it to the field? And then secondly, Juha Vihersaari, on your slide were mentioned the cooperation between the intel and security organizations. Do you have any information on how they do the coordination or cooperation, or do you have any example how they have done it in the past cyber operations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Dr. Iivo Jurve, first.
Thank you. I guess that we are lacking the exact knowledge how they are doing it, but well, the presidential administration, it is the center of the center of gravity and then center of the country. Its apparatus is much bigger than, for example, the government of the Russian Federation. So for everything that concerns the so-called siloviki or the secret services and the military, the Security Council of the presidential administration seems to be the focal point, or at least seemed to be the focal point prior to the war, the place where the decisions were made and also where the coordination was done. And of course, not only the services but also the military is involved there. How they operate with their own media, it seems that again there are some weekly meetings with the heads or personnel from some larger media houses, and most probably sent out some talking points in the meanwhile as well. And it seems that self-censorship and also that everybody tries to grasp what Kremlin and Putin think and tries to act accordingly. So yeah. That would be, I guess, my answer. How it exactly goes to the field, or what are the how to say general, what are the commands that the field psyops units have from above? We don't know exactly.
Thank you, sir. And then Colonel Juha Vihersaari, please.
I think that it's totally opposite way. That the problem is lack of coordination. I don't have any exact fear in this capacity which they put on Ukraine has not been too successful.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are running out of time, but I would like to sum up some things we heard today. First of all, as we heard from all the experts and presentations, that non-kinetic measures can be a lethal weapon if used rightly or highly sophisticated way. So it's upon very much of the user's skill how to use the non-kinetic measures, whether it's been psyops, cyber warfare, whatever. And the other thing, that was very interesting question from you, ma'am, about the private actors or third parties. I would like to say that that's very good example that the privatization of the warfare has come to stay. It's really major part of the warfare at the moment, all around the world. And what we see in Ukraine, as a measures of using, for example, Wagner Group, that's the top of the iceberg. Because the money, the sums that are involved in this business at the moment, it's approximately $250 billion annually. So it's not anymore something that we cannot take part of the warfare. On behalf of the Finnish National Defense University, I would like to thank especially our experts, Mr. Juha Vihersaari, Mr. Iivo Jurve, and Mr. Juha Kukkola, and taking part to the panel and your great answers. And then I'd like to, of course, thank our respective audience online and here in the venue. And because I'm the only thing in between the coffee break, I will stop now and inform that we will continue after 28 minutes, so 3:30. Please be back online and in the venue. Thank you very much.
Hello, Michael. Can you hear us and see us?
Yes, I can. I just found the Zoom link.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We are beginning quite soon. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm ready.
Excuse me. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, we are beginning our last session, which is titled Operational Assessments. And we are going to discuss during our session especially about the performance of Russian military during the Ukrainian invasion. We have three interesting presentations, and they are examining the topic from different kind of perspectives. My name is Jukka Viitaniemi, and I serve as a doctoral researcher in our Russia research group here in National Defense University. And our first speaker, I would like to introduce him, Michael Kaufman. He serves as a research program director in the Russia Studies program at the CNA, that is the Center for Naval Analysis, and as a fellow at the Kennedy Institute Woodrow Wilson International Center in Washington, D.C. And Michael has published numerous articles on the Russian military, Russian strategy, doctrine, combat operations, and security issues in Russia and Eurasia. And before I give the floor to Michael, I would like kindly ask the audience to submit the questions during our panel discussion. So in a way, we will hear the presentations in a way in one go. And now I will give the floor to Michael. Please, Michael, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks for the kind invitation and the kind introduction. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you in person. I initially planned to, but work, travel, and research had me doing other things, unfortunately. I'm going to try to give what I think is a preliminary look or assessment of Russian military performance. I mean, I try to do it in, I think, 20 minutes, so I'm obviously going to fail, and we'll see how far I get into it. And my goal is to have a PowerPoint presentation alongside what I say to you here. Let's see if I can make that happen. Okay, well, if everything's going well, then you are seeing a PowerPoint presentation. And let me shift my notes. Great. Okay, so let me kind of give a very rough outline and an overview. If you take nothing away from this presentation, take this. The way I roughly periodize this war is phase one as the initial Russian invasion from February 24th to March 25th, then followed by forced reconstitution and the battle for the Donbass from beginning of April till midsummer. Then Ukraine takes the initiative, launches two concurrent counteroffensives, Kherson and Kharkiv. And then going into the winter, late fall, we get into a winter war of attrition where neither side has the initiative. And then we have the beginnings of the second battle for the Donbass with Russian forces attacking as of about maybe 3-4 weeks ago. A broad overview on the conflict. So I think the things that are most salient to me are first that the political assumptions yielded an unworkable concept of operations and what one could broadly characterize as incoherent or irrational force employment, and that the supremacy of political assumptions and war optimism on the Russian side led them to essentially use a force in a manner for which it didn't train and organize the fight. Second, the secretive nature of the operation, the fact that different people knew different things at different stages, but nonetheless, much of the force wasn't well prepared or coordinated for the invasion. Third, the Russian military couldn't scale. This is something you often can't tell when you look at a military, just going off of exercises or prior force employment. So when they attempt to do things that they'd done before on a much smaller scale, a lot of key enablers broke. And this is actually very common. You can see it amongst European militaries. Many forces cannot do with 150,000 troops what they could do with 5,000. Fourth, the Russian military had a variegated force. It included mobilized LDNR personnel, Rosguardia personnel, Wagner PMCs that started to grow prominent after May of last year. And this force was not specially interoperable. The Russian military needed to mobilize for a war like this. They did not mobilize, hence they invaded with a fairly hollow force structure and were increasingly dependent on other types of personnel who were not regulars and weren't as well interoperable with the rest of the military. The Russian force structure and design built a military very ill-suited for this war, and I'll talk a bit about that. Force structure, I think, is often a bit deterministic and helps bound your capacity for force employment. That force really was not going to be successful in a war like this, and they made big choices and trade-offs in the force design that they selected. Last 2 points. Weakness in fundamentals at the level of training and leadership. I think this is something analysts like myself probably got wrong over the last several years, assuming there'd been market improvement in the Russian military. No, it's not the military of the 1990s, and it's not the military of the early mid-2000s, but it is certainly not the military in terms of force quality that I think some of us believed it to be. And last, missing software and experience in organizational adaptation. The Russian military had the tools, had the capabilities, it had the sensors, and it had, in theory, the technology to put it together. The problem was less Russian theory and more the inability to convert it into practice because they had no experience. They didn't have the organizational adaptations. They didn't have the capacity to put that theory into practice at scale because they did not have prior experience doing it. And that's not an unsurprising finding. Okay. Last comment here. There's a lot we don't know about this war. Early takes are often wrong. I see a lot of input-output problems in this war. That is anecdotal inputs where the aggregate output data doesn't match the narrative that's been out there. And I just encourage all of you to consume information critically and be cautious about sort of like the categorical explanative narratives about what happened and why. Briefly on the initial campaign, I think it's fair to say that Russia scoped as largely a regime change operation and assumed that the main phase of combat operations would be no more than 2 weeks. I think a lot of this was based on groupthink. It was very ambitious and highly unrealistic. Seemed informed by prior Russian operations like Operation Danube, invasion of Czechoslovakia, and also seemed to have a lot of influence from U.S. invasion of Iraq 2003. This is my own hypothesis, because I saw a lot of efforts to imitate what I think probably were the worst elements of our invasion of Iraq and the things that didn't especially work for us and may have been a Russian misinterpretation of what they'd seen. I think a big important part of this operation is that the Russian military assumed that the FSB would handle cities and key tasks within cities and therefore avoided them. I think FSB intelligence grossly oversold what they can do. It's clear that since the Russian military didn't conduct mobilization ahead of the war, it meant that it deployed in a relatively hollow force structure designed for a local war rather than a regional large-scale war, and a kind of force that really wasn't intended to sustain more than about 2 weeks worth of combat operations. Russian troops were generally not aware of the mission until around 24 to 72 hours. Junior officers knew more, but we're talking a couple weeks out. This is not enough to prepare a military for a large-scale invasion. If you look across basic logistics, coordination, setting up communication systems, setting up ISR, it really wasn't there. And a lot of maintenance sustainment hadn't been done. And a lot of Russian troops early on drove in administratively as though they were still in Russia. And many of the columns actually had Rosguardia, the National Guard, in the lead. They pushed units very quickly down roads, trying to seize key junctions, rail hubs, and trying to avoid main fights. I think they assumed that they could bypass cities and that there would be very little resistance. And they were essentially operating under the assumption that they were creating a much larger version of the seizure of Crimea in 2014. Naturally, logistics couldn't keep up. Many units didn't know where they were going, and they were essentially doing something akin to thunder runs if we go back to our 2003 analogy. This led to big morale issues, order confusion, breaking of trust between troops and their officers. Russian military took heavy casualties in the first 3 weeks during this initial campaign, lost a lot of their best forces, airborne, naval infantry. They were very vulnerable to Ukraine defense in depth, mobile defense in the east, and the use of cities. I'll talk a bit about different fronts and acts of advance, but essentially what you'll see, I'll have a map up in a bit, that the Russian military attempted to advance with 4 military districts in charge of their own regional groupings of forces along 3 main fronts, but many operational directions. And what they essentially did is they compounded their problem in 3 ways. I'll try to distill it in this manner. First, the command and control structure that they chose for this invasion is not reflective of the way they train and organize to fight NATO in strategic command staff exercises, where one joint strategic command takes in units from others. Instead, they deployed all 4 strategic commands and had essentially 4 commanders in the fight. Second, it was also not reflective of the way they previously fought and invaded Ukraine in 14 and 15, dividing the theater and military operations and doing it that way. So the Russian military attempted to invade Ukraine with a C2 organization that is neither reflective of the way they trained and organized before or the way they previously conducted these kinds of campaigns. Second, they attempted to scale operations, which is something they hadn't done in many decades, with this military, and a lot of things broke. All right. Third, they were attempting to use a force structure that wasn't designed for this kind of war in a way that isn't really very reflective of the doctrine and training. And unsurprisingly, this aspect of it didn't perform. So they essentially compounded the challenge of a large-scale invasion in 3 main ways. Here's an invasion perspective. I think this is a fair slide representing about as far as the Russian military got several weeks into the war. This is still a pretty substantial rate of advance, to be honest. I mean, the Russian military had over 100,000 kilometers of territory that it didn't control, but you could broadly say attempt to occupy. The campaign varies depending on where you look, but the Russian military was very much struggling to establish a military advantage because this military strategy is completely incoherent. It makes no sense. Russian forces are all competing with themselves for logistics and manpower. And so everywhere they're going, they're not able to establish an actual military advantage over Ukrainian defense. If you're going to give the Russian military any kind of success at all in the initial invasion, it's that in the Donbass, LDNR troops largely pin a sizable number of Ukrainian units in the JFO, the Joint Forces Operation. But almost everywhere else, the Russian military fails, especially in the north and east. In the south, it's much more successful, and there's a good debate why. Part of the reason is terrain, part of it's logistics, part of it's that their intel operation, they've been much more successful in enabling the actual initial campaign. So the Ukrainian military was very effective in stalling the Russian advances, but a lot of it was volunteers outside of Kiev. The Ukrainian military actually was not in good position to defend and didn't have a lot of its units quite ready. So you have a lot of serendipity and contingency in the way it plays out. What the issue you get is that the Ukrainian military is effective using ATGMs to slow down Russian formations, but a lot of the damage is inflicted by artillery fire, and that's where most of the attrition comes from. Russian troops themselves are not well trained for urban warfare in general, and very much struggle to suppress Ukrainian artillery early on. That said, with all the deficits of Russian planning, the outcome of the initial invasion was not over-determined, okay? I can see points where the war might have gone the other way. It hinged on quite a bit in the early days. The Russian military definitely lost in this most decisive phase of the war, which is fairly fair to say probably the first 4 or 5 days. But it was a damn close run thing, okay? And the more we know about the battle for Kiev, I went there myself, talked to people who fought in that battle from different sides, gained perspectives back in the fall, the more it's clear how close run of an affair this all was and how precarious Ukraine's situation was in the early days, right? So this is basically to give the story its due and to try to introduce some nuance to the contemporary narrative on the initial invasion. Force design readiness. This to me proved to be a very significant factor. So Russian military built its force primarily oriented towards a short, sharp war with NATO with a large hedge in trying to build out a flexible force that could also deploy on short notice for local wars. The big assumptions built into that military was that there wouldn't be a need for strategic ground offensives, that you wouldn't need logistics to support things like that the force did not require large amounts of manpower to hold big tracts of terrain. It focused heavily on fire and strike, on air defense, on the initial period of war, airspace assault and deflection of airspace attack. the Russian military sort of conceptually is designed, assumed that contemporary warfare would be fought on a fragmented battlefield with maneuver formations engaging each other, largely indirectly, and focus ground force development on concepts like maneuver defense. Essentially believed that positional fights or high density of forces holding trenches, big fronts of the type you saw in World War II, was no longer a planning requirement, and that nobody in Europe basically had militaries to fight this way anyway. And so they dramatically cut parts of the force, and what you end up getting is a military that had very little infantry in it. It had a lot of metal. It had a lot of fire and strike formations, and it was not set up to fight for cities, to hold large amounts of terrain, to operate effectively off of roads. To do any of that, they would have actually had to have several months of mobilization to raise the force from 70% to, closer to 100% manning levels. So if the question is, why is a partial mobilization, why did it look hollow invading Ukraine? It's because it was hollow, because it didn't go through mobilization. And it wasn't designed for a war of that type and scale. Okay. My own view is that beyond initial operation, large-scale conventional wars do come down to attrition, so it's very hard to recover from bad choices in force design. I think if you look at the Russian military, you see that the battalion tactical group structure was heavily compromised. They reduced the size of the BTG and expanded the number. They kept going after a larger force structure, but not raising manning levels, and so they kept dropping readiness. So at the end of the day, you had what some folks call the cosplay Soviet military. In practice, it was a military that made hard choices in force design and then began to compromise on the initial decisions that they made, right? And so this is sort of compounded some of the problems in. And that's how you eventually got to a force where 130 BTGs in that force probably amounted to no more than 90,000 regular troops. And the rest were mobilized personnel from LDNR and Rosguardia, and how you got to a place where an entire brigade of 3,500 men was at most able to deploy 2 small BTGs of no more than 600 men in each one, and sometimes very uneven. Okay. Let me talk briefly about the air campaign. So first and foremost, regarding the air campaign, it's clear that the initial campaign involved demonstrative strikes, but the Russian Air Force did not effectively go after Ukrainian command and control. It went after radars, it went after air defense, it went after air bases, but it didn't try to take out ground lines of communication, didn't try to go after bridges, and this was a real puzzling aspect of the air campaign. I think why the Air Force didn't achieve air superiority. Well, first of all, because the Russian military isn't the US military, and this isn't a joint force operation. The center of gravity was not the Ukrainian military, it was a decapitation strike. So it was very difficult to see how an air superiority campaign lasting 3-4 months was going to align with Putin's objectives to have this be a quick, easy victory that's essentially over in the first 2 weeks, right? You can't reconcile those two ideas. But let's get beyond that. The Russian Air Force couldn't have achieved air superiority in Ukraine. This is a bold statement, I think, but not a particularly risky finding. First, Ukraine is the largest country in Europe outside of Russia. Second, it has the largest park of radar-guided air defense in Europe to begin with. So it'd be a very, very hard target. Third, the Russian Air Force could have certainly mounted a campaign like that as part of a joint force operation, but as an Air Force, it's focused on air defense and ground support, and actually has very little training and experience in suppression of air defense, and actually doesn't have a history of a successful air assault knockdown campaign against an opponent with significant air defense. So the likelihood that the Russian Air Force could have done this mission successfully is very low to begin with. That said, it had a much bigger role early on in the war than I think a lot of folks give credit for, with the exception of Russia, that did very good reports on the subject. But this is a complex topic that's worth getting into in another conversation with more time. Briefly on follow-on phases. So during the Battle of Donbass, you saw the Russian military largely using artillery fire to compensate for a structural deficit of manpower and over-reliance on mobilized personnel from LDNR as the main dismounted infantry to fight for Mariupol and Severodonetsk. That strategy essentially ran out of track by midsummer. Russian force became exhausted. They deployed all the units they had. They couldn't replace losses with additional volunteer battalions. They had no capacity to rotate forces, so they deployed 100% of the available contract force. And that meant that they were exhausted and left vulnerable. And they could only defend Kherson, which left them very vulnerable in Kharkiv, hence the success of the Ukrainian Kharkiv offensive, because units there, in some respects, I think many of them were struggling to have around 30% manning levels. That said, you definitely saw a regression to the mean from April till July in terms of the Russian war effort, and the Russian military fighting a lot more the way I think it trained and organized to fight. Let's talk about what I think important factors but weak explanations, and I'll close out on these last two slides. So these are important factors, but I think in popular narrative, they're actually not great explanations. Corruption, I don't see as significant in explaining differentiated outcomes in war, right? It's very hard to explain how Azerbaijan, with 3 times the corruption of Armenia, beats Armenia in 2020, and it's very difficult to find, the delta between corruption in Ukraine and corruption in Russia as the explanative factor in military performance here. I think it's a very weak explainer. Pseudo-intellectual explanations, regime type or society, these have superficial appeal, but as soon as you begin to think about them, you begin to see how problematic they are. Often lead to kind of weird essentialist arguments. Anecdotalism, technical minutia, this is missing, that is missing. I'm much more favorable towards large-scale aggregate data. Intangibles. Yeah, we always talk about how we need to get better at measuring intangibles, and we never seem to do that. The reason why is if they were easy to measure, we wouldn't call them intangibles, we would call them tangibles, and we would be able to count them the way we count tanks and everything else. And so this is a thorny subject. Last slide for me on thoughts about military analysis. So military power is closely tied to context. It doesn't exist in the abstract. I think a lot of the defense mil analysis community focused on scenarios between Russia and NATO and spent a little time focusing on scenarios between Russia and Ukraine. So you get very good at the problem you study, and you get very bad at the scenarios you don't study in terms of understanding the matchup. I think one of the biggest failures in analysis was less on the Russian military, more on the Ukrainian military, understanding Ukrainian military planning, understanding their performance, and having the right expectations in that scenario. I think political assumptions drove the concept of operations, and this to some extent was a missing point in trying to figure out what the initial Russian invasion looked like. And maybe last 2 points, I think there's a lot we didn't quite see about the Russian military in terms of software, organizational adaptation, capacity for force employment, and the defense research ecosystem does generate bias towards overestimating opponents. That's kind of built in to the way we do wargaming, the way we do planning. Capability is easiest to assess, but figuring out force employment to me is more important. And I think also if there was a greater focus on Russian force structure and understanding its implications for the way Russia could fight, that might have led to better conclusions and run to the war. All right, I'll close on that. I think I've done the best I could in a little over 20 minutes. Or just so I'll turn back over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael, for your excellent presentation. Our next speaker is here in the room. He's Leonid Nersisyan, and Leonid is a doctoral researcher at the University of Birmingham and a research fellow at APRI, Armenia. And he holds also experience in consulting and research, and his research interests include CIS countries, armed forces, and defense interest in industry. Please, Leonid, the floor is yours.
How we use the presentation. Okay. Thanks for the introduction, and thank you. I want to thank FNDU for organizing such a great event, like last times too. I want to not really compare Russo-Ukrainian war and Second Karabakh war, but put them together
and look at them at once as two cases which are the newest examples of large interstate wars. I will start with a small review of what kind of researches have been done already on both wars. Of course, Russo-Ukrainian war gets more attention because of its scale, because of the involvement of big countries and powers. At the same time, Nagorno-Karabakh war also had several good researches to the moment. Unfortunately, most of the publications were about the role of UAVs. Some of them are good, some of them are more about mythology. Fewer papers discussed role of Azeri mobile troops, air defense, Armenian air defense, and general failures of Armenia. And there were almost no research on intelligence, on C2, on role of artillery and other aspects of war. Russo-Ukrainian war is more balanced, has more balanced focus on domains, and there are more publications which are focusing systematic, multifaceted approach, like, for example, like previous presentation was doing. One another characteristics is that there is a disbalance on studies on Russian armed forces connected to Russo-Ukrainian war. That's understandable and mostly comes from the fact that Russian researchers and Russian military they are not publishing much nowadays because it's just not really possible to do so. Out of this small review, we can form some research questions which could be addressed looking at these two cases. And the one is how effective and how should be UAVs used in modern warfare. What is the role of artillery in contemporary warfare? Are these wars, both of them, example of future warfare, let's say, depending on the classification you want to use, like sixth generation in Slipchenko concept or not? Questions related to effectiveness of using guided weapons. Why it was more effective on Ukrainian and Azerbaijani side, and the role of air defense and combat aviation. We'll start with unmanned aerial vehicles, and this is a table based on Oryx data from Karabakh War. If we will just look at this table, we will think that UAVs won this war, really won this war, because it shows that more than 70% of targets are being destroyed by either Bayraktar TB2 male class drone or loitering munitions. But that's not as objective as it can look if we will start doing a deeper research on what really was happening. We will see that Oryx data is not representing the reality in many cases. For example, for tanks, this is an episode of war when 7 tanks were hit at once by 2 Bayraktar TB drones. And in Oryx table, all of them are counted as destroyed. But in the reality, we have later an Azeri photo when they captured this territory and found only 1 tank there. And this is showing that probably most of the 6 others were just damaged, or some even managed to leave the battlefield on their own. So one another researcher recounted the Oryx data with more precise approach, using more OSINT instruments, like with the use of the numbers on the equipment designators, and he found out that only half of the tanks which Oryx, for example, is marking as destroyed were destroyed. And not only tanks, it's about everything that the numbers are lower. And mostly it's because the light munitions of drones are not being able to destroy targets in many cases. Same can be said about loitering munitions. That is not limiting the role of drones, but anyway, there is not. It's not a wonder weapon as it should, as it can look if we will primitively approach that topic. And Ukraine is showing that even more, because the same praised Bayraktar TB2 worked in Ukraine only few first months when Russians were doing the special operation type warfare. Just bringing in forces without implicating working air defense. And when the war became a bit more static and air defense assets appeared there, Ukraine lost many Bayraktars, and very few are left, even according to some official statements. And they are not being used anymore for direct attack on targets. They are only being used as surveillance and targeting devices for artillery. So another good example is that in Ukraine, Russo-Ukrainian war, modified civilian drones did much more casualties than military drones like Bayraktar, the male class. It's only about maximum 150 targets which has been destroyed by Bayraktar out of 9,000, more than 9,000 if we believe Oryx to the moment. And the number of implications of these civilian drones is so large that it's even not possible to, there is nobody who had made a decent research at this moment, and that's something which is very interesting to do, and I'm working on that now, starting to work on that. Here, in Nagorno-Karabakh, some civilian drones were also used, but only as surveillance. There was no systematic approach in that, mostly fundraising coming from civil society. And in Russo-Ukrainian war, it's very different. It became so important for Russia, which don't have access to military drone, has not much access to military class drone technology, that semi-government structures are buying thousands of DJI or other Chinese drones using different schemes to do so, and they have huge, they have big, not factories, but let's say companies which are changing the operating system of these drones, installing the dropping devices and doing so. And we have even a new trend which probably can be used to create a military class drone at some point, cheap loitering munition using FPV, first view system. Probably you have seen the videos. That's one of the novelties. They use sport class drones which fly multicopters, which are flying faster than DJIs, the Ukrainian armed forces. And Ukrainian armed forces shown to be much more agile and creative in adapting older technologies or civilian or dual class technologies to warfare, much more than Armenians or Russians or even Azeris. Another drone, let's say, technological trend which I can see is that light loitering munitions with warheads about 3 kilograms and less are showing to be much more stable in conquested air defense areas. And this Russian Lancet Free, according to open source, had conducted more than already 140 strikes, and the kill rate is about 60%, which is a good number, and we see that at the same time it's not even the best loitering munition in the world. It's just technically pretty simple one. And we see that bigger ones like the Shahed, or how it was renamed, Gerain 2, they are of course making problems, but they are pretty easy target if there is air defense system which has been modernized the way to catch them. So using older style air defense artillery, for example, is very effective, and it makes problems, but it's not so lethal as the smaller munitions. Moving to artillery, I just want to start with the fact that how much all the four sides which I'm talking today relied on artillery in their doctrines. I did a pretty primitive thing, to be fair, just wrote the ratio of how many servicemen per gun you have in armed forces, and we see, for example, in France is 1,500, and in Armenia it's 160, or in Azerbaijan. In Russia, with stockpiled stuff, it's even 37. So that's just to show how much they relied on it. That's probably because they don't have access to highest class aviation. They don't have much airborne guided munitions, which can partly, in Western militaries, they can partly can do this air support mission instead of using artillery everywhere. But it is very important, and we see different trends, new trends for the interstate war. We see how important are guided munitions for artillery, and we see the huge disbalance in that between Ukraine and between Russia. And Russia, believing open source, only twice used its Tornado S missile there, which is more or less something like analog of the HIMARS GMLRS missiles. And we saw how it changed the war. Along with using the automated systems for command and control for artillery, which is also very important, as this system allow, for example, Krapiva, which is being used by Ukraine and is allowing to download for example, the UAV is making a video or a photo. It just goes to the system in a moment. Then targets can be assigned to the nearest artillery battery, and not even to a battery, but to a single artillery gun. And it makes no sense to use batteries anymore, which are showing to be very easy target today, especially the towed howitzers seems to be an easy target for loitering munitions, for example. And this using of scattered guns is allowing to, at least if you have been found, not lose all four guns, but use one gun. One howitzer, and also it makes the circular error much lower because you get much better quality coordinates coming, and the time on making decisions are much shorter. And we have seen how Ukraine is shooting, even now is shooting 3 times less shells per day, but still they are being able to withstand, and shooting 3 times less, they are reaching almost the same result Russians are reaching, shooting 3 times more shells. Next is the intelligence and precision guided weapons, a combination of that. Here, Nagorno-Karabakh war is a weaker example because only Azerbaijan really had guided munitions and really had integrated intelligence using UAVs and satellites, and Armenia had just both poor intelligence and almost no guided weapons. A better example is Russia, which has lots of and had lots of operative level guided munitions, but had a poor intelligence which not allowed to be effective, especially in the first phase of war, striking air bases with calibers, for example, destroying aircraft graveyards there and not really affecting Ukrainian Air Force. And Ukraine have other disbalance. Ukraine got the integrated intelligence, but it has mostly tactical level guided munitions. So they have artillery shells, the Excaliburs, they have HIMARS, but they can't hit targets far in Russian rear. And just talking about the intelligence quality, that's 4 images which are showing on the left side. We see upper left. That's what intelligence Armenia got. That's just cameras with some zoom showing only the objects in the site. We see Azeris having drone intelligence. We see a Russian satellite image, and we see just the Maxar, not even a military image of Western company, which is has far better resolution than any military class Russian satellite. And talking about satellites, for example, Russia operates only 5 at the moment. It's known that it has only 5 surveillance satellites. 2 of them are civilian class, 3 of them are civilian class and 2 military. And only Maxar and Planet got 25 surveillance satellites with better quality than the Russians, just 2 private companies. And all that Ukraine have the access. So that's not because of HIMARS that HIMARS is so PR'd. That's because HIMARS works with this kind of much better quality intelligence than Russians do. And it's not that Russians' missiles are so bad. It's because they are not targeted well. That's why they show to be worse. In combat aviation, the previous presentation talked about it, so I will be short, because in the Nagorno-Karabakh war there is nothing very much new. We can talk about the piloted combat aviation, and it just shows that it's still relevant, because even for Azerbaijan it was important to use also the modernized Su-25s, because as I already told, the Bayraktar MAM bombs are not very effective against hard targets, are not effective at all, we can say. And aviation bombs and attack aircraft was still useful when the air defense was degraded. And in Russian-Ukrainian war, we see that Russia was not able to do the SEAD operation, and that's because it lacks guided munitions. Only 900 missiles was shot by Russian combat aviation, if we believe Ukrainian official sources, compared to 4,000 operative level missiles. Ukrainian aviation, of course, is working. The surprise is probably that even older Soviet aircraft like MiG-29 can use American HARM missiles if it's upgraded the right way. But in general, there is nothing new in that. And if we compare Russian Air Force to what to what US did in Iraq in 23, for example, US did more combat sorties in 1 month, 41,000, than Russia did from beginning of war until October. It was about 30,000. So that's different causes: the lack of quality maintenance, no insufficient training and stuff, and there is nothing which this war really brings up. With air defenses, it shows how important it is. The contrast between two wars showing how important integrated air defense and management of it is. And Armenia had severe losses, not because it lacked air defense, but it was managed badly. It was 60% of it was just destroyed on bases on the first day, which never happened to Ukraine, which was able to move at least. And Russian air defense also shows to be effective against most of targets. Sometimes it's not working because, for example, but in most of cases, if it's not ballistic targets, if it's drones, and it works. And I want to finish up with some conclusions from this research, and conclusions are that large male class UAVs are not yet able to fully replace manned attack aircraft, and probably won't going to be nearly 5-10 years, and light loitering munitions are a very effective mean of combating complex air defense environments, and probably we are going to see growth of this market very soon. Many countries looking at these opportunities. They are cheap and easily applicable, and we see this upgraded civilian class drones role, which is, I can't answer if it's how important it is, because it's very under-researched. We don't know how many of drones like that are being shot down or being jammed by electronic warfare. Of course, both sides are showing only the videos with success. There is no evidence to support claims of obsolescence of tanks because of UAVs becoming some dominant. We see that tanks are only the target which are withstanding both strikes from male class attack drones and from loitering munitions. So I would say that shows that the role of tanks is even higher maybe than before drones came in. And artillery remains cornerstone of modern warfare, especially if it's in the balance with modern command and control and integration tools. It's also important to see that to use precision-guided munitions effectively, you really need to have an access to almost real-time quality intelligence, especially if we are talking about Russians' beloved long-range operative level missiles. That combat aviation had small role in both wars yet, and that both wars are not really that non-contact war, which should be conducted only by mostly using guided munitions, which can be called 6th or 4th generation warfare. It's an old school war, but with new modern warfare components which can be researched, but I don't think that people should study what we see as a real implication of how your army should fight, for example. Both sides are not are not fighting the modernist way it can be. Thanks for the attention.
Okay, Bettina, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you to Leonid. It was interesting. I really enjoyed your comparison approach. And our next speaker is Bettina Rentz, PhD. She's a professor of International Security School of Politics and International Relations at University of Nottingham. And Bettina has published widely on Russian military and security policy since 2005 and is currently engaged in a British Academy-funded project on Ukrainian military reforms since 2019. And now the floor is yours, Bettina.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for including me in the program. I'm extremely disappointed I can't be there in person. Of course, I've spent many happy times in Helsinki before. I can't see the audience, but hello in case there are any of my friends there. A quick disclaimer before I start on my paper. So I'm in this panel, but I'm not really engaging in an operational level analysis. I'm very much a civilian working at a civilian university, so I usually leave the tactical and operational details to the professionals. However, as was mentioned in the introduction, I am a long-time Russia watcher. In fact, I started researching Russian civil-military relations in the late 90s, and then became increasingly interested in the more political and strategic aspects of Russian military power. Ironically, I also started looking at Ukrainian military reforms over the last 3 years. This is not the topic of this year's conference, maybe next year. So I'm looking at something completely different this time. Let me share my screen. I hope the screen is visible to everybody. So my talk will be on Western estimates of Russian military capabilities and the war in Ukraine. It dovetails quite nicely with what Michael Kaufman was saying in different words. This is about, well, the fact that, as we all know, we don't only need to know our enemy, we also need to know ourselves, and then we will never be in peril. Although, as we will see, this is easier said than done. So I don't need to speak much about that. Everybody will be aware. Of course, the US and UK intelligence agencies accurately predicted the invasion of Ukraine, large-scale assault on the 24th of February 2022. But where predictions were less exact were the performance of the Russian armed forces, which came as a surprise to many people at the time. Here, later acknowledged by the former NATO Secretary General, we have overestimated the strength of the Russian military, and various questions being asked, when it comes to functional military power, is Russia a paper tiger? Is this really the Russian military that we were told about for many years? So why does this matter? This became quite a big issue for debate. People saying, or even some politicians in the US and so on, saying if we had had a better understanding of Russian capabilities, of the much weaker capabilities, perhaps more lethal equipment would have been delivered to Ukraine sooner, giving Ukraine more of a chance to defend itself also from the outset. Also, of course, concerns about what this failure to predict Russia accurately means for the estimation of other or potential future adversaries such as China and so on. And this has then led to calls for the need for better future military assessment within NATO, also various countries saying this is something we will investigate over time to see what went wrong and how to improve. For want of a better description, I would call this the conventional wisdom at the moment in those debates for the reasons for the overestimates in the West of Russian military capabilities in Ukraine. So here just a couple of quotes. There are more of them. I won't read them all out, but pretty much the perception that it is the fault of professional scholars of the Russian military, of Western experts and the think tank community that overestimated Russia, that predicted that Russia would defeat Ukraine quickly because they were obsessed, as Phillips O'Brien here says at the end, with high-tech technology, the glamour of war, and sort of blinded by, he calls, war pornography and so on, to predict the outcome of Russia's invasion of its neighbor. The conventional wisdom then, when it comes to, well, what we need to do about this to avoid a similar situation in the future then, is that basically the overestimates were the result of experts focusing on basic metrics, essentially counting tanks and personnel, planes rhapsodizing on their technical specifications. So the suggestion there then that basically we simply need better trained military analysts or experts, and that these need to be trained or need to be more aware that a wider range of factors rather than only basic metrics need to be taken into account in order to assess Russia's or any country's actual capabilities. So logistics, morale, motivation, leadership, corruption, also the capabilities of the opponent. Of course, all of these need to be considered for more accurate assessments and future predictions of outcomes in war. So much for the debate. Now, this is my argument then, and this is part of a longer article that I've just submitted, but I will take you through it in as few minutes as I can. It is not as simple. Of course, the overestimation of Russian capabilities, this is not an exception. If you look at the history of military and diplomatic relations, of course, there's a long string of countries over or underestimating the other side, often then leading to wars that were or ended up much longer than initially expected. So here, Richard Becks, an expert in intelligence and analysis, already wrote this in 1978, that the repeated calls, and this is not the first time, for better analysis or for the need to just improve the analytical base are problematic. And not only is it not that simple, but also could be dangerous. So those critics that infer that disasters can be avoided by perfecting the norms and procedures of military analysis and argumentation, while this belief is illusory and dangerous if it abets overconfidence that systemic reforms will increase the predictability of threats. And I very much agree with that. So my approach then was to say, well, let's look at this in more detail. And coming from a Russian area studies background and also someone who focuses on strategic studies, I then am taking stock of three broader debates that can provide us with a deeper insight into why Russian military capabilities were potentially overestimated, what we can learn and what we cannot learn from this, and how potentially this could be improved. First of all, these are prevailing Western narratives, public imagination, but also narratives in the policy and decision-making community about Russia. Then the debate or the literature on how military capabilities are or should be measured. And then finally, the debate about predicting outcomes in war and the difficulties of this, which is very much a part of strategic studies. So first of all, the prevailing Western narratives about Russia. There's a clear tendency, and has been since the Cold War, but also especially since the end of the Cold War, tendency towards extremes. So either extreme views of Russia military decay from the 1990s up until 2014, very little attention paid in the West, especially by policy and decision makers to the Russian military. And this then flipped to the other extreme, more or less after the annexation of Crimea. I was myself attending a NATO Defense College workshop just before the annexation of Crimea in spring 2014. And this was called Does Russia Matter? And the outcome of the conference, one of the conclusions was that Russia no longer matters as a threat or as a partner because of its decayed military forces. Then, of course, the annexation of Crimea happened, and these perceptions that Russia is no longer important militarily completely flipped to the other extreme, where just a week or two after the annexation of Crimea, there was evidence given to various parliamentary committees and so on that Russia was about to overtake the West and so on when it comes to conventional military capabilities. It's important to bear in mind that this narrative was not driven by experts on the Russian military who had followed developments in the Russian armed forces in a more consistent way. And in fact, at this point, already in 2014, a lot of them cautioned that at this point now, overestimation was already the greater danger, whereas before, of course, Russian military capabilities had been underestimated. And they pointed out that there are limited lessons, of course, to be learned from what Russia did in Crimea about conventional capabilities. Likewise, from Syria, lots of work being done about shortcomings in the Russian defense industry and so on. So there's a clear tendency in the West, especially policymakers, to tend towards extreme views on Russia as either being weak or being extremely strong. Then there also is a tendency going back to the Cold War, probably beyond that, of, I would call it almost orientalizing Russia, of making Russia and its leadership in particular look at particularly mystical or mythological in a way that it just cannot be understood. And the reason because it cannot be understood, this is then what is making Russia so dangerous. So are the Russians 10 feet tall? This idea that the Russians are playing chess, whereas at the same time the West is playing checkers and so on. And this, of course, very strongly then played into the debates or very strong discourse or Western narrative about Russian strengths in hybrid warfare, Putin as a strategic genius, as David Kilcullen, a famous strategist, has written, and so on. And this, again, is not something that was driven by Western military experts. In fact, a lot of them, including Michael Kaufman and others, were more or less forced to really correct this narrative, saying, well, this doesn't really fit into Russian military thinking, and it really leads us down a very unhelpful path. In particular, also the debate about Russian information warfare strengths following the meddling in the US presidential elections in 2016, again, really overblew this idea of Putin as an all-knowing strategic genius in every way, that belied everything we in fact know about the difficulties of information operations, especially when it comes to influencing enemy populations, winning more hearts and minds, and so on. And it assumed the availability of intelligence to Putin, understanding other societies and so on, that was simply unrealistic and also really did not go along with what we knew about Russian intelligence services, the personalization and so on at the time. And as of course, we saw in Ukraine, this kind of intelligence was not available to Putin, who didn't know himself and his own forces, and even less so understood what drove the Ukrainians. So ultimately, these prevailing narratives were driven by policy and decision makers and in the media and the public imagination. A lot of Western military experts warned against it, but again, they became, as Andrew Monahan put it, impervious to reasonable challenge, and more or less made the expectation that Russia could only win the war in Ukraine decisively inevitable when 2022 came around. Then moving swiftly on to the debate about how military power or how military capabilities should or can be measured. Now, first of all, it is absolutely not a new insight that intangible or non-material factors like motivation, leadership, corruption, and other issues are important in order to assess military capabilities. This understanding goes back all the way to the Cold War here. Andrew Marshall wrote a report in 1966 already for RAND, where he pointed this out. There's lots of other literature on this, also seminal work by Stephen Biddle on military power, and Risa Brooks, also her book on creating military power. A lot of work has been done about how to study military power in a more nuanced and more extensive way. but none of this literature so far has been able to come up with a foolproof solution. Also, Western military experts, Western experts on the Russian military, of course, are aware of the importance of these non-tangible factors. And in fact, in the 1990s, pretty much all the studies on the Russian military were about corruption, were about low morale, living standards, and so on. So clearly an awareness there. Also, of course, me having studied the Ukrainian military over the last few years, very much the understanding there, especially NATO also with its assistance package to Ukraine, very much the focus on those political and corruption and so on, non-tangible aspects rather than on technology or tactics and so on. So why then was there a focus? And I think it is true to say that after 2014 in particular, technology became more of a focus really in the studies, especially by various think tanks and so on, of the Russian military. Well, first of all, of course, during the 1990s, almost no new military kit was procured by Russia. So Russia pumping lots of money into this and procuring a lot of new development in technology and developing research and development all of a sudden was a new development and a notable development that was very much a legitimate and important area of study at the time. The problem is not studying these things. The problem is how these analyses and what is available is, of course, interpreted then by those who matters and make the decisions. But also, of course, it's very difficult to study these non-material factors. Getting information or data about military corruption, also morale and so on, is difficult in any country, but in particular so in Russia, and especially over the last 10 years or so. I challenge anybody to go to Russia and try to study military corruption, for example. And the problem is, if these things are not done based on proper data, there always is the danger then of stereotyping, of ethnocentrism, and so on, that then could lead actually to counterproductive results. And of course, also studying non-material factors is not straightforward. It's problematic to think that you could study something like morale or leadership as an absolute. Of course, this depends also very much on context. For example, morale, leadership, motivation was not a problem for Russian military capabilities and achievement of objectives in Crimea or in Syria until all of a sudden they became issues in the completely different context of Ukraine in 2022. So even if analysts get data and study these more holistic aspects more widely, it will be problematic to put this together in a way that then will really give us a picture of how this will play out in a particular war. And it's, a good example here is, for example, the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are also Western experts, IR experts, were blamed for having failed to predict the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now, the problem at the time was not that there weren't any studies of weaknesses in the Soviet system. There were a lot of them. But putting this together is a completely different thing. It's one thing to observe weaknesses, and it's another thing then to observe or to accurately predict the collapse of a system. And finally, of course, again, it's not only really what military analysts study. The important thing is how this is then interpreted by policy and decision makers. And this inevitably will always occur in a politicized atmosphere. So unbiased interpretation of data will be very, very difficult to achieve, even if a lot of data is available. And at the time, of course, between, say, 2010 or 2014 and 2022, this political context in the West, in the US, but also elsewhere, was very much the loss of confidence in the Western way of war, the fear really that the West had lost the ability to fight heavy, to fight conventional war as a result of that year-long focus on counterinsurgency campaigns and counterterrorism and so on. So the political agenda at the time was to ask or to lobby by many for more investment in conventional military capabilities. And of course, then overstating Russian capabilities worked with this particular agenda. Of course, with hindsight, that was a mistake, but at the time, this was not seen as such or as a problem. Then I also will try to finish before my half hour's up. So just the last point then. And this is a point that I could talk about in greater detail, but maybe we can discuss it more in the questions and answers. So there's a debate, or there is, of course, the big question to what extent outcomes in war can actually be predicted. And this is, of course, an extremely difficult thing. I put you here the picture of Lawrence Friedman's 2017, I think, book, The Future of War History, where he looked at how people in the past, over the last decades and centuries, have attempted to predict the future of war and almost always got it wrong. And there are various reasons for this, of course. Now, first of all, of course, the idea that assessing capabilities and predicting outcomes in war is the same thing, or that having a good understanding of individual capabilities, no matter how broadly defined, will then allow us to accurately predict how a war will unfold is unrealistic, because these two are completely different things. And this is, of course, because victory and defeat in war is not predominantly down to capabilities or military capabilities alone. If it was only down to capabilities, or in general, like in 2014, Russian capabilities, so-called hybrid capabilities at the time, were seen as extremely impressive. They worked very well. But of course, these same capabilities were completely irrelevant in the different context of Ukraine in 2022. And the reason for this is, of course, also strategy and the kind of war that is being fought. So it's impossible really to assess the quality of a military as an absolute. We cannot say the Russian military is generally good or bad. It depends on what they're trying to achieve and what they're trying to do with the available capabilities. And in general, the outcome in wars just cannot be predicted, because the future cannot be predicted. I mean, it's just a very simple point, because there are decisions that have not even been taken yet. Of course, there is chance and contingency and events we maybe could predict, but many other things that we cannot see coming. And of course, war also is a two-way street. It's a duel, and how the opponent will act and react is, of course, also an important issue here. When it comes to Western military experts, and oh, sorry. Okay, I pressed the wrong button here. I looked very closely at this, of course, to see what people in fact predicted, because there seems to be the clear, well, the accusation really that everybody confidently predicted that Russia would win in 3 or 4 days. And there was actually nothing of that sort. Actually, very few experts predicted anything at all, because most of them will be trained in strategic studies and the complexity of strategy and so on. Of course, and this was mentioned before, there were some scenarios, most of them focused on the Baltic states, but of course a completely different context. So for Ukraine, that wasn't really all that relevant. There was some speculation, or some military experts expressed an opinion in late 2021 or early 2022 about how a fuller scale or larger scale invasion of Russia, by Russia of Ukraine, might unfold. But of course, none of them had any way of knowing really what kind of war Putin would decide to fight, what kind of war he would be going for. And an interesting paper by our very own Michael Kaufman, he considered some potential scenarios. I think it was at the end of 2021. And he concluded that all of the scenarios he could conceivably think about seemed illogical and politically counterproductive at the time. So what that meant, a lot of analysts, including Michael Kaufman and many others, thought for a long time that a large-scale invasion was unlikely, not because Putin didn't have bad intentions towards Ukraine, but just because it would, in fact, be very costly, and it would be very, very difficult to achieve any kind of maximalist strategic objectives. So the mistake, perhaps, that Western military experts made was not so much misestimating Russian military capabilities, but it was simply the inability to predict what kind of strategic decisions that could very easily lead to failure by Putin would be taken in Moscow that just simply did not seem rational to us at the time. Now, a big issue, of course, and this is a very fair point of criticism, also was mentioned before, the failure to estimate or to underestimation of Ukrainian military capabilities. And this is, of course, absolutely true. But of course, it wasn't the fact that Western Russian analysts simply did not take the data into account. The reason why a colleague who is a Ukrainianist and I started this project a few years ago on Ukrainian military was that there's very little data and very little analysis actually available on the Ukrainian military. I think, again, this is partially linked to narratives or strategic narratives about Ukraine. So whereas strategic narrative about Russia overblows Russian power and military capabilities, there's almost no strategic narrative on Ukraine at all. Very little detail known. If anything, then Ukraine before the war was seen as a victim of Russian aggression and so on that needed aid in terms of military reforms and so on by NATO and by the West. So there was no analysis available that Western Russian military experts could have taken into account. And of course, the idea that they could have done this research easily themselves is also very problematic, because as we discussed before, in order to understand the military and capabilities properly, it requires deep insights into cultural, political processes, society, certainly language skills. And most Russian military experts do not have that. I myself started learning Ukrainian only 3 years ago. So this needs a whole different approach. Yes, we need to understand the Ukrainians better, but of course this will require a change in terms of what is taught at Western universities, languages are being taught. And also it will not help in predicting potential future Russian performance in general, because that would mean we would need to know more about various other potential targets as well. We also know very little, for example, about the Kazakh armed forces, Moldovan armed forces, and other countries. So capabilities and military power are context dependent. There was no way really for predicting accurately the outcome of this war, even if there had been more of a focus on corruption, on motivation, and so on. And as also mentioned, I think by Dima Adamski already this morning, of course, there is no such thing as a generally good or bad military. And as such, there's again, I think, the danger now by some people at least dismissing Russia as a paper tiger and going the other extreme again. And this would be a massive mistake, because what didn't work now might work elsewhere. And obviously the Russians are also learning. So let me just very briefly conclude. Military capabilities are notoriously difficult to measure for a reason. And this was the case in the past, and it will not change just by making some adjustments. There can be some modest results, obviously, by maybe refocusing what military analysts are looking at. But again, this idea that this will lead to accurate predictions in the future is simply unrealistic and maybe a dangerous expectation. I think because again, the biggest surprises in war often lie in what happens after the first engagements, as Friedman wrote in his book on future war. So I think for the moment, the most important thing is to avoid hyperbole when it comes to assessing Russian military capabilities, because underestimation, again, would be a costly mistake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bettina. Really interesting presentation, and that was probably, or is one of the biggest questions here in the West at the moment concerning the overestimation of Russian military power. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we can start the panel discussion. We have already first question from the audience, I suppose.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Johan Norberg, Swedish Defence Research Agency. I would like to thank the panelists for 3 very, very good presentations and thought-provoking and so on. I have 3 general questions, and I would like to hear from all of you. I noticed in Bettina's presentations all these people that criticized military analysts for overestimating Russian military power. There were comments from 2022. My question is, where were they in 2021? Number 2, what do we actually mean by capability? We've been saying it all along, but it's rarely defined. I have a hunch that this is a bit like sex in a monastery. Everybody talks about it, but nobody really knows what it is. What do we actually mean? Otherwise, we can never describe, measure, whatever. But here is just a notion that everybody talks about, but I don't really understand what it is. Number 3, what should we do differently, more specifically, in just not saying everything should be done better? Well, yes, obviously, I'm the first one to admit that I made a lot of mistakes in assessing Russian military power. But I need help. More specifically, what should I do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start, Bettina?
I can do. I have to admit I didn't fully catch all of the questions. I think because of the sound. I think I got the general gist of the last one. And so, what should we do differently?
Yeah, let's start from that.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Of course, that's the million-dollar question. I think no matter what we do, again, we can do better, and of course, we need to try to do better. Of course, this is absolutely lessons should be learned, but again, we need to be careful not to be simplistic about the particular lessons that can be learned. I think in terms of studying many of the things that really are of interest in Russia in more detail, the problem is, from my own point of view, for example, that's the reason I moved on to studying Ukraine, because it just I like going to places, speaking to people, doing interviews and so on. Already 4 or 5 years ago, it did not seem like a good idea anymore to go to Russia and ask these kind of questions. So again, there's a question of availability of data. When I first studied Russian military in 2000, even I wrote about the FSB and intelligence services. There was even online quite a lot of information. You could still speak to people representing these organizations. This is no longer possible. So again, we need to work with what we have. Obviously, I'm sure Michael and other people will have access to better, different kind of data, depending also on who you're working for. But I think we need to be realistic about how much can be achieved. One thing I would say, and I would say that, of course, as a Russian area studies expert, I don't think we can understand Russia entirely by just focusing on the bad things its government are doing. I think, again, an area studies approach where we are understanding the culture more broadly, or the people and so on, and actually focusing on these kind of things as well are also important, because as we know now, also support for the war in Russia, morale really of the Russian population and so on, all of these things are and will be important as the war will continue to go on for quite a long time, I assume. So I'll let Michael and the other speaker go next. Thank you.
Can you continue, Michael?
Sure. Johan, it's good to hear from you. And it's a shame we haven't seen each other in so long. I wish I could be there. So let me try to offer some thoughts. Yeah, what do we mean by capability? Because defense generalists and intellectuals literally normally focus on just capability, technical capability, right? This is the thing that they tend to fetishize. I think we need to do a lot more in understanding whether they can actually turn theory into practice and look at how we're evaluating it. I think we need to be better at assessing force structure and its implications for how the force can perform, right? I think we have to try to get at software to the extent we can. Our knowledge is incredibly imperfect, right? We're studying a cool system that classified a lot of things post-2016. And there's much that we don't know or we can't surmise, either by looking at exercises or looking at boutique limited force employment, right? So there's certain things we have to estimate. Next, I think we have to really drill it into people that assessing military capability in the abstract is very different from understanding how military power will express itself in a particular scenario, all right? As I always tell people, like a US-China fight over Taiwan is very different than the way you would assess a Chinese land war with India, okay? And hence the same conversation on sort of a Russian-NATO war in the Baltics versus a Russian invasion of Ukraine. The concept of operations will be different, the political objectives will be different, the force employment will be different, and the people you're assessing on both sides, a different scenario. I think we have to clearly convey contingency and things that are indeterminate and make that abundantly clear in our field, right? And part of the reason why is there are a lot of views that have been assigned to our field by people who are not in it that fundamentally are not true. Like, good luck actually finding a Russian military analyst who wrote that the Russian military would defeat Ukraine in 3 days. And by the way, good luck finding the intelligence assessment who said that. I'm going to make you a high confidence bet, because in this conversation, I'm in DC, and I'm probably closer to the problem set than most, is that it never said such a thing. And that this is a myth, that historians will not be able to uncover such a document, because I suspect it doesn't exist, okay? Because I don't think anybody in intelligence ever made a categorical claim that the Russian military would defeat Ukraine or capture Kiev in 3 days either. You know, on field gaps, we gotta be a bit better at identifying some of them and being frank about what they are. But some of these things are hard. It depends where you are, right? Like, the ecosystem funds certain types of work. It funds the same war games on the Baltics. It funds looking at the Blue Force vulnerabilities that the Blue Force is interested in. You know, if you think about it, you probably had 100 A2AD studies or hypersonic studies or Russian invasion of Suwalki Gap studies for any one person that was remotely interested in Russian logistics or Russian training. And good luck getting anybody to even have like a cogent story of what a Russian conscript goes through as part of the training cycle. So these are pieces that are often missing that we need to get better at trying to put it together. I don't have any easy answers for you here. We all got some things wrong, but one thing I'm thankful for is actually a very intellectually honest field. Unlike defense intellectuals, which is a different story altogether.
Would you like to continue, Leonid?
I will add a bit to the second question. I think that if we make one another step down, we also should consider we should not just measure capabilities as it is, but capabilities to what? To, for example, if we are talking about waging local war or Russian combat aviation capabilities, we can say that it's capable of waging local war, but it's not capable to wage regional war. So probably just making the task smaller, giving some categories, and it will make it easier to access. And the third one, third question is really challenging, and probably one of the answers is also working together more, I mean, in academia and among military analysts. Thanks.
Thank you, Leonid. The second question was actually quite good, because what's the, if I understood right, what's the definition for capability? And when we are talking about military capabilities, to my understanding, different countries and different armies have different kind of definitions for that concept. But probably the biggest questions that is actually Bettina brought that out, that what kind of new factors we should include to the present definition. That's my question. Do we have any kind of ideas what would be the new factors? If the cornerstones, for example, here in Finland, when we are talking about military capabilities, they are basically only three. They are doctrine, equipments, and personnel, including probably training and so on and so forth. What should we add more to that triangle? Michael, if you start.
Yeah. First, force structure. Show me your force structure, and I'll tell you how you're going to fight beyond the initial operation in the war. Okay. Yeah. And we know that in in limited wars between smaller or middle powers, the initial period of war can be very decisive. But between major powers, the wars often come down to attrition. So the force structure question is very significant, okay? Second, yes, doctrine, but when we say doctrine, what we need to split out is military strategy, main operational concepts, and aspects of tactics, right, that we know about. Third, to me, training and whether we think the force can do it. And there are two areas of training to identify. Fundamentals, force quality. This is training to fight. Johan will be familiar to this because it's the title of his report from years back. But the software, and this is hard to get at, does the military have the organizational capacity to do the things it wants to do with the capabilities that it has acquired? This is something we didn't know well about Russia. This is something we also don't know well about China. We have to assume that they can, because you can't walk into a briefing. Like in an applied setting, I'm an applied person. You can't walk in and just hand wave away and say, you know what? Great news. I don't think China can ever conduct a large-scale amphibious operation of Taiwan because we don't think that they have the experience or the organizational capacity to do it, right? So it's not a viable argument. So to me, that's also an important one to get at. And at the very last point, it's the technology. And that's to me the least interesting thing because as Steve Biddle often talks about. Actually, I have him right here. Right? What's key? Playing victory, defeat, modern battle, force employment. He talks about force employment. I like this, but I like to talk about force structure because force structure helps determine force employment. You can't do combined arms if you don't have one of the combined arms. So if you showed up with no infantry, what's your combined arms warfare going to look like to begin with? I hope that makes sense. But yeah, to me, and usually the order like should be ideas, like why is the force the way it is? You know, people, and then at the bottom, things. And for defense intellectuals and generals, it usually starts off with things, and then it often ends with things.
Thank you, Michael. Do you have anything to add, Bettina?
Just one quick point. I mean, one thing I would just caution against, and again, I just read around in the UK what the reactions were, where people say, what lessons can we learn from how well the Ukrainians are doing? You know, what can we learn? And for example, I can't remember where it was now, but it was one of a blog or something like that, where it was a military analyst, military personnel background person wrote that, yeah, it's not all about technology and we need to move away from that. We can really see in Ukraine it's the motivation that really makes it and it's the force multiplier and so on. But that's not a lesson, right? I mean, this is not something that you can then train or learn or implement. Again, it is so context dependent. I mean, of course, it's absolutely outstanding how the Ukrainians are standing up, and just that didn't come as a surprise to me, in fact. But also they don't exactly have an option, do they? They need to be motivated and stand up because they've got absolutely everything to lose. This is not something that you can just then transfer into a general purpose military and think if we instill more motivation in some way that then we will be able to win wars better in various scenarios. So again, I'm sometimes surprised and a bit taken aback at how simplistic solutions people think we can draw from these kind of instances. So that would be my matter of caution.
Thank you, Bettina. Do you have anything?
Just short thing for discussion, probably. It's not military capability, but it affects a lot how politics in the country are really using the armed forces, making decisions, how they are assessing their own armed forces, let's say, and generating the goals, because even the war in Ukraine is one of the examples when it undermined capabilities of Russian armed forces. It was sent to fight the war it should not fight. So that's maybe a complex thing how to measure that, but that's, I think, an interesting direction to think about.
Thank you, Leonid. Was there another question from the audience? Did I? Oh, okay. Okay, please, sir.
Thank you very much for very interesting and even enlightening presentations. Quite a lot of material you have covered, all three speakers. Getting to the question of military capabilities, effectiveness, I think what, at least what I got from some of you is that we're talking about combat performance or performance on the battlefield as kind of a unifying factor. And if you think about that, then we see, I mean, we know that researchers have pointed out that this is very difficult to assess before actually the combat takes place. Blaney pointed out that war take place because you cannot assess the combat effectiveness of the other side. Firon suggested the same thing and suggested that opponents don't want to share that thing. But in case of Ukraine, Russian aggression in Ukraine, it can be argued that even if Russia knew its own combat effectiveness of its own troops, if it didn't know the Ukrainian combat performance, right, then it still would have failed to anticipate the failure, because this assessment should be referential. You assess your combat performance in relation to your opponent, and if you don't get a good grasp, then you don't deploy an optimal amount of troops or optimal quality. So then if you look at another intangible factor like corruption, for instance, Michael, I think, pointed out very well that both in case of Russia and Ukraine, corruption existed, but it did not create, I mean, in this case, it created variation in two cases. So why did it affect Russia, for instance, more than Ukraine? Now, I understand that Bettina cautioned us not to, kind of get to the conclusion that Russia is a paper target and be more cautious. But nevertheless, based on all those things that I mentioned, and the fact that I claim, and I pointed out why, that combat performance is difficult to assess both for oneself and for the opponent before actually combat starts, then how do we, as analysts, and that my colleague over there also, I think, referred to that question, how actually do we assess combat performance before combat takes place? Thank you.
Bettina, Michael, did you hear the question?
Kind of.
Excellent.
It was about the opponent and so on, right? Am I right?
Yeah. How should we estimate the last part of it? Did you catch it?
I didn't catch the whole question, but I'm just going to say this anyway because I think it is of interest when it comes to Ukrainian capabilities, assessing, estimating. I think when we actually think about lessons learned from the war in Ukraine, I think it's very difficult to learn lessons in that regard, right? Because you always look at the last war and the next war will be different and so on. But if there's one concrete area where lessons can be learned, I'm absolutely convinced is a lesson for NATO about how it approaches military assistance programs and military reform programs. Because again, I think a lot of mistakes were made. We're working on this at the moment with our program. Again, of course, now the question how, what can we learn from Ukraine and from how Ukraine is handling things. But of course, at the time, up until 2022, we were in fact the last time in Kiev in the summer 21. I'm doing interviews with both sides, the Ukrainian and the NATO side. Very much the perception from the NATO side that Ukraine can only learn from us. Again, this led to the underestimation. Ukraine is a corrupt country. They need to work on their political developments first, civil military relations and so on, before we can even think about the technical and the tactical details. It's quite ironic, in fact, because there the technology was certainly not overestimated at all. And a lot of things that Ukraine continued to maintain, like conscription, they brought back. Also them trying to build a territorial defense system for example, was looked down on, I would say, by some of the Western advisors and so on, as a bit of a relic of the past. The idea that Ukraine needs to modernize and needs to become more like us. Whereas, of course, on the Ukrainian side, there was very much the perception that if the war comes, and they were pretty convinced that this was a good possibility, we will be on our own. So actually a Western model of small rapid reaction forces and so on, modernization type, is not really in our interest. So I think lessons are there to be learned about for NATO, that perhaps NATO and, well, advanced Western militaries have something to learn from other countries that it is advising, rather than just the other way around. But I won't go on for any longer. But that, yes, I think I agree. I think the Ukrainian side is one of the really interesting stories here that we hopefully will hear much more about in the next few years.
Yeah, I totally agree. Michael.
Yeah, so, yeah, here's the truth. We can't assess combat performance that well except for reaching for what we've seen in exercises, what we've seen from prior cases of use of force, and kind of best estimation of potential. The problem is to have anything to say in that score, you have to have a decent knowledge of the sides involved in the potential conflict. So what Bettina said about the Ukrainian side is absolutely right. The main deficit was actually, I think, in understanding what the Russian plan was, the concept of operations. That's not an analytical failure. That's an intelligence failure. Military analysts do not necessarily have the access to what the exact Russian plan of the invasion is 2 weeks before it happens. That's not knowledge you're supposed to have. That's the knowledge intel folks are supposed to have, if they can get it. But it's very hard to know perfect disposition of forces and all these details. Second, knowing about the Ukrainian forces. I had the hardest time figuring out the state of Ukrainian forces in the run-up to the war, and I still do. We actually still know far less about Ukrainian forces than we know about the Russian military a year into this war, all right? And this is important because the missing element was not will to fight. That's not true. First of all, Ukrainians were assumed to have the will to fight, and they had the will to fight in 2014 and 2015, but they didn't win the battles in 2014 and 2015. So it's very hard to point to will to fight and say that all the other elements, qualitative, quantitative, material, and all this doesn't matter. Of course it does. Second, the issue was that it wasn't clear what the Ukrainian military really could do, but more importantly, what their plan was, because they didn't appear to be preparing in a systematic fashion. And that's because the preparations they were making were actually not systematic, and they were preparing in secret, both from us, by us I mean the United States, but also from their own political leadership, which was very busy arguing that the war wasn't going to happen, okay? And so there was a missing force, actually. There was an invisible force of Ukrainian volunteers and others who showed up to defend Kiev on the night of the war, because many units weren't necessarily in the right position, okay? And there's a lot we didn't account for and still don't. There are reasons for that. If you study the Russian military, you probably don't study the Ukrainian military all that much, right? That's why we call it Russian military studies. Intelligence collects on adversaries. It doesn't collect on allies all that well. So if allies don't tell you what their forces look like, what they plan to do, you don't have another source of information you can turn to because you're not collecting on them. I don't know, maybe we should. Maybe the lesson from the pre-war period is we need to spy more on allies. I'm joking, of course, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. It's not that easy. On corruption, Bettina, I appreciate what you said, right? So almost a week ago, the Ukrainian Minister of Defense has survived, but was almost relieved over a large corruption scandal on food contracts in Ukraine, a year into the war. So we spent early on in the war talking about how there are food contracts and corruption with material welfare and supply for the Russian armed forces. And we find out that Ukraine, we know, has significant corruptions in the defense sector, and it's still a factor to this day. So an unsatisfactory answer. On moral and material, you know, in my field, people are fond of quotes. And so I really enjoy is competing quotes from the same person. And one of my favorite ones that I get often are raised by Napoleon. You can make almost any argument on military analysis from Napoleon quotes. And my favorite ones are Napoleon saying that the moral is to the material as 3 to 1. and then him saying to Metternich that you can't stop me, I can spend 30,000 men a month, okay, which is a pure material attritional argument. And then if you watch what Napoleon actually does, is he puts together the largest army Europe ever seen to invade Russia, which is a very odd thing to do for someone who thinks that the moral is to material 3-1, okay? So my short answer on that is, it's hard to measure intangibles. People say a lot about this. The material at the end of the day better lends itself to analysis, but we have to be really mindful of the moral, and we have to be better in how we think about this as an analytical community. And I don't have good answers there.
Thank you, Michael. Do you have anything, Leonid?
Not much to add to Mike's answer, to be fair. I think, yeah, you will never be 100% precise. It's just, I think, in general, pretty much impossible to be right in such assessments every time, because you can even imagine this war, which is going on. At the start of the war could be different. For example, it can be different variants how it can be played or replayed, if we will imagine, and you need probably thousands of scenarios to check everything, which nobody, of course, do.
Thank you, Leonid. I think we have, if I'm right, we have almost spent our 30 minutes, so it's probably time, if it's okay, we can end a little bit earlier than past. So this is a question to all panelists to summarize. We have been discussing about the performance, military capabilities, and now the big question probably in the future, one of the biggest question is, how will the Russian military restore the performance, or should I say rebuild the military capability? What will they do? What are they trying to achieve in the future because of the poor performance and so on? If Leonid starts. Yeah.
I think that, of course, they already started doing so. It's a process which is going on, and the production of, for example, defense industries also doing some changes, working 24/7. And, for example, we already see that sometimes they are starting to produce mobilization type of products, like for example, T-72 B-3 tanks with older sights or simplified constructions. So, of course, they will try to at least gain numbers back, maybe not the quality, but numbers for the beginning. And of course, if war continues, and I think it's still going to last pretty long time, of course, it will come to the second wave of mobilization, because I think in some time, of course, attrition will eat up the the numbers they gained in the first wave. Something like that.
Yeah, thank you, Leonid. Would you like to continue, Michael?
Sure. So first, if you look at what Russian military leadership currently is doing, it's mostly focused on this war. And if you look at who's in charge, Shoigu and Gerasimov, their interpretation is that the sort of halfway house that the Russian military was between a more modern professional standing force and a partial mobilization army with a lot of Soviet legacy and Soviet inheritance, is that the Russian military wasn't Soviet enough, okay? And so they are going to take it further into the Soviet direction. I don't think they have the resource to do that, but it actually doesn't matter. They're both 67. They represent the oldest generation in the Russian military. And of course, Shoigu is not really a military person, but nonetheless, neither of them are going to shape the future of the Russian armed forces. So in some respects, what they think, from my point of view, doesn't matter. It matters for this war right now, but their ideas about the Russian military don't matter for its future. They won't be the ones shaping it. I think a lot of folks in the Russian military, though, at the lower ranks have learned quite a bit from this war. I think that while the Russian military for now is going to go to what Leonid said, more quantity, more mobilization, they won't be able to make it a Soviet military for a very obvious reason. Russia is not the Soviet Union, so it cannot build a Soviet army, okay? You need to be the Soviet Union with its resources and manpower base and defense industrial capacity to have a military like the Soviet built, okay? To try to do it otherwise, you're going to get what Shoigu's kept getting, which was kind of like a cosplay Soviet military. In the future, I don't think the Russian military is going to rebuild itself the way it looked before. I think one of the things it's depleting is the Soviet inheritance and the mobilization potential in this war. That is, all those things in Gap 2 storage are going to get used up and burned up in this war. So it's going to be very curious how the Russian military will structure itself, not having inherited things like a large airborne or large parks of armor and vehicles, and trying to base itself around that legacy. I think it's going to be a minimum decade timeline. I don't think it's actually very long. A decade is the minimum planning timeline in defense planning. So normally when you look at force posture, capability, and what have you, you're kind of looking 10 years out as the shortest timeline. So believe it or not, I think those 10 years are going to go by much faster than folks expect. I do think there's going to be a revisiting of the concepts of the 90s and 2000s. I think that some of the enamorment you saw in the Russian military establishment of technology, of non-contact warfare, of what you could achieve with cruise missiles and precision-guided weapons is going to be revised based on experience in this war, seeing how little they could get out of it, and reassessing whether they incorrectly interpreted the foreign wars that they observed, you know, in the 90s and 2000s, and took some of the wrong lessons from them. But the honest answer is on all this, I don't know. This is a first stab at it. It depends what happens in this war, and it depends who's in charge of the Russian military, and it depends who those people are and what their lessons were. So this is a very frank answer. I don't really know.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. And last words for Bettina.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. So I'll just say, I think it's important to bear in mind, and I think this is probably correct, although a hunch, that the Russian leadership, Putin and so on, do not see the performance of the Russian military and what is happening there in the same way as we are. I mean, I'm sure they aren't exactly overjoyed at some of the things that are happening and that they obviously didn't go according to plan. But again, it is not unusual in war that objectives change and things don't go to plan. And I think Russia and Putin sees himself and the military to be in this for the long haul. And I also think that in spite of the fact that they were and will not be able to achieve their maximalist objectives initially, like, you know, basically making Ukraine a friendly part of Russia, I still think that in Putin's mind and the people around him, some important objectives are still being achieved in any case, like punishing Ukraine, standing up to the West as he sees it.
Thank you very much, Bettina. And I think this brings us to the end of this session. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers online and here in the room, and for my behalf, thank you very much.